Have a bowl. Bowl for what reason?
Yeah, we feel like a pretty good wicket today. We're thinking that it might flatten out later throughout the day. Hopefully get a little bit out of the clouds this morning.
So, with that decision and the team having played so much cricket coming into this, how are you looking with a blockbuster series with India?
Yeah, guys are obviously really excited. High quality team we're playing against, so it's always going to be good to be a part of.
Mohammed, all the best with your game.
Perfect.
Fantastic. We're going to have Vaibhav Suryavanshi, and he has our translator, Mr. Anand. Vaibhav, what would you have chosen to do?
बैटिंग ही करना था वैसे बात किया तो विकेट अच्छा था काफ़ी बैटिंग ही करने वाले थे पहले तो
If we would have won the toss, we would have bat first. Looking at the wicket, it looks good to bat on.
Now, you're also going to be batting because South Africa are bowling. I know Ayush Matre, he's injured. You are the youngest captain for India. How is that for you coming into the series?
नहीं आयुष बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट प्लेयर था हमारे लिए और मैं कैप्टन बना उसके लिए खुश भी हूँ बट आयुष को हम काफ़ी मिस भी कर रहे हैं बट हमारा प्रिपरेशन काफ़ी अच्छा रहा है पिछले 3-4 दिनों में तो अभी सीरीज़ पे ध्यान दे रहे हैं अभी फोकस पूरा हमारा इस पे है
Yeah, we are definitely missing Ayush. He's a good player, but I'm happy that I'm a youngest captain here, and we had a good preparations for the last 2-3 days. Yeah.
Winning against Australia, winning against England, finals for the Asia Under-19 Asia Cup, and even last year. How do you feel coming now against South Africa?
नहीं सब लड़कों ने काफ़ी अच्छा किया था सीरीज़ में भी फाइनल्स में हमने थोड़ा कुछ मिस्टेक किया बट हमने प्रिपरेशन काफ़ी अच्छा किया उसके बाद बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला है फाइनल से तो अभी हमारा फोकस उस पर और हम अपने प्रोसेस पे पूरा ध्यान दे रहे हैं
We have been playing against England again all this series. The finals have taught us a lot of things, many takeaways from that, and we have been preparing for us for the World Cup as well. Yeah.
Wonderful. Toss has been completed. Thank you so much, Vaibhav. And South Africa will be bowling first.
Well, it's a very good morning to you from Willamore Park in Benoni, a mouth-watering encounter. This is game number 1 of this Youth ODI series. We are here for all 3 games, and we are bringing it to you live on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. A very good morning from myself, David Midgley, and alongside me for the first session, so to speak, is the legendary Aslam Kota. Good morning to you, Aslam. What do you make of the prospect of this series, and how important is it for both sides?
Well, first of all, good morning to you and to Mpondelo, those who are watching from wherever you may be in South Africa or around the world. Happy New Year. Fantastic sunshine out here at Benoni. What do I make of this? Under-19 cricket, weeks before the World Cup starts, I reckon there's going to be lots of intensity, and we're going to see some really good cricket. I'm especially hoping to see good runs scored here because of what we saw just a few days ago when the South African Under-19 team played an invitational 11, and both teams scored 300 plus, and the difference was only 8 runs in the end. So a lot in prospect, but that was a pitch that's about 2 or 3 pitch distances away from the one we're watching today. So I'm keen to see how this particular one plays.
It certainly promises to be a game that we won't easily forget. If you're awake in the middle of the night in India, we didn't specifically greet you. Good morning to you. And JJ Basson will open the bowling. Mohamed Bobulia deciding that he will bowl first. A slight surprise, knowing that it may become challenging later on in the day with the skilled Indian spinners. Your 2 openers are Aaron George and Suryavanshi. Basson goes. 2 slips in position, and he's on the money early here. This left-arm seamer is a prolific one for South Africa. Just having a look at that, Aaron George is 228 runs, an average of 76. Wonderful numbers early on, but still he's got some time left to try and find himself ahead of the World Cup.
Yeah, I'm curious to know what was their preparation like for the World Cup. Are they ready for the quicker pitches out here in the southern part of the world?
This time a little bit straighter onto the body. Speaking of their preparation, they've absolutely trounced England and Australia in getting to the South African tour, and so there's a lot of promise for them, having faced, the moving ball in England and then the pace of Australian wickets. But coming to each country presents its own unique opportunities and its own challenges.
Indeed, and yeah, you make a very good point there about the fact that they've had very good tours away from home.
That's overpitched and been suitably dealt with. It is a long boundary out there, but it's welcome runs, and it's the first ones of the morning. Bit of a gift there from JJ Basson, and Aaron George is off the mark.
Yeah, he reached far onto that front foot there. He saw the width, he saw the fact that it was overpitched, and helped himself to the boundary. There was obviously a bit of pace in it, in that it didn't go in front of square. It went slightly behind backward point. And in the end, a very good boundary. Must say the outfield looks absolutely fantastic with the amount of rains we've had up here on the Highveld over the last month, maybe even 6 weeks. So very much like English weather we had.
Very much unlike English weather today. Thankfully, I was concerned that we might have a bit of a delayed start if the cloud cover persisted, but the moment you walked in, Aslam, the sun just started to shine. You just brought the light into the room.
Yeah, they say throw some light on the subject. Well, I must say, a few days ago we had the opening match at the Wanderers with the SA20, the JSK playing against the Durban Super Giants, and there too there was this prediction of rain. Fortunately, we had a super over finish.
Oh, that's much better delivery there from Basson. He started so well and then overpitched in the third delivery, and he's made sure that this is a much tidier over, because if these 2 batters get going, they can be terribly destructive. Speaking of super overs, the agreement between these 2 sides is, yes, we are playing World Cup playing conditions, number 1. Number 2, if between now and the end of the third game they don't get the opportunity for a super over, they're going to play a super over at the end of the third game.
Okay.
So they're trying to put themselves in that kind of situation, if you will.
Right. It's an excellent delivery. The one previously, he deliberately pitched it short to see if there's any kind of assistance with the new ball on this fresh pitch. And the second one, he got it much closer to that shoulder. Unfortunately, it just falls into no man's land. And that's the end of the first over. So a good one after having conceded that boundary. JJ Passon certainly kept it pretty straight and pretty much outside the off stump. Looks like the young man may have just copped a blow somewhere, if not on his hand.
Have a look at this replay again. Basson comes in, and I think it surprised him, the bounce. And I suspect it may be the case throughout the day today, Aslam, where the pitch may concern some batters because it seems almost the bounce may be one that's quite steep on a certain length and may go through at a shin height. So we've seen in games previous here at Willemore Park, if you're not certain of your technique and you're in two minds, you can very quickly find yourself in an awkward position.
Yeah, especially early up with the new ball. I agree with you. And obviously the pitch would be uncertain for us for now because we were just discussing it off air that it seems that there are patches of green running parallel to the length of the pitch. And I'm sure the bowlers will be just eyeing the good lines, the lengths that they need to perhaps exploit here. So Bayanda Majola sharing the new ball.
In the end, gone! What a brilliant catch! Diving low into his right. Majola gets the breakthrough with his first delivery, and it is a huge one. The first wicket falls, it's 5 for 1.
Well, there's a typical example of reaching on that front foot and playing through with the drive. Aaron George there. We saw it happen with the delivery that he got off the mark with. And this one here, you'll see that he's looking to play it on the up, on a South African pitch, much too early on. And it hit the upper part of the bat, and no doubt that it was going to carry through to the fellow at cover. And in the edge, the catch taken. Excellent catch, beautifully judged. I must say he was almost placed not too far back and not too far forward. He was somewhere there in between. And in the end, it's worked out perfectly for the South Africans. So 5 for 1.
You can see in the jubilation from the South Africans how important an early wicket is for them. And, well, with feeling like that, they should indeed be jubilant. Trivedi is the new man who comes to the crease. Jorik van Skalkwyk with a brilliant catch. He's just such a talented live wire in the field. And South Africa, having decided to bowl first, Aslam, slightly vindicated early on here. When you get a wicket within the first 5-6 overs after deciding to bowl, you feel like this is the right decision maybe.
Yeah, and if you are exploiting the short ball, that'd be occasional. But because really, with these batsmen having just come into South Africa, it's all about pitching up, getting it at that drivable length to force them to play shots early on, as we saw with the result of that particular wicket. So Aaron George eventually, who was he caught by the way?
Jorik van Skalkwyk.
Van Skalkwyk picking up the wicket. So Majola picking up the wicket, out for 5, 7 balls, 1 4. And that has brought in Vedant Trivedi. So we've yet to see Suryavanshi face a delivery. And I'm sure everybody watching and all of the South Africans are watching with bated breath to watch the young sensation. Oh, what a beautiful delivery. That's just cut away on that good length that I'm talking about. And that's just left the batsman. It's minimum of movement, but very effective.
You could just hear the live wire conversations from the South Africans. That just G's up teams. What a delivery. Just pushing at it, really. And Majola with hands on hips can say, what have I got to do here? Because this is a sensational spell of bowling. This one he leaves alone, cautiously and reservedly, noting the length is one that he should not be playing at.
Yeah, I'm watching Trivedi. He's standing on a middle stump guard. And I like the fact that he's just got back and across to judge that length so that he doesn't overcommit himself early on back or front foot. So but Majola, having found that length, needs to just keep hitting that teasing length.
This is a lovely over by Yanda Majola. And you can just see the South Africans, they're really G'd up. They know an early wicket means that they feel as though the world is at their feet. And particularly going into a World Cup, you want to feel confident as a fielding unit. You want to feel as though you're on top of strong opposition, or at least you're putting them under pressure early. That's well driven. That is so well driven. He just stands and admires his stroke as it goes away to the boundary for 4. Square of the wicket. Somewhat of a sully to the end of the over, but it was a good one nevertheless. And at the end of 2, it's 9 for 1.
Yeah, a sweet drive from Trivedi to get off the mark. Beautifully timed as well. He got everything right. And, of course, finally the placement. It's a good shot for him. And I'm sure he'll be very pleased with the way he's got off the mark. I think you make an interesting point. 2 things. Malibongwe Maketa must have said to the guys, listen, chaps, send the message home now in this 3-match series, not just to this Indian team, but to the rest of the world, that we mean business. Obviously, the Indians will be looking to do the same. And the fact that you've talked about their form coming down to South Africa, that their performances against England and Australia have been quite eye-opening. So Suryavanshi, first delivery in the southern hemisphere, or rather in South Africa, and he gets in line. I wonder what it is like. We're talking about the fact that he's not 15 yet. He's been given the reins to captain the team. In India, this is always the case. You have a few billion following the game. Try and imagine the type of pressure that Suryavanshi may be playing with. And hopefully he's able to shut all that out and just concentrate on his game.
And the first extra of the morning, it's a wide down the leg side. Umpire Mtokozisi Shezi giving us that signal. You speak about pressure and pressure at such a young age. He recently scored in December 150 from 59 deliveries in a List A game. In a game in which his team scored over 500. Average of 51.
Yeah.
Maybe off the field he's feeling the pressure, but here he seems to be very at home playing out there in the middle.
For those who are watching and are not familiar with Suryavanshi, I can tell you that apart from that, 14 years and 272 days on the 24th of December. He debuted on that particular day. Youngest ever to record a List A 100, as you say. And then he also, that was for Bihar versus the Arunachal Pradesh team, he scored 136 deliveries. And then went on to score 159 and actually beat A.B. de Villiers' world record by 5 deliveries. He was eventually dismissed for 190. So those of you unfamiliar, we can watch him get off the mark now with that neat little steer to third man. He's quite a sensation in Indian cricket, and I'm sure he'll be looking to make a mark in world cricket, not just now, but in a future which I reckon will probably last longer than that of the great Sachin Tendulkar, which was some 22 years.
He also has an IPL 100 to add to his list. So this young man certainly has the world at his feet. And as you've mentioned, the great master Sachin Tendulkar, we hope to see more of this young man Suryavanshi.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other point to make, that this is when he really came to light. He made the news, certainly with that amazing feat that he had. And then when he was drafted into the Rajasthan Royals team against the Gujarat Titans, he hit the first ball for 6 on his IPL debut. What cheek for the 14-year-old.
Casually just say to the bowlers, well, you may not have heard of me, but now you do. Now you know exactly who I am. little bit inconsistent here with his lengths from Basson. He's been a little bit shorter, then he pitches it up, and that one a little bit fuller like the last delivery. And I wonder where he's trying to aim, because normally with your opening pair in the power play, you want them to bowl quite consistently, bowl to the field. You have two slips waiting for you. Is it a temptation to try and bowl the magic ball after you have picked up a wicket, or your partner rather has picked up a wicket?
Look, I think this is one thing that we need to make note of. This is a 50-over match. There's a good one. He's just got it to go uphill and trapping the batsman in front for any room. So 11 for 1 after 3. And sometimes bowlers actually need that just short period of getting their rhythm first and foremost, and then looking to see which line they're going to choose against the left and right combination. So I would be a little more lenient with the bowler at this stage. David, unlike you, who I'm sure during the week you see a lot of youngsters and demand a lot out of them. So Bayanda Majola has shared the new ball. He's picked up a wicket with the first ball, for those of you joining us on Pitch Vision, for this first of 3 youth internationals between the visiting Indian team against South Africa. Both teams will then be winging their ways to different parts of the southern regions, Zimbabwe and Namibia, to open their World Cup campaign. Short and cut away. He'll get just the single.
And you've highlighted an important thing here, Aslam, because these teams are trying to not find who they want in the side or not in the side, but rather the balance of their side. Do you go with an extra batter? Do you go with an all-rounder? When do you employ a spinner? South Africa deciding today not to utilize the spinning options that they do have. Inati Kichini missing out today. And maybe they saw something in the surface that said to them, this is an opportunity for us to go hard with pace. The question I have is, you look at somebody like Vedant Trivedi, who's got 2 half-centuries in Australia, so he certainly knows how to manage the seam bowling. We've spoken about Suryavanshi. Is it just an indication to say we know that our spinners maybe struggle against Indian opposition because of their prolific skill with playing spin, or is it just we want to come and bully here to try and blow them out the water?
Well, I'm quite certain they've taken some advice from locals here, maybe even the grounds person, to say, what do you reckon? And the one thing you need to do is, you don't know whether you're going to win the toss or not, so whether you're going to bowl first or not. The other thing is that prior to that, you have to already select your team. So they've probably just made up their minds beforehand that we're going to go all seam, see how it actually plays, and then take it from there. So even though we spoke earlier about the fact that
Cut away. It was a glorious stroke. He hit it on the up and it just raced away to the boundary for 4. Wonderful, wonderful stroke.
Well, he's played 2 shots of the morning, and that was an absolute classic. Back cut, waited on it, played it late, and got onto it so beautifully. Sweet stroke again for a boundary. Watch his footwork, how beautifully he gets into line there. And I knew exactly where he was looking to hit this, and that ball rocketed to the boundary.
The key for youngsters watching is how late he's played it. You've seen it go square. You play it a little bit earlier, and those slip catchers are waiting patiently. Straight to this time and whipped away onto the onside. There's a chase on there. It really is a long boundary out there, so you're not likely to get a boundary as easily, as that one is reined in nicely there.
Yeah, just a point to make about Willamore Park. It's one of the oldest grounds in South Africa, but I must say, huge ground. Both sides of the boundaries, a good table with about, 10 pitches across it. So what's going to be important here for both teams is to, when they find the gaps, there are lots of 2s that they can turn into 3s, 1 into 2s. And I'm sure they'll pick that up as the game progresses. Getting nicely into line. The pitch looks really sweet to bet on as long as it's on that good length. And so far, he's left well. He's even watched the angle that ran away from him in the previous over from JJ Basson. So I reckon that they're just about getting an idea on how to pace themselves on this particular pitch. I think the other important thing they will have discussed, without a doubt, David, is this is 50 overs. Let's play it that way. Let's, in fact, shift our gears completely into the 50-over motion and then play the game accordingly.
So slip number 2 has been dispensed with, but there's almost a gully. It's really close in there. So South Africa going with a wideish slip and then that gully. My goodness gracious me. A short delivery and he's just jumped upon it and spanked it away for 4. What a classy stroke.
That's the modern game for you. Just talking about how they should maybe just pace themselves. There's a short ball. It's there for the taking. In the modern game, that's what they do. It was wide, no doubt about it. But look how quickly he latched onto it. Importantly, he got good bat on that because it's gone just towards backward of point. If it had gone any finer, there's a fielder waiting there at third man. As you'll see in the picture on your right-hand side, he has to run to his left to fetch the ball.
Nice and full there as a follow-up from Basson. And there's clearly a plan. Yes, he's played a prolific stroke there to open the over, but there's clearly a plan here from South Africa. A slip in place, there's a gully, a backward point, and almost a forward point, if you will. They know that he favors that offside, that squarish type of stroke. And so as a result, they're trying to pack that area of the field. There's nobody in the cover regions, really. And so there's somewhat of a blatant plan here from the South Africans to try and force Suravanshi to make an error early.
Well, I'm curious, David. I'm not too sure what to make of this change of attack, this change of line, and that field. The fact that we only have one slip in position. So, just to give some merit to what is going on, is I'd rather hang back and watch what they're looking to do, and then perhaps be more critical with the fact that it's a new ball. He hasn't faced too many deliveries. Everyone's vulnerable up front. Imagine if one ball just slips through between that slips cordon and he runs away and he gets away with it. So to me, that's a concern.
That's cut away. Poor bit of fielding, really, there on the offside. Jorik van Schalkwyk almost flat-footed. It's a great stroke, though, and it's gone for 4.
Well, that particular fielder should actually be starting on the edge of the circle. He's halfway in again, so anything just either to your left or right, you're going to need to be a blindingly brilliant fielder to actually cut that off. He's halfway in there. No chance for him to make the stop. If you see that, he's far in from that. He should be actually starting on the edge of the circle when the bowler's just about to deliver. That way you've given yourself enough space. He's still too far in.
It's a good response there by JJ.
I was just going to say, on 2 occasions he's responded well. So this type of an attack then tells me that you actually have the bowler in some sort of a quandary. You must have one definitive plan. And you can see then the bowler's not too sure what the captain wants of him, or the captain's not too sure what the bowler really wants out of this exercise. So we'll keep an eye on this and let's just say monitor it for a while.
That's a better end for the South Africans to that over. I thought for a moment with a shorter delivery it might be put away once again. 5 overs have been completed. We're halfway through the power play, and India, after being put into bat, are 26 for the loss of 1 wicket. It was Bayanda Majola that got the wicket of Aaron George, caught Jorik van Schalkwyk, and a great start for the South Africans. India coming back nicely in that last over.
Ajala will continue. be an idea to maybe just ring the changes early on, the quick bowlers, just to see who uses that new ball the best on this particular surface. Just a thought.
Didn't quite get on top of that one that time, did Trivedi. It was a little bit too close for him. And a question that has come up is why has South Africa under-19 struggled in youth ODIs against India under-19? 12 games out of the 50 have been won by South Africa, 38 by India. And the question is, what separates these two teams? And I wonder, is it the amount of experience at the next level? Tucks this away nicely. Doesn't quite get the timing. It looked very good. Because I'm looking at professional experience of the Indian under-19s. Aaron George, Suravanshi, these guys have played at the next level, that semi-pro and pro level. Not many South African under-19 players have experience at first class or list A level. So is that the difference between the two sides?
I would think so, although I must say that these days the juniors and scholars play a lot of cricket in South Africa. Oh, that's neatly stroked away for 4. Just waited on that, maybe a slower delivery, and picked it up very quickly to just hit it square off the wicket. No effort in that stroke at all from Vedant Trivedi. Pretty prolific on that off stump, just judging by the 16 deliveries he's faced.
Payana Majola opting for that same line and length, and he's been punished comfortably in that area. And I wonder when he'll maybe look to go back to that back of a length that he employed earlier in his spell that was so effective for him. It's worked away onto the onside. They'll get the 1 for it. They'll think about 2, but decide against it.
Yeah, that's a neat stroke to the leg side as well. So, and to continue that discussion, I mean, one thing I know about India, it's a huge country. They have extremes of weather. So, but the one thing is they don't have an off-season. So if you can't do much up in the northern part of India, then they'll be out on the south. And there are so many academies now all over that country. I think if you add up whatever is in the rest of the world as far as academies are concerned, they still don't match the number of academies that are sprouting up all over India. Ex-cricketers.
Oh, it's an outside edge. He pushed hard at it. There was a shout of catch, but it went straight between the two men there at gully and backward point. They're all looking at each other with hands on hips, but that's the length Majola needs to be bowling to really ask questions if they want to put pressure on this Indian batting lineup.
Yeah, he just threw his hands at this delivery outside the off stump. I'm not too sure how wide it was for him to have gone for that expensive stroke, but it's split that gap, and fortunately he gets away. It was airborne for a good shoulder height catch there, if there was maybe a 4th slip or a 2nd gully in position.
And a short one to follow up. Majola's not happy. You can see just with the energy with which he's bowling, and unfortunately he gets wided for it.
Yeah, immediately the umpire on the leg side, umpire Shezi, just indicating it was much too high, and immediately signals. And so they play a lot of cricket, and there is a dearth of one-day stuff that they play. In fact, too much of one-day stuff. T20s, lots of 50-over matches. And then unlike South Africa, where we have that many provinces, they have so many states, and then literally, in a manner of speaking, state within a state. 33 for 1, that's after the, 6th over. And so there is so much of cricket being played there. And I think the bottom line is the more you play, the better you get. And this is what we've seen up here in the Gauteng region, which is Johannesburg, for those of you who don't know. In the old days, prior to the apartheid era, prior to the democratic era, non-racial cricket, there was very little cricket being played. So to improve standards, it just didn't happen. And we saw immediately after 1992, when players were then put into those when they were all selected. Sorry, that's another wide, much too short. When they were selected into those development teams, they were suddenly playing so much of cricket that we just saw the improvement in the standards being so rapid. And that told me early on that you have to be playing at youth level as much as possible. So, and I think that's what we're seeing. And now, not just in India, but I think around the world, because there's a World Cup to play for, and it's a huge pipeline for international cricket, of course.
Edged, gone, got him. What an absolutely brilliant delivery. Basson gets the breakthrough. He struggled a little bit until this point. He's got Suryavanshi just for 11 runs. And the second wicket falls at 34 for 2.
Well, David, that just vindicates what I was saying earlier. And fortunately, this has gone a little straight to the keeper. But that's where you need to persist. Any batsman in the world is going to be vulnerable earlier on. Watch his footwork. He's perhaps in two minds. Early on, he throwed his bat to the one. Here, he was looking to steer it into that gap square of the wicket, perhaps. And a very good catch taken. So Basson will be really pleased, because this is the fellow they're all watching. And that is a sweet, sweet dismissal and a wonderful catch to end that innings. 34 for 2.
Suryavanshi has promised a lot, but he's found himself short here in South Africa. JJ Basson, he's been a little bit expensive until now, but the captain might say to him, you can be a little bit expensive if you're going to pick up pricey wickets like that of Suryavanshi. Abhigyan Kundu is the new batter at the crease, and the South Africans will be absolutely cock-a-hoop. The wicket-keeper, rather, has scored 209 from 125 balls versus Malaysia in the Asia Cup last year. And he scored the most amount of runs for an under-16 teenager, 24,500 runs across formats, including 117 half-centuries and 82 centuries. He contributed to India's 408 for 7 in that Asia Cup game.
Yeah, the modern sensational wicketkeeper batsman. In fact, they should be called batsman wicketkeepers, most of them around the world these days. So, yeah, I'm keen to watch. I saw through some of that last night, and most of them have very, very impressive statistics, no doubt, even at this young age. It's a very good catch taken there by the South African wicketkeeper, Letabo. Let's say this correctly. Pala Mohlaka, diving low down to his left to pick up that catch.
It's a good bit of work there from Patla Mohlaka behind the stumps. He took a brilliant catch to dismiss Suryavanshi, and then that one nipping back in. It was a leave from Kundu, and I thought for a moment maybe the stumps may be in play there. And a good take diving low to his right. Let's have a look at this one again. Basson coming over the wicket to the left-hander, just nips and catches the edge. And a good catch there. Basson is jubilant, and rightfully as he should be. It's a big wicket. He's taken wickets in key games for South Africa.
Yeah, you know what we've seen with good left-arm seamers and also with right-arm seamers to left-handers, especially if you have the advantage of height. Now, I'm talking about Morne Morkel as your right-arm seamer, and then also Stuart Broad, and then some of the taller left-arm seamers. That's beautifully outfoxed. Forced him into the stroke. The length was absolutely perfect. The line was. And when it kisses the outside edge, you know you've bowled the perfect delivery. So Basson will look to complete this over. He's got 2 more balls left in this, with perhaps 1 more wicket to go. Having said that, the new batsman also has a 1.5 slip in position. No one else covering the area. And then very much the field that we saw to Suryavanshi. And I would have thought that that particular field was placed for Suryavanshi, given the fact that he's such a prolific player and he has these strengths, which they may have studied. But the South Africans have gone, and Bulbulia, who is the captain at slip, has decided that this is going to be his plan and tactic for the early morning.
Driven, but it'll find a man there. A bit of a fumble means that they get through for a single. And an unconvincing throw means they're all too safe to get home. 7 overs have been completed. 35 for the loss of 2. Aslam, the great thing about the South African under-19 side is not only do they have JJ Basson in left-arm seam, but also the young Michael Kreiskamp from Bishop. So they have the ability to rotate as needed. And I'm going to rotate out now as you are joined by Mpendulo Magubane.
Thank you very much, David. Well done. You've picked up 2 wickets in your first session. So Majola will continue into his 4th over. The one thing we haven't seen is too much of movement off the pitch for both bowlers in Basson and Majola. So for all intents and purposes, early on, with just 2 bowlers in operation, let's just jab this into that cover area. The diminutive left-hander picks up 2 runs very quietly and neatly. Even the stroke where he got off the mark and hit that the misfield where they ran the single, he seems to be more of the watchful type, just given his approach. A big Jan Kundu. So, Mr. Magubane, you were out there in the middle for the toss. You had a closer look at the pitch. We'll go through that in a moment. Yeah, he's picked up the length there, looking to maybe just force it, but just watches it again onto the bat, checks the drive. I like the makeup of Kundu. Good morning.
Morning, Aslam. Morning to all the viewers, the thousands watching across the world. An incredibly talented Indian lineup that we're watching here today. A very talented South African lineup as well. 2 opening bowlers, representatives of the SA20 competition, Banda Majola and JJ Basson. And so far, so good. 2 wickets at around 5 runs to the over.
This time forced onto the back foot, defends again.
Vaibhav would have wanted to bat first alongside with the Indians, so they got what they wanted. Mohamed Bulbulia with the South Africans wanting to bowl first. Patches of grass from a back of a length. But the biggest thing here, it's not the grass coverage or the feel of the surface. It's actually how the surface looks from, how can I call it, from a bumpy point of view. It's very bumpy. The word is uneven, because once you get to a really good length, there's a certain drop in the slope, and then when you go to the other side, there's also another drop in the slope as well. So it's as if they're playing on a ramp. And from where we're watching right now, the pitch is sloping down towards the left. The ball is slipping down to the left, so the ball will be coming back to the left-hander more easier than it moving away.
Excellent bowling here so far from Majola. He's kept Kundu pretty quiet, been very straight. To continue.
But the nice thing is that the areas where the fast bowlers are bowling, it's pretty even. It's very nice. The ball is going to come on nicely. It has good grass coverage. It's going to be something for the batters and the bowlers. But once the spinners come on with that fuller length, that's where we're going to see how this surface is going to play out, because they have to bowl a little bit fuller to those divots.
A beautiful delivery. He's got it to lift again. It's the first delivery in this over where he's actually dug it in short, and he's got a bit of bounce as well. So that's the end of the 8th over, 38 for 2.
So he put on a really hard shift there, Majola. This is this Indian team that we are watching. Vedant Trivedi alongside Abhigyan Kundu currently batting. Vedant Trivedi in that tour of Australia was absolutely monstrous. Leading run scorer in the Youth One Day Internationals, leading run scorer in the Youth Tests Vedant Trivedi. So when he's here, he's going to be real handful. And the fast bowlers, when they come into bowl, Henil Patel, Dipesh Devendran, oh, and the talented skill bowler of Kilan Patel. He's going to be an absolute mouth handful with Kanishk Chauhan, left and right hand combination, left-hander being Patel, right-hander being Chauhan. Ambrish is a tall all-rounder. So they have good heights with their seam bowlers, Devendran Patel and Ambrish, and a good talented unit here, India. Couple of spinners, couple of pacers, and we're watching probably one of the other talented batters outside of Vaibhav Suryavanshi.
There's a more confident Basson running in now, really hitting the length. Will that force the captain to perhaps look at the second slip again and also demand of the bowler that that's the length that he needs to get in early with the batsman in early to try and just exploit that particular region. But he persists on staying with just one slip early on in the innings. We're hardly even into the 10 past the 10 overs, the power play. So Basson very confident now. There again, he's finding a good length there. That's come off the outside half of the bat. Again, that's telling me a bit of a story. But we'll keep watching.
You can actually see now with JJ Basson that the slope is now sliding from the left to the right because it keeps on changing on opposite ends. So the ball will be moving away from the left-hander, Abhigyan Kundu, and coming into Vedant Trivedi, which is why it also assisted with the wickets of Vaibhav Suryavanshi for the ball to just move away from the left-hander. So the slope of the wicket is helping JJ Basson, and he's using it well.
Is it that pronounced, you reckon?
It's not that pronounced, but it's enough for it to just help the bowler to move. You just need to hit it in the correct areas. Of course, there will be help from the bowler as well because he's intentionally trying to move the ball away. It's only at the surface assisting in that movement, helping a little bit more. When he tries to bring it inwards, like that previous delivery, you'll see there's a bit more resistance from the surface than when he's trying to move it away from the left-hander.
That's the fuller length he must be looking for. But again, I'm just worried about the slip field, the lack of slip fielders. So did you get any indication from the South Africans? David raised the point as well, and I think you did off air, that it's a full-blown pace attack. Did you get any indication from maybe even Bulbulia or Malibonge, Makwetu?
I just asked Coach Mali about his spin options. And Atikichi, Daniel Bosman, and Jason Rolls are his main spinners. The fact that two of those players are not playing here today just tells you how seam heavy they are. Enati Kichin is a specialist spin bowler, one of the most economical under-19 bowlers in the country, one of the most skilled spin bowlers in the country right now at under-19 level. Daniel Bosman, a handy all-rounder. Jason Rolls can bowl really well, don't get me wrong, but they don't have a specialist spin bowler in the team like India have Patel.
You're saying he's not a front line, which I understand, frontline bowler. So, yeah, and sometimes what happens is we think it's got a lot to do with the pitch and so on, but I get the feeling that, I'll come back to that in a moment. Oh, that was short, but wide outside the off stump. He was looking to fetch it from outside the off stump. There was Kundu. But there again, I've just picked up one thing, that as much as I've enjoyed how he's gone about his batting, the shorter delivery is the one that he seems to be struggling with. So I wonder if the South Africans will pick that up. Yeah, what I wanted to just say quickly was that when you play these type of, let's just call them youth warm-up matches, because it's pre-World Cup, that let's see how we just go with the all-pace attack, bowling first. So it's not so much about the exploiting conditions and things like that. It's more about how do we measure up to the challenge if we are facing a score, batting second, and how will our guys use the surface early in the morning. So I think all that comes into play as well.
with that in mind, they do have a very good batting lineup. Have Mohamed Bulbulia, who plays professionally, Jason Rolls, who's due to start, Paul James plays professionally as well. So you do have a connection of players. Adnan Lahadin, fresh off a century in the warm-up game alongside Lethabo Patlamuhlaga. So the South African team has a good makeup. And the fact that they don't have spin bowlers in this particular match doesn't take away from the quality of the fast bowling that they have. JJ Basson and Bandile Majola playing SA20. You also have Bandile Mbata, who's going to come in with his medium pace, but another proper fast bowler, Ntando Soni, playing for the Warriors. Took 3 wickets in his debut first-class game, Ntando Soni. He's been involved in the under-19 setup for the past 2 years as well, since he was 16. So it's an experienced unit here at this level, and it's a very talented unit as well at this level.
Yep, that's why they're wearing the colours of the national team. So Majola now into his 5th over, 1 for 23. And Trivedi hasn't had much of the strike since Kundu has come in. He seems to have not necessarily hogged it, but just has had to deal with it. Trivedi would have seen quite a bit from, as the non-striker, exactly what the South Africans are planning and what the pitch is doing. He's played 3 of the most attractive-looking strokes this morning. Certainly looks a wonderful talent. Yeah, gets beautifully behind that. On top of that as well, quickly into position, quick hands as well, and picks up the boundary.
Wonderful shot. It was the slightest mistake from Banda Majola. Ever so short and ever so wide. His calculations were pure. He plays what I heard from a coach called Coach Mini. A broken high elbow. He breaks the elbow just to cut the ball through the point region. Jorik van Skalkwyk can't get it. And with that broken high elbow, it makes a straighter ball a wider than what it should be. So it's wonderful. It's what Shubman Gill does so well as well from an Indian perspective. I wonder if we can see that again. It's not a full flurry of the hand. He just breaks that. And the rest of the forearm does the rest of the work. It's a very good stroke.
Yeah, again, I always keep my eyes on the feet, the footwork first of all. So he got into a, watch the feet. You can't see it from square on, but he got into a good position. And then I'll also add to what you're saying about the break in the elbow. Beautiful delivery. Has he got the edge? The umpire's unmoved, indicating that it's come off the chest. That was a mean delivery. We haven't seen too many of that type of deliveries from Majola, but he certainly finished that over on a very, very high note. I suppose he took a bit of umbrage with the fact that he was hit so gloriously out to the offside boundary, and his response was typical that of a fast bowler. In the end, it was very well judged by the umpire. Majola couldn't believe. Now, I think there the technique is absolutely superb. The way he dropped his hands, that could have convinced the umpire as well, if anything else.
It really helped. Played it well. But now they have another threat. Professional contract now in Ntando Soni with the Warriors down in Gqeberha, where you see the Sunrisers Eastern Cape play. His youth of the eye career only has 9 innings. Relatively high average of 32. Just under a run per ball. But man, can he deliver the goods.
Starts with the ball down the leg side. Yeah, also good height, strongly built. So very good opening spell there for JJ Basson, picking up the 1 wicket. Both the openers have shared 1. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17.
But here's Ntando Nkosi's numbers. Originally from Durban, went down to Eastern Cape. Those best figures of 6 for 63 against Bangladesh last year, just after they came from Namibia. It was on this very ground that he got those 6 wickets, Ntando Soni. So let's see if he can make it work again versus another Asian team.
Yeah, he's bowling right arm over, operating to one slip only to the left-handed Kundu. And then a pretty conventional field both sides. Yeah, that's the area that he's got to look for. And this is a beautifully stolen single, excellently judged by both Trivedi and Kundu.
I think that's what Kundu has been missing. 6 from 20 deliveries. He was on 5 from 19. Absorbing the little deliveries, absorbing them. I think just needing to steal those ones more, put the balls in better pockets. Because once he gets in, you watch what he did in the Asia Cup, you watch what he did in Australia, he becomes an absolute menace. He hits the ball so cleanly, Abhigyan Kundu.
Yeah, a bit of an effort delivery, but wide outside the off stump from Ntando Soni. It's a pretty even start after the power play. 45 for 2. Or was it 44 for 2? It's now 46 for 2 with the one wide and the single.
That's what Ntando Soni does naturally. He's been doing it ever since I started seeing him as a 16-year-old. His natural movement is that ball that comes into the right-hander, just with the style that he bowls. And sometimes he will go wide onto the crease just to sharpen that angle and get the ball to come even more excessively to the right-hander. And so with that extra bounce, he also delivers the ball with because he's so tall. It's a new, different factor to deal with that's different from JJ Basson.
That's a beautiful delivery on a fuller length. I think beaten through sheer pace, but the keeper's also been beaten. The ball just kept veering to the leg side after it passed the stumps. And unfortunately, it's gone for byes. But what a delivery there from Soni.
Can't really be mad at Letsabo Pashamoshara there, the wicketkeeper. Really tried his best. The ball just kept on moving from Soni. And that's that in-swing we're talking about. Wide off the crease. Cuts Trivedi in absolute half. An absolute mighty delivery.
That cut back quite a bit. Excellent delivery. Follows up with another very good one. In the end, well left. So 11 complete, 50 for 2.
That was very good. Very, very good. The movement from that far out of the crease and for it to come back that sharply. See, we'll go back to the point. It's not, the slope is not prodigious, but if you have that thing that comes naturally, it really does assist and make it more exaggerative than what it is. But it's 50 runs up now for India under 19, taking them 11 overs. They've lost 2 wickets for their efforts.
Yeah, so are we seeing the first of the spinners? I see the seamer running in. Yeah, Patla Mokhlaka, I thought he was up to the wicket, but he's helping his skipper along with just the angles. So a double change for the South Africans. Bandile Mbata, age 19, of course, 9 innings, 12 wickets, at a very good average and economy rate. And out of those 12 wickets, 5 for 16, his best. So another one of those fast right-arm bowlers in the lineup. First ball short and wide and just punched away through forward square by Kundu. That indicates how slow the ball came through, and he was through with his shot already.
anything that is square off the wicket, the Indian team will not let it rest. A little bit too short from Bata, way too wide as well. For the speed that he bowls the ball at, it's definitely not where you want the ball to be. Abhigyan Kundu will want more of those. So it's going to be important here for Bandile Mbata to just reconcile the work of Majola and Basson. He's too short though. He's way too short. This is not it from Bata. 2 deliveries, one on the offside, this time on the leg side. It's really good batting from Abhigyan Kundu.
Yeah, an indication that he's picked that up very nicely. Now, I was saying earlier that it may be the shorter delivery that will trouble the diminutive Mr. Kundu, but he's lashed onto this short delivery very nicely. That was pitched on around leg stump, obviously short. So being a diminutive character, that was short enough for him. And that was magnificently played. Just swiveled on those, on the balls of his feet to hit that for 4. Now he compromises by a slowish delivery, full length on that leg stump. And the half stop means that they'll pick up 2 runs.
First 2 balls from Bata were objectively poor deliveries. You can't question them being hit for 4. And so there's been a fielding change where they've taken away the slip field and they've thrown him down to the deep backward square to defend those short deliveries. There will be a deep sweeper as well who covers the ball that will be cut away. And so it seems as if Mohamed Bulbulia is covering the deficiency of the bowling.
Which he really shouldn't be doing, in all honesty, especially at this level. Should be demanding a lot more of them. So Bata started with 2 quick deliveries, punished for 4, and then the next 2 deliveries almost slowing down in pace and just looking to pitch it up into that defensive area. And the captain has gone completely defensive as well here in the 12th over. Maybe the captain's just allowing him to get into some sort of a rhythm and into stride. So giving him that protection as you're speaking. But that really shouldn't be the situation. If they were now 90 for 2 or 90 for 1, how would he have then been thinking? So you need to be ahead of the game. And these are the type of things that Makwetu, I'm sure the coach is making notes of. He'll take keen notes, in fact, on this. Short outside the off stump. He's enjoying the pace or the lack of pace out of Mbata. And he's finding runs all around the wicket. So 61 for 2. And Mbata's first over goes for 11 runs. You need to be giving your young chargers a lot of confidence. You got to keep backing them as well to make sure that they have your backing, that you know that they're capable. And that's the type of an attitude you need to maybe just exude to the rest of the bowling attack especially. So I'm sure we'll see more of that from the captain. So now into the left-handed Kundu. Sony going around the wicket. Just making an adjustment to the fielder who's at fine third man. Again, just covering the area because he would be at a normal sort of a wide-ish third man area. He's brought him finer because there's no slip in position. So anything that runs through there, he's protecting the boundary.
There's an interesting composition of fielders. Just on that point area, you've spoken about the third man. The Indian team are watching very carefully. But that point region has 3 fielders in one area. You have a gully who's standing almost backward pointish. You have an actual backward point, and then you have a point fielder. All 3 of them in that one area. And then you're going to have your very fine third man in the deep.
So it wouldn't be a surprise to see Ndandosoni bowl the ball a little bit wider just to tempt a rash stroke from Kundu and maybe utilize those three fielders bunched up in that point region.
Down the leg side, that will be called a wide. Yeah, I've got a lot of questions on my mind right now regarding the field setting, and I mean, you are allowed to have extra fielders now. The power play is done, so there's still just the fine leg, fine third man, and also deep backward square. So you'd rather have maybe one of them on the boundary if you're really looking to protect it, instead of having three of them in that region that you're describing, saving one. Because through that gap, it's 4 runs. And this is when it matters that your coaching staff at least should have players of some repute that pick these things up, communicate it with the captains. This is when you teach them. You can't do it when the real competitions are on. When they're in the cut and thrust of world competitions. Much straighter there from Sony. He's obviously around the wicket, so he's forcing himself to keep it straight on that line. Now, again, the other thing about that field set tells me is that he should actually then be going over the wicket to try and go across the left-handed batsman, because he's got just a 3-man leg side field. So, yeah, the questions become, is it 4? There's a fine leg and a backward, deep backward square. So we do, in fact, have 3 fielders out, as Mpundula has just pointed out.
And also having those fielders in the leg side, that deep backward square and that deep fine leg, alongside the third man and that composition of point fielders where Jorik van Schalkwyk is going to walk back to now, it allows Ndandosoni to bowl either side of the wicket. So far, for the past couple of deliveries, he's been targeting the stumps. You have your mid-wicket is going to stop that, and if he does decide to go a little bit squarer, it's only going to be a 1 because of that deep backward square. So it is quite defensive as well here from South Africa.
There's the short ball, and he's put this away magnificently. Just 1 bounce before the boundary in front of mid-wicket. That is a measured stroke. He was waiting for the short delivery and was immediately latching onto that. So a wonderful boundary for Kundu to end the over. And India 66 for 2 after 13. The one other point to make is that if there was the fine leg fielder, if it was more long leg and then you had the backward square, then maybe the short pitch tactic would have worked. But he's certainly there just to stop the boundary. And to me, this is almost playing into the hands of this formidable Indian batting team.
I personally think that is an incredible stroke from Kundu to be able to hit it in front of square. That shot is, that delivery from Sony is one that normal batters would allow to come to them and then hook it around their shoulder. But then, with the way that Kundu played it, and I love the side-on picture that we shown by our producer, you'll see that he played it right in front of his body, which is able to hit it in front of square where there's no fielder. Because if he allows that to come towards him, and then he plays it to that deep backward square, it goes to Aman Manak, who will catch it. So he broke that elbow again to just make that ball go in front of square. It's a very good shot from Abhigyan Kundu that time.
It also tells me, looking at that replay, that kind of a stroke in the 13th over going in front of square tells me that there's lack of pace. Not necessarily the bowler, it may also be the way the pitch is playing, but to play it in front the way he did there and almost at will look to actually hike it, lift it, instead of just playing the conventional pull along the ground, tells you that he had so much of time. He's run him out. That's fantastic reactions from Mbata. Well, he needed something to give because it's not been going too well. And the batsman himself, in fact, just turned and walked. So what a unfortunate dismissal for Kundu. But a wonderful bit of awareness from Mbata. Quick reactions. And importantly, he's hit the stumps.
Oh, this reminds me of Alistair Cook in India, where he dodged the ball on 194 and lost his wicket. This was the same thing with Abhigyan Kundu, who was starting to get a roll going. Ball hit flat hard to Mbata. Excellent awareness. He was trying to dodge the ball, but he left his stumps wide open. What an accurate throw from Mbata. Pakamuhlaga, he saw that Kundu was not at home, and the wicketkeeper appealed. Umpire Shezi, aware that he was not making his ground. That's 3 wickets down now for India. That problematic partnership between Trivedi and Kundu gone now. 67 for 3.
Yeah, in fact, that replay also showed that Kundu was taking evasive action. He was more obviously worried about his self-preservation, as they say. We'll get another view on this one. I don't think he expected that the ball was going to actually hit the stumps. He was taking evasive action. He was airborne for a split second. And that was the reason why he didn't turn back very quickly to just get his bat back in the crease. So an unfortunate dismissal, a very good one for South Africa. They've broken that partnership. .43 runs for that third wicket. Just trying to see who the new batsman is that's come to the middle. Do they have the numbers? 20... Well, I can say it's another left-hander.
The reason why it's a little bit confusing, he's wearing the number 19. There's no 19 on the team list. They are quite left-handers. Havansh Singh, Ambrish. They're the next couple of left-handers who will be in the squad. But we'll wait until we get that. But should be Havansh Singh, who's currently batting for India. But the key thing here for South Africa is that they've gotten rid of the top three. Top 3 comprising of really good players. Aslam Kota evades the commentary box. David Midgley will come back to join us. But the key thing here for South Africa is we see the end of over number 14 and 67 for 3. So the key wickets that they've gotten, Vaibhav Suryavanshi. No introduction needed for him. Aaron George, the vice-captain, who becomes an anchorman for India, losing his wicket early. No Ayush Matre, no Vian Malhotra, who are all injured. And so now, they're into the middle order with Ntando. But ultimately, the next key wicket here is that of Vedant Trivedi, who is an absolute menace once he gets going. Shown what he did in Australia, shown what he did around the world, really, for India under 19.
I haven't yet greeted you. Very good morning to you, Mpendulo.
Do you mean that when we were here before the game started, we didn't greet each other?
On
David?
air. I haven't forgotten about you.
Oh, he's gone! Vedant Trivedi loses his wicket. Ball being clapped up on the ground and it's being caught at backward point. Paul James takes the catch and it's 67 for 4.
Ntando Yenko Sisoni coming in for his third over, and what a way to begin the over. He starts with a dot, follows it up with the magic delivery, And the captaincy has paid dividends. You've won the toss, you've decided to bowl. And 4 wickets early here means that you feel confident. It's a real nothing stroke, really, from the youngster there. Just kind of chipped it, really, to the man at backward point. No real forethought in how he would approach that stroke. Trivedi's gone for 21. And 67 for 4 is where India under 19 find themselves.
That was a real loose shot from Vedant Trivedi. He wasn't happy with himself either. It was there to be driven. Definitely there to be driven. I don't know, it feels like his weight shifted backwards when he was playing the shot. Just take a look at his back foot. It doesn't go through to the ball. Just goes nowhere and throws his hands at it. And then it's an easy catch for Paul James.
I immediately arrive, 1 ball, take a wicket, and we'll have a bit of a drink. So got the magic touch here for the South Africans. New man to the crease, R.S. Ambrish. 6 innings thus far in his youth ODI career, 125, averaging 31, with just that 1 half century, that's 66 not out. And so he walks to the crease with India in some trouble. The only concern that South African fans may have at this point is that nagging feeling at the back of their mind that we'll get to in just a second. Aaron George, the first to go. Jeroen van Schalkwyk off the bowling of Bayana Majola. And then Patla Matlaka with an absolute screamer of a catch from Bason's bowling. Trivedi, he got going, and then he had to go when Dandasoni picked up that wicket with that last delivery. And then that silly dismissal there for Kundu, where he was run out by Bandile Mbata, means that there are 2 new batters at the crease. And Pendula, the thing that nags at the back of my head as a South African, having seen what these 2 sides are capable of in youth ODI, is we were in a similar position, were South African fans, in the last game that these 2 sides played at the exact same venue in a semi-final of a World Cup. Was it not very similar sort of instance?
The ultimate result at that time was that India were able to win the match. And that is the worrying thing. They were able to win. And even in the tri-series earlier on before the World Cup, where they were playing in Johannesburg, alongside Afghanistan and South Africa, that tri-series, India were able to get on top of South Africa as well. And the only player who's here who was there then is Ntandosoni. And so you alluded to this fact earlier here, David, that South Africa and India, South Africa have fallen short more often than they would like. Be it a knockout stage of an event, be it a series like we are watching now, be it a tri-series like we did last year.
Yeah, that's a concern. Looking back at that game, South Africa under 19 taking on India under 19, the February 6th of 2024, India under 19 were 32 for 4. The next wicket fell at 203. Massive partnership in that instance, and this is almost a similar situation in which India found themselves in that last game. So the question is, how do the South Africans keep the momentum, and how do the Indian players stem the flow?
This is where the depth of the Indian team will be tested, because with Ambrish out there and with Singh out there, who've only faced 4 balls between them, it is time to restart the innings now for India. And luckily enough, they have a lot of time in the game, still 36 overs to go, but South Africa are on top here. They really are on top. Sony's bowling well. And so India actually need to go into a little bit of a shell. Be happy with 3-4 runs and over. Work themselves to over number 27. Work themselves to over number 30. Keeping this partnership intact. help it get to 40, 50 runs. And then once we get to your over number 30s and early number 40s, then you can start being a bit more expressive. And they have the players to do that.
Yeah, in the post-match of that particular game, Saharan said, I knew it was just a matter of one partnership. And so, to your point with a foolish delivery there, it's a matter of one partnership here. You don't necessarily have to try and rush things along. You said they've got, 3/4 of a game left to go, or an innings rather. And so the strike rate is not a concern. Time in the middle must be the focus in order to get that partnership that they're looking for.
And that was the worrying signs with Trivedi and Kundu. 33-run partnership. And they had bolted well over 7 overs. And for them to lose their wickets within an overs period forces now India to start again. 15 overs completed, 68 for 4. And this is why the game you're talking about here, David, last time they played.
Yeah, Luandre Pretorius and Richard Seletswane getting half centuries. And Mapaka getting 3 early wickets, and Loose cleaning up at the back end. But it's Sachin Das and Uday Saharan that really put the game to bed because they were under pressure. 32 for 4 in that game, right here at Willamore Park in Benoni. And the ability to pull it back, Mapaka struggled after getting off to an absolute screamer. And so how do they respond in this game? Yes, the squad is not the same. Of course it wouldn't be. But the mentality, the mindset has to transfer here for these youngsters.
Also, on top of that, it's a culture thing, the type of cricket that you want to play as a team. The cricket that they played last against the Indian team didn't bring a victory because of that partnership. They've broken a partnership, a key one now. It's about just applying that pressure. And I like the fact that now with Bandi Lembata, they've brought back Slip Adnan Lahadin, stands next to Patlamushar. And Bata has gotten back now to hitting the correct areas. His first over went for 11. His previous one just going for 1. And so if you keep on piling up the pressure, eventually one of these batters will look for a big shot. And that's what might cost them a wicket. But it's very tempting here from Batam. He has protection in the deep. There is a deep cover. Arman Manak. So if they do get an expansive drive, it's going to be stopped there in the deep. JJ Basson stands at the 3rd man. So if the cut goes through the slip cordon, there's still defenses. So Bandile Mbata is bowling to his field really well here. And they're okay going at 3s and 4s, South Africa.
I want to highlight quickly young Manak, part of a twin, and his brothers playing for Central Gladiators in Cubs at the moment. The Central Gladiators were in trouble earlier when I had a look, but it's always tough to separate brothers, even more so when you have twins, because you don't want to wrap them up in the same sort of sphere. One can find his own way and find his own journey.
Arman, currently in the team, a stunning batter. My goodness, the boy is amazing to watch in your screen right now. Played well in the Kamachola week. Represented St. David's Maristinanda in the schools SA20. He can flow really well. Top order batter. And then his brother, Morteza Manak, bats more in the middle order. Just as talented with the bats, but he also brings great prowess with the ball, Morteza Manak. But Mbata here, he is on the mark here. He is bowling really good. 11 runs in his first over, 1 in his previous with a great run out. And now a maiden over. This is why he's here. After 16, 68 for 4.
Let's have a look at those group stage games. South Africa kick off their competition at the ICC Under-19 Men's World Cup at Windhoek against Afghanistan. Not a great hunting ground for South African teams. Obviously, you remember that one-off game between Namibia and South Africa at that Windhoek stadium, in which South Africa came up short. But hopefully this side. And then another African side in Tanzania making an appearance at an Under-19 World Cup. We've seen Nigeria pop up in competitions past. And then they wrap things up against the West Indies. So by no means an easy group stage. You want to say that, yes, as a South African fan, you'd be confident of the ability to win all 3 games. But Pendulo, you know that at this level, everybody wants to shine and anybody could shine on the day.
Afghanistan, pretty good under-19 unit. Good stop from Jorik van Schalkwyk. Bulbulia, wayward throw. It's a good stop from Lachatin, backing up. Always back up. Make sure that when the ball is thrown, you are guarding the fielder who has to stomp the ball. Good work from South Africa.
These wicket keepers with their wayward throws, Jeepers, can't take them anyway. He's done well there, as Van Schalkwyk to get a hand to that. I thought for a certainty that it was going to race away to the boundary. Brilliant catch earlier on as well. So loves his time in the field.
Record holder, of course, Jorik van Schalkwyk. Most runs in an innings for an under-19 player. Abhigyan Kundu, he did score 209, becoming the second 200 on the list, but that was an unofficial ODI. That man on your screen that you just saw, Jorik van Schalkwyk, he holds the record, 215 runs against Zimbabwe. And that was a follow-up from 164 that he got against Bangladesh. An incredible talent, Jorik van Schalkwyk. Dandosoni, just as talented with the ball, the Warriors man. Wouldn't be surprised to see him in an SA20 shirt in a couple of seasons' times, Dandosoni.
We've spoken about the balance of sides and looking at RS Amrish here for India under-19. He's the joint highest wicket taker in youth ODIs versus England. 8 wickets in 5 games. He scored 111 runs, including a half century in that series. And how important is it for somebody like that to be in your side in terms of the balance? You want to be able to pick 6 batters, and yet India have an embarrassment of riches, if you will, picking your all-rounder at number 6.
Skilled Ambrish. Surely must have been a miss not being in the Asia Cup for India. He's here now. Hasn't really hit good run of form, RS Ambrish, but geez, like you mentioned against England, he did play really well. So he'd be hoping to get that form back in as he makes his way back into the side. Ambrish, 17 overs gone, 69 for 4. And he has a platform here to bat big and bat long alongside Havansh Singh. He also does play professionally. Plays for Tamil Nadu. Alongside Pradosh Ranjan Paul, we saw a couple of years ago score 150 alongside South Africa A. It's going to be cut away. JJ Basson is going to stop it at the 3rd. They move to 70. It's really hard work here for India right now, but it's absolute discipline from South Africa.
Yeah, not only with the conditions and the opposition that they're facing, it may be a little bit of a shift from them coming from India this time of the year. Normally quite cooler temperatures, not like Indian summers, the South African summers at all. Maybe more so towards the coast in Durban, but certainly on the high veld, not as humid and screamingly hot, but certainly a challenge nevertheless. New over from Bandile Mbata. Soni's just snuck away with a single in that previous over, and it was just so effective in keeping things quiet here as India look to rebuild.
Of course, these overs, this is what you're going to expect, especially if you lost those wickets so earlier on in the innings. You're going to try and dog it out. And the real advantage for South Africa is that these are their change-up bowlers. Oh, it looks straight. Big appeal from Bata. Umpire cluster. She is not interested in South Africa's appeal.
Yeah, just an indication there from her that it's pitched outside the line of leg stump. Bata coming over the wicket to a left-hander. And there you go, just pitching outside the line of leg stump, particularly when you can see off stump and part of centre. It's going to be a hard task to try and persuade the umpire. But what it crucially means for South Africa, again, is that it's a dot. You wonder if something in the region of 250 may be good enough.
It's going to require a lot of discipline from India from this point onwards. A little bit of a lazy stroke as well. Just threw his hands at it, but luckily enough, the ball does pitch outside that leg stump. Must pitch in line with the stumps in order for you to be in the game. So, real struggles for Havansh Singh. Struggles for RS Ambrish. Oh, this pitch is a little bit straighter, but there were two sounds. The appeal's a little bit more stifled.
Hopeful stuff here from Bandile Mbata, but what he is doing is asking questions of Havansh Singh, and at the moment, Havansh Singh doesn't really have the answers to what Mbata is offering. Yeah, just two sounds there, maybe a little bit of extra height as well. He's not the tallest bowler, but certainly able to extract a bit of skiddy bounce.
It would be so awesome if he had a little bit of a leg cutter, straighten it, pitching it straight. But he has made that adjustment, seeing that he can find a gap between bat and pad rather. Bowls that one a little bit straighter, but it straightens with the line. Excellent stuff from South Africa here. The pressure is piling on. Havansh on 2 from 12. RS 2 from 13. 71 for 4.
What a handy over it was from Bandile Mbata. 2 not out appeals from him for leg before, but the questions that he's asking is one about line and length and how do you play it on a surface that certainly has challenged the batters today. Nobody has felt as though they're on top. Soni beginning his 5th over. I want to highlight here, Mpendulo, the way in which Ntando Soni has bowled. Ntando Yenkosi is his full name. Almost a sentence of a name. But certainly he's left the Indian batters without words. 1 for 9 from 4. Incredibly miserly stuff here from him.
His first over was a little bit loose. Oh, Ambrish gets to loosen himself out. White half volley from Soni. First poor delivery in a long time. Rightfully punished for 4.
Well, he silenced me with that stroke. His first over was not a great one, and then he bowled a couple on the trot that were very handy and tidy, but that one was leaned into and crunched away. Something you want to watch over and over again.
He's really starting to loosen himself out here, Ambrish. See, and here comes the risk now, David, about this period being a boring period for both batters and bowlers. As a bowler, you need to keep on your lines and lengths, because the moment you just stray off a little bit, both batters will pounce on it like that. And that normally happens when a bowler starts searching for something. They feel like they've built enough pressure. Let's go for the stumps, maybe. Ooh, a little bit too wide, you're going to get smashed. Let's go for the stumps, maybe. Ooh, a little bit too straight, you get smashed. And then you try to overcompensate and get your lines right, and that's where you start losing it. So Sonic recalibrates, and he gets back to where he needs to work. But the damage has been done here for India in the context of the match. 4 runs is a very big win from the period that they are suffering from.
Yeah, Sonny's got to ask himself what he wants to bowl. Because when you are in this middle period, the risk, the temptation is certainly to try and search for that wicket, go and yearn for that magic delivery. But it so easily can backfire if you're not careful. Got lucky with that last delivery. Overpitched and maybe not quite the placement that he wanted. So 1 ball remaining in this, the 19th.
It's really good from Sony. He too himself will know that that second ball that was hit for 4 was a poor one. And he's steadily moved it away from his mind and he's gone back to good operations. But it's very impressive application here from the Indian batters. Ooh. If Van Schalkwyk was just centimeters to his right, could have thrown in a dive. Another little bit of a lazy stroke there from Ambrish, but it ends the over with no harm done. 5 runs taken from it, 76 for 4.
You speak about the hesitancy with which he's played that stroke, and I think it's an indication of a lack of confidence in the pace of the wicket. You know, they've spent a little bit of time out there, both Singh and Haris Ambrish, 12 and 19 deliveries faced respectively, still on single figures, and I think that they're trying to gauge the pace and bounce of this wicket. They're not really feeling 100% confident as Ntando Soni goes off for a bit of a comfort break. Looks like Michael Kreiskamp, the young man from Bishops, is elected to field.
Oh, just under the hands of Paul James, standing at backward point. And he's standing really close. He's almost on the square. And the ball still doesn't reach. Died on his way. Lucky there, Havansh Singh.
Again, it looks like they're not completely convinced of the pace of the wicket, the bounce. That maybe there's a bit of a slope as well, and they're trying to react rather than be proactive in how they play it. Traditionally, yes, the ball would come onto the bat and that would fly away, but he's got the outside half of the bat, and that just indicates to me that he's not confident in where he wants to play his strokes, how hard he wants to throw the bat at it. And as a result, it almost seems like they're at 6s and 7s. Drop catch opportunity as well. Maybe a bit flat-footed there from Paul James.
It's really good stuff from Bata ever since coming back. A little bit of extra bounce as well there, just drowning the batter off the shot. And Bandile Mbata does come from 4 wickets in that warm-up game for South Africa under-19 versus the South African Invitational. They brought most talented of the under-19 players they could find. They put them together. They played about 4 days ago. Adnan Lahadin on your screen scoring 125 was really good. The wicketkeeper who's standing on his right, Letsabo Phahlamohlaga, and the fight back scoring 150. So good runs in their bag here, South Africa under 19. The good work from Havansh Singh to climb over the ball. That's Haris Ambrish stands over the ball. It's going to be one.
Far more confident in playing that stroke. Got on top of it nicely, read the bounce well. Was able to guide it away onto the offside. By no means a walk in the park here. You earn your keep here as a batter. And I wonder what that will mean for the South African innings.
I think they've seen that you can't really throw hard hands at the ball here. It's just going to pop up. It's going to be caught. That's what happened earlier on with Vedant Trivedi popping it to backward point Jean-Luc van Schalkwyk, where he got caught. Surya Vanshi went with hard hands against JJ Passon and got the outside edge. But this is that wicket of Vedant Trivedi. Just see, went really hard at it. These two, they're playing with softer hands, which is why the ball is dying out, and why you're seeing like sometimes they're not playing with that much conviction. The shots are much more with softer hands. And when they do play with conviction, like that last ball, the ball get amply stopped in the field. So it's really good bowling here for South Africa. They end over number 20 with the score on 79 for 4 at the beautiful Willowmore Park. Look at how pretty that is.
Bathed in glorious sunshine here on Gauteng's East Rand. Let's have a look at those two scores from the warm-up game. Lachadin, as you mentioned, 143. Jorik van Schalkwyk with 57. Arman Monak didn't score runs in that game, but did in the SA Colts versus SA Schools game at the end of the Kai Majola under 19 week. Mbata with those 4. Bayana Majola with 3. Patla Mahlaga with 150 from 127, ably supported by Adam Creer. And, well, now there's going to be a bit of a change. South Africa deciding that Jason Rolls will have to do the ball, or do something with the ball, maybe tossing it up, offering some juicy flighted deliveries, because with the surface being what it is in Pendula, you might suspect that he could find a wicket from a false stroke.
I was wondering when the slow bowler is going to come in. Jason Rolls, one of the smarter ones rolling around. Very good in the T20s, going at run 4.5.
Was that pun intended? Rolling around?
Maybe I have a God-given talent. I do it without even realizing. But speaking about talents, Jason Rolls certainly is one of them. We have an opportunity to assess the other players now for India outside of their top order. But look at that economy rates, 4.5 runs to the over. Doesn't get too many wickets, hence the average being so high. But when your spin bowler comes in, goes at around 4 runs to the over, less than 5. I think you'll be happy with that return for a couple of overs, bowl him for 6-7 overs, and you're done.
In addition, you have to note two things for my viewpoint. One, he's not an out-and-out spinner. And so understanding his role in the team is going to be crucial for him and how he contributes with ball in hand. The other side is how well can you bowl, how tidily can you bowl to Indian batters. On a surface, it's not going to rip. Maybe it'll offer a little bit of inconsistent bounce or uneven bounce. How do you keep them quiet? Because we all know how well Indian batters play the turning ball. But how can you try and quell their fire?
Coming from the Ekurhuleni end, there's a good patch outside the off stump for the left-hander. Not really targeting it, coming over around the wicket. So there's a nice patch just outside the off stump of the left-hander. You can actually take a look at it right now. And so I would have thought that Jason Rolls was going to come over the wicket to try and spin the ball towards the stumps. It's just lingering out there. And the fact that it's two left-handers, I feel like it's an opportunity unused by South Africa.
Well, added to that is the long boundary on the leg side. And so if he does hit with the spin and go after you, there's certainly an opportunity for your for your fielding side to make inroads there.
So I think they should realize this, South Africa, and try to use it to their advantage. The fans are here watching, trying to see if any smarts are going to be used. And Jason Rolls, I think if it would be much better if he does come over the wickets and try and target that outside off stump. And you can see now we're coming to the chalet end. Less to work with for Bandile Mbata. But he's using it well after getting those 4 wickets in the invitational game in this very ground. So you can see the confidence is just oozing with him with the way he's bowling now. Lesabo Patla Mohlaga is going to stand up.
Good tidy start there for Bandile Mbata. And that's a question that will be asked of these two Indian batters. How do you deal with the keeper in your pocket, so to speak?
Big hit. Oh, that is lovely. Havansh Singh takes on the ball that is bowled a little bit short from Bata. It's an erroneous delivery, but a splendid shot to take it back into the stands.
Took some time to get going, did Harvansh Singh, but when the opportunity has presented himself, he just launched that away. It was a short delivery and just sat up. And the first 6 of the morning, if you're going to stand up to the stumps, well, you've got to be able to bowl the lengths required.
That's it. That's the strange thing, David. All this time, from your first over that win for 11, these 4 overs in between, you've been on the money lengthwise because you understand that your pace doesn't allow you to bowl short. That's why you went for 11 in your first over. And now you've built trust on your wicketkeeper to stand up. And if you take a look at that 6 again, and now when the wicketkeeper is actually standing up, then you decide to bowl a little bit shorter. If the ball is left there by Havansh Singh, it's a hard take for Lethabo Patla Mohlaga to take with the ball being that short. And now with the error, he comes back to his normal standing position. And now he starts hitting the money properly. So just a real error there from Bandile Mbata costs him 6 runs and he's back to normal operations.
So will this be an opportunity for Havansh Singh to really go after the South African bowlers? It remains to be seen. But a decision nevertheless by Patla Mohlaga just to stand back. If the plan is indeed for Mbata to bowl the occasional short ball, as you said, it makes wicket keeping all that more challenging. And not really the field that you would expect to accompany some short pitch bowling. You've got third man as well as a cover sweeper. It's very narrow between mid on and mid off. So the question is, well, why would you want to bowl anything short?
Oh, it's up into the air. It's a long chase. And it's a good chase that puts the ball down. It was a mighty effort from Daniel Bosman having to run from fine leg, but that's the opportunity Bandile Mbata creates. It's been put down, and it's a life for Havansh Singh. It's the end of over number 22. The score was 90 for 4, and with that dropped catch, we will see a change in commentary. Aslam Kota comes back.
Daniel Bosman will be very unhappy with himself. He was moving quickly and then had to adjust as that ball started to come down. And a genuine opportunity, Gona begging here. He's come on as the substitute fielder as Ntando Soni went off for a bit of a comfort break, but that's really disappointing. South Africa usually try and keep themselves in high standards in the field. It's a tidy start there from Jason Rolls. Yeah, really disappointing from the South Africans. Normally so good with the field. Nearly a return catch for Rolls. He'd have to go in front of the non-striker to try and effect that take. Aslam Kota has taken a seat alongside me. That's disappointing, really.
You're talking about the catch, the dropped catch? I must say he made very good ground, and the intensity of the run, trying to get underneath it, and then maybe just looking to get the perfect position to gather the ball, and that didn't happen, and that's why he grasped it. So you can't fault him for the effort.
I think I'm harsh, Aslam, because I know what that wicket would have meant for the South Africans. Understanding the context of the game, yes, it was a difficult catch, but if it had been affected, I suspect South Africa would feel that they're really on the money here.
No, but your point is well made.
It's tucked away onto the onside. There's a genuine chase here as they'll come back for the second and even consider a third. The boundary is that big. They won't take on the arm, though.
Yeah, Singh seemed to be crawling back for that second run. There was certainly a third in it if they chanced it. But like I say, your point is well made. What I've learned over time is that even with umpiring and decision making, you tend to make your own observation, and then immediately it's necessary to think and relate what you think the umpire is.
Lovely stroke onto the onside, just on one knee. And suitably dispatched. A great stroke there. Rolls with hands on hips. Not quite sure what he's done wrong there, but credit to Umbrish there for that sumptuous stroke.
A very good stroke. In fact, a measured stroke, simply because he knows that there's nobody at the back of square or backward of square. So he was even happy to loft it into that area, hoping perhaps that he would get a six. I must say that that particular boundary is probably somewhere near 75, maybe even 78 meters. So it's a long hit. Sambata continues, and he has a rather long run-up for a genuine medium pacer. But he's managed to keep things a little quiet after the opening over with that went for 11 runs. And I was interested in the discussion you were having now regarding the wicketkeeper standing up and how does it suit a bowler or not. And it was one that was brought to the fore in the recently completed test, Ashes test, when Alex Carey stood so magnificently against Scott Boland.
Hammered away. It was short and spanked away. He wasn't going to miss out on that one. Glorious stroke, 4 runs.
Seems to enjoy anything short on the leg side. There's Ambrish. That's really well pulled. And apparently, in all his career, he had never had a keeper stand up to him. So it was a mental adjustment for him. But not too long after, it was a case of the confidence in the wicketkeeper. And we've seen pictures go around the world about how well Alex Carey was gathering that and how classy he was. So the more often you do it, the better it gets.
This one's cut away. There is protection down there in the deep, so they'll just get the single. And the other instance you speak of with Alex Carey is Michael Neser in that pink test where he got those 5 wickets. The ability of a good wicketkeeper to stand up to a bowler and the ability to confidently take everything behind the stumps is just such a reassuring thing for a bowler.
Yeah, good word, reassuring. So the bowler's confidence, he mustn't be overthinking. He must keep to his task at hand. And the wicketkeeper knows exactly the responsibility he's taken to stand up there.
And this is disappointing from the South Africans. Just sloppy really means they get through for a freebie there in an overthrow. We were just complimenting the South African team, and then a bit of senseless fielding there.
Yeah, so unnecessary. Those are the little things that South Africa will brush up on within the next week or so before they head to Namibia for their opening match in the Under-19 World Cup, or matches. But has kept it very straight. Yeah, look, I mean, I've grown up in front of wicket keepers that stood up on matting wickets to the likes of, you wouldn't know him, but Hussein Ayub and a number of other great.
He was a coaching educator for Cricket South Africa. He
Correct.
did my level one with me, Mr. Ayub.
Right. So early in the 90s, he was pretty busy with that. He in fact wrote up the initial coaching courses for
Wow.
Cricket South Africa. Yeah. And he had a club level for college cricket club. That's the end of the over, 103 for 4 after 24. And also for Transvaal, the province that they both played for. Ibrahim Bamji, his nickname was Chicken. Don't ask me why. This fella used to stand up to some of the finest quick bowlers on matting wickets. And there was nothing about acrobatics in that. It was just those soft hands, fantastic hand-eye coordination. And he inspired many to do the same. And of course, before him, of that great Abed family of Cape Town, Lobo Abed till today, those who lived to see him and played with him and have watched all the modern keepers still say he's incomparable as a wicketkeeper standing up. Sali Lobo Abed, his full name. Lobo is the nickname, and of a great stock of brothers represented Western Province in cricket, Coloured Union.
Neatly played off the back foot, but again, Jurg van Schalkwyk gets a hand to that. Lovely stuff there from him.
Well judged that. Can easily just beat you and then run away for 4. So the timing was perfect.
Another wicketkeeper who stood up with great ease that comes to mind is Jack Russell.
Correct.
Unbelievably good with his hands and made it look so effortless.
And I'm sure there were many others who were exceptional. But what stand out for me there is, medium fast and fast. That can't be easy. And then doing that on matting wickets, that must have been quite a task as well. But as I said, there must be so many others that were really fine wicket keepers. It was just good to see this happening in an Ashes test where...
In the air, but it'll fall safely. They'll jog through for a single. It was agonizingly close to Daniel Bosman. The ball seems to be chasing him at the moment. But this time he wasn't able to get a hand to it. So just the single there.
Yeah, I think the point to make there is tactically how he changed the game on 2 occasions. It was good to see. I mean, we still see it in modern days where the captain or the bowlers or fielders will say, listen, this chap's advancing down the crease all the time. You need to maybe stand up and limit his movements. So we see that happen. But that's just to limit the player's movements. But to actually see bowlers then go through and pick up wickets is a wonderful passage of the game to watch and even describe.
That's very cheeky. It's very cheeky. He knew exactly where he wanted to play that. Very fine. There's 2 men chasing it. They're going to come back for the third off the back of a bit of a fumble down there at third man, but it was such an intelligent stroke that he's played there.
Yeah, I think he's got a good idea of what roles he's able to do. He's not getting that much a turn. And the fact that he's just got his back foot across, was able to just jab that down. Beautifully played. Cheeky stroke. 3 runs.
Again, Bosson is having the ball run after him. Halfway through this inning, South Africa having elected to bowl at the toss have picked up 4 wickets. And India at the halfway mark, 109 for 4. Aslam, I want to pick your brain a little bit about how, in your time watching cricket and commentating on this beautiful game over the last few years, what is the biggest change you've noticed within South African developmental structures for the positive that you've seen? You know, there's the event of so many different tournaments, but what do you think has been an important shift or an important direction that South African developmental cricket has taken, as we see Bayanda Majola return this time from the chalet end?
Yeah, there are many layers to answer that question. I think fundamentally the fact that we've kept our eye on the ball as far as the quotas and the targets are concerned, transformation.
Plays this away to the sweeper out there in the deep, just the one available.
Is very much the key, because I think if you get that right, the rest of it falls into place. So clearly all the unions around the country are obviously looking to do that. It does differ from region to region, I must say, in the way it's been implemented and how they've made it work. So that's maybe the one point to make initially to get it out of the way. But the fact that so much more cricket is being played at schools level, and even just beyond schools, all of the cricket weeks that are taking place, including girls and ladies cricket.
Square leg pushed out. And that is an absolute pearl of a delivery. You thought for a moment, Aslam, he was going to bowl the short one, the deep square and the fine legger out. You thought, here comes the bumper and the double bluff, as he bowls a back of a length delivery, and the wicketkeeper Soni and his accompanying slip in Adnan Lakhadin were licking their chops. This one's fuller and driven with some confidence out there in the deep, and the fumble means that they get back for 2. Partnership now worth 45.
Yeah, what I want to say quickly about Bayanda Majola, that this particular pitch, I think, is tailor-made for him. Having watched him initially, I was looking to see if there's the ability to penetrate, but he seems to be more of that holding type of bowler, and when he does get a pitch that's going to assist him, he'll pick up wickets.
Straighter this time, as he just works that away onto the onside for the single. These two nearing a milestone for this partnership.
Yeah, so just to go back to the question that you raised, to me that's the one area that's been very impressive. And long before democracy in '94 and mixed cricket as we see it today,
what a handsome stroke. Overpitched, it was a half volley, and stroked away with some confidence. That's the 50 partnership between these two. Havansh Singh and Ambrish coming together at the score at 67 for 4, and this 50 partnership will be invaluable for India under 19.
Yeah, I think what we've seen with Ambrish is he has realized that this is not coming onto the bat as you would anticipate. So it's all good measured strokes all around the wicket, and that was just class. Wait into the stroke, and then finding the gap, and that runs away to the longest boundary at Willamore Park for 4. Good to watch.
Well, Bayanda Majola wants to respond to that half volley with a bumper, and the bouncer not as effective as he's able to sway out of the way of that one. Thought for a moment that he might ramp at it, but decided against it, and so the over has come to a close. 26 have been bowled, 117 for 4.
Yeah, and the last point to make, I think, is as I was saying, pre-democracy, the one thing about South African cricket, or white South African cricket, was that the school system was so strong that it produced great cricketers throughout the ages. And now the opportunity now, the fact that there are mixed schools and that there are families that can afford to send their youngsters to cricketing schools, established cricketing schools has created that kind of an environment which now everyone benefits from.
It's knocked down the ground for a single to start the over.
But having said that, I need to make one point, David, that I've done for the last, 20 some odd years being in the media, is that the authorities, the hierarchy of cricket must not ignore township and suburban schools cricket. We talk about Dale Steyn from Palabora. Who would expect that one of the world's great fast bowlers would come from almost an indistinct area of this country? And like that, I'm sure there are many other examples. That one just comes to mind.
Makhaintini from Dingy.
There we go. And that too, the system was begging for talent. And it needed somebody like... I'm trying to think of his coach, who discovered him and actually brought him into East London for
Raymond Boy.
Raymond Boy.
That's the name.
Yep.
Just another single day.
It needed somebody of that ilk and that vision to say this is somebody we can use, and of course the rest is history.
It's driven off the back foot. Happy to just rotate the strike here, hitting it down the ground to long on and long off. Confident in their build-up.
So what needs to happen right now is that Cricket South Africa, the sports ministry, which is government,
it's tucked away behind square on the onside. Another single to end the rolls over. 4 from it. 1-2-1 for 4.
that they need to now commit themselves to producing cricketing schools within those township and suburban environments to spread the net even wider. If we're looking for black African cricketers who need to bat at the top of the order and so on, you need them in numbers. And from there you will then pick out the outstanding, and the standout players will then come through the system on their own. But if you keep looking to have the private schools produce that for you, that's not going to happen, because coaches and even the teachers there and the heads of department have their own, call it an agenda. So when it comes to picking teams and so forth, so I think that needs to happen, and the quicker the better.
Start of Bayanda Majola's 7th over. 1 for 35 thus far.
Well, he's got good stamina. It's an unbroken 6 overs that he's already bowled.
Got an important name within South African cricket, Bayanda Majola. And tell us a little bit more, if you could, about the Majola name within South African cricket circles.
Very interesting.
For those who aren't aware, Kaya Majola's name is the one attached to the National Under-19 week, but you'll tell us a little bit more about Kaya Majola.
Well, starting with Kaya Majola, of course, he was a fantastic left-handed all-rounder, bowled right-handed off-spin and batted left-handed, and he was a middle-order stalwart. Captained the Eastern Province for...
Cut away. That is a confident stroke. There's a lot of work to do here down in the deep. He's not going to get there. And it will tear away to the boundary for a most welcome 4.
Amrish is really stylish. He's played all around the wicket, and every time he's unleashed these sweet-looking strokes, they've just been a joy to watch. Beautifully chops down on that, finds the gap as well, and it runs away for 4. He's produced a number of excellent-looking strokes. And from a partnership point of view, a telling one, because he's now moved to 58, the best of the innings so far. And he's also got Bayanda Majola, who's decided to come around the wicket. Easier to pick up the length when the bowler is around into you, instead of the ball being bowled by a right arm seamer running it away from you. There's just that element of difficulty in picking up the length. So he's done well.
He just played it so late. He played it so late, and that's why it looks so effortless in playing such a stroke. Somebody that comes to mind with brilliant wrists, Hashim Amla.
Yeah, so now trying to lock him up for room, going around the wicket to try and straighten things up a bit.
Nurdles this away onto the onside for the single. But you were speaking to us about the Majola name.
Yes. So Kaya was a fantastic all-rounder, and he captained the Eastern Province, I think, in the history of non-racial cricket. He stands out as one of the longest-serving captains for a provincial side. Of course, Mongezi Majola, his brother, who you will remember was the CEO of South African cricket.
That's exactly what he's trying to achieve here, Majola. He's coming around the wicket to try and tuck things up. Singh looking to play a bit of a hook stroke as a shadow shot, but at the end of 28 overs, it is 126 for 4.
So it'll give me a time to just ramble on about the wonderful, famous family of the Eastern Cape. And Mongezi then went on to play for the South African 19 schools. He captained them, scored 100 in Lenasia, which I had the pleasure of watching. Kaya's highest score at Lenasia that I did watch was, I think, 70 odd, and it was a very long, slow innings because he was obviously defending to keep his team in the match. So Mongezi was an out-and-out batsman and a very, very good outfielder. But the history goes back to their dad and the area of Eastern Cape, where they were very prolific, not just as a cricketing family, but the entire village and the community were very heavily involved in rugby. And I can tell you that the Majolas played rugby too. So there's a great history there, and they put a lot of store and importance into the advancement of its sport, even though the facilities were beyond what you would see anywhere. But they love sport. And they continued playing it for such a long time that it brushed off. And at one stage, for a long time, throughout the 1800s and even the early 1900s, the leading producer, province that produced black cricket was certainly the Eastern Cape. And this whole fallacy about the fact that cricket only went into the black African communities in the 1980s and 1990s is completely false. And cricket was played in all of those regions long before the turn of the last century.
It's a decent job here by Jason Rolls with ball in hand. They're going to come back for 2, very confident in their running. They ran the first one hard, but I think that the key here for Jason Rolls is he's got to keep it quiet. He conceded just the 24 runs from his 4 overs, so a little bit 4.4 overs, a little bit expensive, but the key is that he needs partnerships from both sides. It cannot just be his effort to try and tide the game back, himself needing to contribute with ball in hand. Much better delivery, and he gets a hand to that off of his own bowling. Just the one available there.
Yeah, he's got protection on both sides. They've plugged the gap where the previous shot was hit for 4 by Ambrish, the left-hander. That he hit for that lofted sweep shot. So they've blocked that area. They've got a short, fine leg as well. So basically just trying to protect the runs right now. I'd like to perhaps see him maybe go over the wicket to the lefties and just to see if there's any kind of purchase there. This is just to try something. And to just finish up with Kaya himself, I mean, at the time when South African cricket was united in 1991, 1992, he was then at this time a stage in his life where he was retiring, and immediately he was brought up to the Transvaal, to Johannesburg, where along with Dr. Ali Bacher, then put their heart and soul into the development program. provincially and nationally, and he was very much a key to. In fact, him and Hussein Ayub were partners for a long, long time until Ayub then got recruited to look after cricket in Africa. Change of bowling on the other side, so a 7-over spell has come to an end.
Paul James has been given the ball, and with his first over, he'll want to make inroads. South Africa seem to be really complicit in this proliferation of runs for India, because they seem to be just wanting to bowl for the sake of it rather than to try and cause some concern. Going through the motions a little bit, that one will be wide.
Yeah, and just to end, Kaya Majola then for a long time was a key person at Cricket South Africa to oversee the entire development program. And of course, we saw the fruits of it. He even captained the Soweto team for a number of seasons in the Premier League in Johannesburg, and then took a number of promising youngsters for a tour to England.
Is my mind correct in saying, is this one is a little bit of a knock on there, is my mind correct in saying that he played for Alex Cricket Club at one point? Briefly, maybe?
He may have, but I think the focus was Soweto Cricket Club.
Yes, no, certainly.
And not long after he had arrived, he fell ill. And I must say that his illness didn't last too long, and he unfortunately passed away.
Headed down to Basson, a third man. Just open the blade there, just to get through that single.
Yeah, and he was a great loss to South African cricket because everything had to be readjusted. Remember, Hussein Ayub was almost retiring from his job in Africa, and then he was asked to continue for another 2 years. So they were short of personnel, especially in leadership. So Kaya's death left a big hole.
It's much better from James.
And in the end, just to complete it all, David, was that it was a fantastic gesture from Cricket South Africa to then name the famous Nuffield Week, which has a history of 100 years of its own, to be changed to the Kaya Majola Cricket Week. And a wonderful testament to his contribution in both the eras.
Bit of positivity there in trying to go after that one. Trying to come down the wicket and force things along. Maybe Ambrish becoming a little bit impatient. 36 from 55. He's not struggling necessarily, but I think he wants to get things to a point where he starts to move along. At the end of the over, there'll be a change in commentary. Pendulo Magobane will be back behind the microphone.
And just as you sense the fact that he's looking to maybe push it on, mid-off has been pushed to long off. But he plays a clever little dab down for a quick single. And that will end the over and also David's stint for a short while. I'll be joined by Mpendulo in a short while. 133 for 4, and that is after 30 overs. So this partnership getting along very nicely. The Proteas versus the West Indies, the third T20 International, Saturday the 31st of January. It's the pink day. It's the first pink day that will be played as a T20 International. All the other 14 have been one-day internationals, 50-over matches. But with a short, sharp visit from the West Indies, Cricket South Africa have announced that the third T20 International that will be played at the Wanderers will be the pink day. So book your tickets now if you haven't already done that.
JJ Basson. He comes back, Aslam, from the Ekurhulu in the end. And I think with the team needing wickets, it's not a bad idea to bring in your strike bowler who's been bowling really well. These are the areas he was bowling. His first 5 overs only going for 17. So they need these wickets now. South Africa's partnership with 66. And if we're speaking about that West Indies series, we're going to have the first T20 pink day. Scheduling issue for South Africa. Don't have an inbound international series. It's been a while. And so normally with the pink day being played during December, January, it's the only time we can have it, actually. But promises to be a really good one. South Africa always perform well versus the West Indies, especially if it's going to be a pink day versus the West Indies.
Yeah, I reckon because of the fact that the World Cup takes place before the IPL, it's just lopsided the entire schedule, and the only nation that has suffered from that is South Africa. So no inbound tours, and the fact that South Africa won the World Test Championship in June, and we don't get to see them to the end of next year, is a rather sad thing that has happened. Who knows? By then there may be a few retirements, and we don't see the full gamut of the World Championship boys playing for the South Africans here in those much anticipated series against Australia and England towards the end of next year. There's also a tour by the Bangladeshis, of course. So Basson will look to break this partnership on 67. He comes in at a time where two batsmen really look well set. Ambrish on 38 of 57, very well played. And then Singh showing some lovely touches as well for his 29. So it's key for them to bat the remaining 19 overs plus to make sure that they get a score of some semblance of respectability so that they can then unleash their bowling talents on this Willamore Park pitch.
But I love the work here from JJ Basson. He's not straying away from the work that he did earlier on in the innings. The wicket that he got of Vaibhav Suryavanshi, just drawing a shot, drawing the drive after a barrage of deliveries, which I had this back of a length, a very hard length from JJ Basson. And since he's already tall, he gets that extra bounce and occasionally, or regularly rather, hits the splice of the bat. And so when he does push one a little bit fuller, brings a little problems to the batter. We saw one that just missed the outside edge from the left arm seamer. Has to open room here. And he does well, Laurens Ambrish. It's a long chase for the captain Bulbulia. Too long. A little bit too short from Basson, and it's been hit for 4.
Well, David Midgley was just saying that in the previous over, he sensed that this pair of batters now have to get on with it. So he makes room here, expects the ball to be slightly shorter than it was, but he's gone through with the stroke and he's got 4 for it. Committed, as soon as he made that backward movement, he was committed to the big shot, wherever it was going to be pitched. So he's picked up the boundary, and that's ended the over as well. 31 gone, 139 for 4.
It's great lines from JJ Basson, because he's on that 4th stump line. It was Havansh Singh, who it was Ambrish rather, who really needed to manufacture that width. It was good footwork from him. His partner currently on 29, Havansh Singh, having to face Paul James. A little too wide from James. And it's fully hit from Havansh Singh. Long chase for Marman Manak. He's going to stop it from being a 4. It's the long side of the boundary. So they're going to easily come back for 3 runs.
Yeah, I just wonder, should the groundsman not have brought it in by at least 2 meters, 2, maybe 3 meters, because that's a very, very long boundary. It's possibly alongside the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. This has to be the largest boundaries, the longest boundaries on a cricket field in the country. Nevertheless, both teams will have to score their boundaries in that area. 3 runs easily taken. James very much in the mold of, who did we see? Was it Bandile Mbata? Very similar in style, in pace as well. And the captain obviously having to make sure that he's got a minimum of 5 bowlers that will operate. So Jason Rowles is already I'm just looking to see. I think he's bowled 5 overs. So he's going to need to spread it around. He's brought James in here in the middle overs. It's a big stroke and he's found the gap. That was pretty deliberate. He was waiting for it to be pitched up. And you can see that they are now clearly in the mood to get the scoreboard ticking over a lot quicker than it has. That boundary brings up the partnership to 48 and takes Singh to 36.
It's the one thing that they'll do. They will hit across the line of the ball. If you watched a lot of their work in Australia, that's where they were bludgeoning the bowlers. Anything a little bit of width, anything a little bit short, they are happy to present the horizontal stroke. Pull the ball in front of square, cut it in front of square, really become powerful. So you have to be disciplined as a bowling unit. So those are decent comebacks from Paul James, a good line to bowl at. You don't want the Indian batters freeing those arms. They already have this partnership on 81.
Yeah, so I'm sure Bulbulia will be now thinking about it. Lofted drive over the onside, and then that previous over, making room and playing one through the offside as well. So where does he plug them? How does he block the runs?
Avansh Singh didn't feature in the Asia Cup for India, but he did play that tri-series where India A under-19 played India B under-19 alongside Afghanistan. Performed really well, scoring 58 and 99. Avansh Singh Pangalia.
So James coming around the wicket, still operating to 3 men on the leg side, in the inner ring saving one. In fact, the captain now decides that he's going to need the long on, and he brings long off into the circle. Deep square leg still on the boundary. So he'll need to be very straight, because Singh certainly on the charge here. That's a much better delivery. Ends the over, the 32nd, partnership with 82. And with a short drinks break, maybe a time to just recap and see the scorecard. I'm sure we'll get that in a short while from our producer to show how the game has actually gone. So Amrish not out on 44, Harvansh Singh on 37 not out. And Trivedi and Kundu, the top order batsmen, both getting to scores of 21. Kundu batting at number 4, looked very good until he was run out by Mbata. And then Trivedi was the victim of JJ Basson, a superb catch by the wicket keeper. And that saw the end of that particular innings. In fact, it was Letabo that picked up that catch. In the meantime, as far as the bowling is concerned, there's confirmation. 7 overs to Mbata, none for 30. But the standout bowler, no doubt, has been JJ Basson in his 6 overs, 1 for 23. And then Sony, who certainly racked up some pace in his 5 overs, has conceded just the 14 runs. So it was bright blue skies early this morning over Benoni. There's not just patches of cloud, but lots of cloud cover. High cloud, in fact, lots of good sun. And from time to time, it does... when there is shade over the ground, it does certainly cool matters, because it's now reached around 29 degrees up in Benoni. 3-match series. There's another one that takes place on Monday, and then one to end the series on Wednesday. This youth series between South Africa under-19 and India under-19. That's the catch that we saw earlier. These are the fall of the wickets. Another look at that wonderful dive in front by Van Skalkwyk to pick up Aaron George. And then the prize wicket, of course, that of Suryavanshi, caught by the keeper. And that was an excellent delivery there to see the end of him. And then this was the run out. Taking evasive action was Young Kundu. And fantastic reactions from Mbata saw the end of that innings. And then, after really having batted so beautifully for most of his innings, eventually an easy catch. Paul James picking up Trivedi to see the end of him. So 149 for 4 it is after 32 overs.
We come back after drinks. JJ Basson has been bowling exquisitely. He's giving nothing away in his 6 overs, going at less than 4 runs to the over. He did get hit by Aresambrinch, had to open up that front leg, create artificial width of a straightish delivery from JJ Basson, and he clubbered it through the covers for 4 runs. Other than that, JJ Basson has been nothing short of sensational. And what a prospect he is, especially with the lack of proper left-arm fast bowlers. He's one who has it all. Here he comes.
It does also help when you stand just at around 6 foot tall. So even on flat wickets, if you hit the lengths and if you hit the seam often, you certainly get you get more than you would expect as far as assistance is concerned out of the pitch. So he's come in night and a vital period, as you just said before the drinks break, to break this partnership of 83, because both these batsmen look good. The 150s come up on the board.
Gets his inspiration from Mitchell Starc. JJ Basson even wears the same number as Mitchell Starc, number 56. You can even pick up some similarities in their action as well. Same build, and he's exceptional in his skill set, JJ Basson.
Yeah, 2 good deliveries. In fact, Yorker length, both nicely dealt with by Singh and Ambrish, picking up singles. Hasn't offered any width so far. He does on this occasion. Well, there's again protection in the deep, so it will be just limited to a single run.
And that's the thing with JJ. Even when it strays a little bit, because he brings so many things that you have to deal with. It's not just the accuracy in his lines and his length. He also gets that annoying extra bounce. And that's what made the likes of your Glenn McGrath and your Sean Pollocks very, very dangerous. It's not the express pace, but it's just that extra bit that they get out of the surface because of their height and action. And everything just looks so easy and effortless for JJ Basson. But it's not nice to face, because the moment you think you've aligned yourself with the ball, it's actually higher than where you think. So cutting, pulling, and even driving the ball becomes a really hard thing against him. And it becomes even harder when he's on song. You see, it's just a little bit uncomfortable, but he dealt with it well there, Havansh Singh. Moving to 39. And so Aris Ambrish has worked himself up to a 46. Will be an extremely well-earned half-century, because these gentlemen were in single digits after facing 20 odd deliveries. And look at where they are now. It's the patience paying off.
It's been a very good over. The last two deliveries slightly slower. This one a slower bouncer with his fingers rolling over the ball and just digging it into the pitch. So very well played. He knows that the batsmen are out there now looking for those, looking to just up the pace. And that's why Bulbulia made the change, brought his key bowler on. And so far it was a decision that has certainly paid off in that they've kept the runs down at a period where the two batsmen now who are so well set are looking to up the pace. And as you said, Amrish has played really well. Both of them, as you mentioned, they consolidated the fact that they were at 67 for 4. They consolidated very nicely. And now with a partnership at 86, we'll be looking to, in fact, push through and see if they can bat the full 50 overs to give India a score of more than respectability. They're scoring at 4.6 and over. If they can get it to about 6 runs and over, that will be ideal. So Sony brought back into the attack the impressive right-arm seamer.
Now it becomes a question of managing your bowlers for Mohamed Bulbulia. He normally co-captains the team with Jason Rolls, and they bounce off each other. One playing at the Lions, one playing down in Pietermaritzburg for the Tuskers. And Dandoyenko Sisoni has 5 overs remaining. Jason Rolls has 5 overs remaining. And your 3 key bowlers who've been taking the wickets and being economical in JJ Basson, Majola and Bata, they all have 3 overs remaining. That's a nice hit. That's going to go over the top. That's the shorter side of the boundary. Over Adnan Lakhadin's head. A beautiful shot from Havansh Singh. Goes over for 6. Over the square leg.
Yeah, the previous delivery was a very clever one from Sony. You can see that the South African bowlers are purposely now looking to just dig it into the pitch to try to get those slower bounces going. But this was beautifully picked up. He got in line. A slight shimmy down the pitch, but he got perfect and full connection on that for a big hit. That's a beautiful side-on angle as to how, in fact, he completed that stroke.
Consolidates the boundary well. Smart batting from Havansh Singh Pangalia. Moves to 47. If that ball was hit on the bigger side of the boundary, that was definitely not going to carry over. It was a big hit. Adnan Lakhadin was there. He thought he was in the picture, just seeing the ball over. But imagine if it was on the other side of the boundary, that side that we're seeing. That was not going to carry. But it's a calculated shot from Ambrish. Man moves to 47 now. They're batting really well and they're just bouncing off each other so beautifully. They move their partnership to 94.
Sony has responded very nicely after being hit for 6. On a much better length, keeping it straight, forcing the batsman to make the play, which is exactly what you want to do. And if they are looking to exploit the short ball, then it should be from the commentary end.
Well guided. Hard work from Jason Rolls.
So we are speaking from the town end here at Willowmore Park. And Sony is running in from the eastern end of the ground, if I could describe it that way, for those that do know this ground well. It used to be the chalet end in the old days until they removed the chalets. And the Ikuruleni end, which is the town end, where we're speaking from. Now we're watching him come towards us. Very, very good delivery. Again, that length is what had Singh really all at sea there. He certainly deserved a wicket, having come back so nicely and produced 4 wonderful deliveries. That's gone through everything. It's cut through everything. It's beaten him all ends up. So he's finished that on a high, and he needs to continue in that vein in the short spell that is going to be given by the captain, because he's certainly got the batsman thinking. And that's what you want, in especially the comeback spell. Because generally what we tend to see is, especially among young bowlers, when they do come back for the second and maybe even the third spells, that they're almost at half the pace and maybe even not bowling with the same kind of intensity, the concentration. So that was really good to see from Sony. So Jory van Schalkwyk has the ball in hand. So spin again from the Ekurhuleni end.
South Africa not bringing their frontline spinners, remember? Daniel Bosman and Enati Kichini not in this match, so using the part-time of Jorik van Schalkwyk, the opening batter for South Africa. Can control it well with his right arm off spin. He's going to need to try and develop something here because these two are on song.
Starts with a low full toss. So if he can get a bit of purchase, which we didn't see for Jason Rowles, a bit of turn. Again, he starts leg side-ish. Batsman did get a bit of bat to that, so the umpire will allow that to... No, in fact, it was a wide, so no touch. So a full toss and a wide down the leg side. Jory van Schalkwyk will just have to take his time, be patient, make sure he just pitches it on that off-stump line. That's exactly where the captain wants it. He's got a 45 offside field. 3 men in the inner ring, saving 1 long off and a deep cover point.
And he just needs to keep these overs ticking without much damage happening. And so often, it's your part-time bowler that comes in and gets the golden arm to break through. And Jorik van Schalkwyk doing what I had hoped to see from Jason Rowles, coming on this side of the wicket. Well, he's spinning the ball away from the left hand, and so the patch that he could use is too wide of the stumps, not really a threat for him. But pitching the ball needs to be something that gets done. It's another white ball from Jorik.
Well, bowling to 2 left-handers, the first thing he should be doing is looking to pitch it on a decent length to see if he's going to get any assistance at all off the surface. That's much better. They're looking for 2 because this is a deep set field, and in the end, very well taken. Well judged 2 runs. The partnership now on 99. In fact, it's gone to 101. So a vital partnership here for the India under-19 team for the 5th wicket. And both of them on the brink of half centuries. That's a deliberate edge. No turn really. Ball very straight, and he'll pick up a well-deserved 50, Harvansh Singh. He's played attractively. And he's increased his strike rate as well, 51 of 59.
Really played well, Harvansh Singh Pangalia. He's picked up that strike rate very handsomely. He was once on double single digits after facing 20-odd deliveries. And that's what you need. You need heart. Get yourself back into the game. They've really worked India back with this 103-run partnership. And the quick single closes the over off for Jorik van Schalkwyk. It's very important not to be overly critical of Jorik. Not really what he does. So he goes away for 10 runs. But he's going to need to find ways to pitch that delivery. It's 171 for 4.
"15 overs remain. The 2 batsmen in conversation. They've done the hard yards. They've done the hard work. Now can they push things on for India? Importantly, they've now also, this partnership has taken that run rate from 4.4. It was hovering around there for a long time. It's now just under 5, and they clearly will be intent on now picking it up to at least 6 runs and over and giving India a good score. Can they in fact take it to 280?
It's going to be a lot of hard work now for the bowlers. New law change. There's only one ball in operation now until the end of the match. So umpire shares at the end of the previous over, chuck it out of the match. And so both ends will now share this ball. Just remember, 2 balls being used up until over number 34. So they both get 17 overs of life. And then the fielding captain gets to choose the 1 ball that they're going to take up until over number 50. That's the ball that's currently in Dandosoni's hands. And this is a good thing for the bowling team because it means that the ball gets softer, spongier, darker, and it's a little bit harder to see and harder to hit. So we should expect a lot of slower deliveries and a lot of boys bumping the ball, bouncing the ball back onto the onto the wicket keeper, just to make it dent, just to make it scruffy a little bit more and make it harder for the batters to hit.
Yeah, I think the one other point is to make it softer, to try and let it go as soft as possible, especially on the seam. So then the batsmen find it so much more difficult to time the ball off the surface.
And Sony is well equipped to use that ball. In that match where he got his best 6 for 65 against Bangladesh, he had started very poorly. Had started real poorly. But then his last 3 overs saw an absolute magnificent spell from Ntando, controlling the run rate, getting wickets. Bangladesh were trying to accelerate. They just couldn't because he was rapturing that ball batting order. So these are his times, Ntando, to be a little bit effective. It's up into the air. Mohamed Bulbulia, he's going to try to get out to it. The spin is going to push the ball closer to the boundary. But the most important thing here for Ares Ambrish, after hard toil and this great partnership, he gets to his half-century, taking him 69 deliveries. What a great effort here from both these gentlemen. Should be happy to start this series in such a manner.
Well, first of all, congratulations to him because he's really played well. The one perhaps false shot was the one that's taken him to 50. We'll have another look at that. And why I want to raise this point is that it's Sony that's really bowled well. He's mixed it up so nicely. And he forced the batsman to make the play there. And I don't think that's where he intended to play the stroke.
He's in real good control here, Sony. But the issue is the batters are equally putting up a fight. Have already extracted 4 runs from his over. But you saw with that ball that he hit up into the air, Ambrish getting into his 50, the ball never got to him. He tried as much as he can to generate that power. Now imagine how worse it will be 10 overs from now when the ball is much more softer, like you alluded to, Aslam. There's going to be nothing for the batters to work with. So it's a last ball here for Sony. And that's that extra bounce. His balls have a little bit of weight behind them as well, Ntando Sony. He's bowling well after 36, 176 for 4.
Now, this has been a very classy partnership. 109 now. The two have batted beautifully. Very professional in the way they went about handling the South African attack. And I don't remember them giving a chance in the time that they've played. As far as Nkosi is concerned, you raise a very important point there because some bowlers are more adept to using the old used ball a lot better and not afraid to bowl the knuckle ball, the slower ball bounces, and the like. And these type of bowlers are very, very, as we've seen in T20 cricket as well, they've become such an important facet from a selection point of view.
Jorik van Schalkwyk continues. He's going to be pushing the ball here from the Ekurhuleni end. Part-timer in his second over. You still have Jason Rolls, who has 5 overs remaining. I would have thought this is the time to use Jason, see if he can bowl it out. Have a change in commentary as well. David Midgley comes in for Starslam Quetta.
Yeah, good to be back with you, Mpendula. It's been a drought of wickets here for South Africa, eh? Contrary to that brilliant bit of fielding there by Mohamed Bulbulia. Full credit to him there. On the other side of it, it's been a masterclass in partnership building from these two batters. It's really been enjoyable to watch.
And the thing is, it was 2 wickets falling in a space of about 5 deliveries. Abhigyan Kundu was starting to look threatening alongside Vedant Trivedi. Their work partnership at that time with 33 runs. And after those 2 quick wickets, man, it was so slow. But this is the India under-19 team that we know they just can bat anywhere in the order. They are such a problematic side. Such a problematic side indeed. Paul James has no chance at long off. Stunning shots from Ambrish. Goes for 4.
Yeah, the tag of part-timer for Jorik van Schalkwyk is shining a little bit brightly here. A little bit expensive. Overpitched it. And spanked away. And there was no real opportunity for it to be picked up by Paul James.
Already saw Bandile Mbata grab a wicket in that fashion. But Jorik van Schalkwyk goes for 7 runs in his over. This was a very classy shot. Wonderful footwork from Ambrish. Creates the width. Slaps that through the covers. And it wasn't a long distance for Paul James to cover, David. But it was such a blitz of a stroke. 183 for 4 after 37.
Havansh Singh is in such good form at the moment, and you can see where it is that his fruits are tasting so sweet from the hard work. He scored 117, from 143, including 6 sixes versus Australia in the second youth test. He then went also scored 103 from 52, 9 sixes versus England under 19. And he is just somebody who is loving time with bat in hand. There's a bit of a hold up in play here as the physio does some treatment. I suspect it looks like a bit of cramp maybe befalling one of the Indian batters. But it has been a brilliant effort with bat in hand. Really enjoyable to watch from our viewpoint.
Strange that Havansh Singh didn't play more games in the Asia Cup. He only played that 1 game versus Malaysia. And the reason why I'm pondering is you can see for yourself, 56 from 66 deliveries. Alongside Ares Ambrish, was on 56 from 73. And I know a lot of discourse coming from the Indian fandom is heavily on strike rates when we're speaking of the white ball game. And especially if you're going to have the likes of Vaibhav Suryavanshi, who strikes the ball at 150. And the main Indian team, Rohit Sharma, being the main guy at the top of the order, who also strikes at over 100 runs. You look at that from Havansh Singh and Ambrish and you're like, this is not good enough. Why are they in the Indian team? Surely we can get someone who can score 56 from 30, 56 from 40. But then from the circumstances they found themselves in, this is the exact type of innings you want your middle order to play after being 66 for 4 in just 15 overs.
Just having a look at that weather over our commentary box. It looks quite ominous. There is no clear indication that there will be rain this afternoon. Our viewpoint, is you'll see when the camera switches again, is one that looks much brighter, but it does look quite grim over our heads here. Clouds are hanging ominously above us, but we've been spoiled with brilliant weather up until this point. 183 for 4. There was a small indication when looking at the weather forecast for today that there might be a bit of an interruption at around 1 o'clock, and so for once the weather forecast might be correct.
Hoping that it's not, so we can see more of Bandile Mbata. These are his times. Great stop from Jason Rolls. That's an excellent stop from Rolls. He rolls with it. That time it was intentional.
The South Africans have had mixed outcomes with their ground fielding today. They've dropped a catch or two, knocked on a few deliveries, but that was just something special from Jason Rolls.
Up into the air. Paul James is running under it. Mohamed Bulbulia is running under it. It's going to slap in the middle of them. And it's the second time again we've seen that ball hang up into the air and no one there to catch it.
I wonder if we managed to pick that one up. The throw, off balance, one hand collection. Boy, oh boy, was it something special. And the throw was accurate as well, straight, meaning they considered a second. And won't get it. This one going out into the deep for a single.
Bandile Mbata, these are his times. These are the moments. Old ball just does not get to the pitch of the ball. He tries to play it a little bit squarer than where the ball went. I think the ball just doesn't get to him. Then it's Paul James. But that throw you're speaking of, David, that the fielding has just upped the notch. And you want the fielding to be good right now to intensify that pressure. It's going to be a chase for Adnan Lahadin. Does he put in a dive? He can't. A false stroke, but it still runs for 4 for Havansh Singh.
The timing of that stroke is something to truly behold. He goes to 61 with that stroke, but just having a look at this one. Yorker length delivery, and he squeezes it away effortlessly, pierces the gap, and with surgeon's precision picks up a boundary.
Can see it's going to put in a lot more variations in it. And the most important thing also is that even though you're going to throw those variations as Mbata, you still need to hit the surface hard. You still need to hit the deck hard. You still have to bowl the ball in the correct areas. And even though that ball did go for 4, he bowled it correctly. It was right into the block hole, but it was well dealt with by Havansh Singh. Mustn't be deterred. It's a little bit too short. The width is a much. Arman Manak is going to stop it. It's a long side of the boundary. And they'll finish for 2 to end the over. 191 for 4. There are 12 more remaining.
We're spoiled with medium pace bowlers. Not only the players, but umpires as well. Tokozisi Shezi applied his trade for the Dolphins. Got a call up to the national side. Left arm medium pacer. Good control with ball in hand. The man on your screen right now. And like a few others, has transitioned into umpiring. Arno Jacobs is the other name that comes across, who in the last throes of their career decided now's the time to join the umpiring ranks.
Full toss, well stopped from Jason Rolls. It was very awkward. It bounced on the square. Looks a little bit injured, but have to be hard. It's a game of cricket. The ball is not soft.
Yeah, a lot of these boys will play rugby at school in the off season, and so he'll maybe be a little bit winded. as the ricochet came off of the surface.
You speak of umpire Mthokozisi Shezi. Fun fact, to actually come from the same township club, Masibe Munye Cricket Club down in Pietermaritzburg. He gave me my first set of cricket boots, Mthokozisi Shezi. They have a hole on his left boot because he's left-handed. But that has been smashed by RS Ambrish. Again, he opens up that leg side to just make sure that he has more width. And he smashes it through the covers again. Another 4 runs.
Confident stroke. There's no hole in that bat, I can assure you. Van Schalkwyk comes very wide of the crease and gives himself some room as well. That was hammered away through the covers. The poor teammates of his were diving for safety there.
I'm not going to lie, David. I said it when he finished his previous over. If this is why they bowling him, I don't understand why not using Jason Rolls. It's going to be an overthrow. JJ Passon is at long on. It's going to be kept to 1. But he's given away the same amount of runs as Jason Rolls in his 5 overs, Jason. And I think that if they were looking to do this with Jorik, you might as well just bowl Jason Rolls out as your mainline spinner because it's a little bit expensive. A little bit expensive. Might it pay the price? Ooh, Bandile Mbata with a great effort. That was a monstrous effort from Mbata. But he ricochets the ball ahead of him and it goes over for 4. It's 200 runs up for India.
200 in explosive style. He switch hits that one over the head of Mbata, who's backtracking there, desperately wanted to get to that one. It's always difficult when you're running back with the ball over your shoulder. Puts in the dive, gets the hands to it, and it's just popped out. It popped out before he landed, and so just didn't quite have the position he needed.
That was mightily difficult. Mightily difficult. But even Havansh Singh noticed that this is the guy to take on. And what a stroke. That's a very hard catch. The fact that he even made it to the ball is amazing enough for Bandile Mbata. Sensational work.
It's not always easy when you're out there trying to take those types of catches. Even more so when you have bowled 8 overs during the course of the day. So now with his final 2 overs available to him, one suspects he may look to make an impact and get a wicket that he's been toiling away for all day.
Deserves it with the way that he's been bowling after his first over. Shot! Runs through. It was in the air for a bit. Lunging dive from Jorik van Schalkwyk. It's going to be 2 runs.
Bit of heart in mouth moment there for Ambrish. Just pushed hard at that one. Didn't quite have the pace that he would have wanted off the bat and hung in the air. And it enticed Jorik van Schalkwyk. Not able to get his mitts around that one. And so it's a 2 to begin the over.
He actually takes a couple of steps back, Jorik. Not needed because it goes straight into the hands of Adnan Lakhaddin on the leg side. Bandile Mbata, who has been toiling, finally gets the breakthrough he deserves. And RS Ambrish, looking to up the ante, falls by the hand of the all-rounder. It is wicket number 5 that goes down for India.
What a prolific partnership for these two. 137. And South Africa finally have a breakthrough. They've toiled away. And none more so than Bandile Mbata. Just rewards for him in ensuring that he gets the reward. Finally it comes his way. And a tidy innings comes to an end. 204 for 5.
The pain will not end, not as yet for South Africa. the most all-rounder of all-rounders for the Indian team, Kanishk Chauhan. He comes in. He's a very handy spin bowler. Just as handy with the bat, Kanishk. Comes in with a decent platform that has been set. From here, India can even fancy the idea of a 280 to 300 if Havansh Singh can get going. And even if Kanishk Chauhan gets going, we wouldn't have ever thought that this would be what it is.
Kanishk Chauhan, coming from Shah Satnam G Boys College in Sirsa in Haryana. Took 8 wickets and scored 114 runs rather in the 5 youth ODIs against England. And he's been a very good performer in the Venu Mankad Trophy. So an opportunity here with a bit of a platform for him to get a quick fire 40 or 50. And maybe get the strike rate that the fans are calling for.
Going to work hard to make that happen. But at least he can work himself into a good rhythm by just passing the strike back to Havansh Singh. Work the ones, work the twos. And now you're trying to wonder how Havansh Singh is going to process this, because the last thing you want is for him to lose his wicket right now or in the next couple of 2 to 3 overs. So maybe see off the end of Bandile Mbata here. Because Mbata still bowls well.
Wild swipe there by Singh. And he's upset with himself, and rightfully he should be. It was a flat-footed stroke. He just almost threw his bat at it. He's been batting so well up until this point. And when you lose your partner, it can very quickly put pressure on you to try and move things along at this stage of the innings.
I think this is wise for the next 3 overs. Up until around over number 42, just restart again. Go again at your 4 runs to the over. This time you can't afford to be bogged down into a corner. When Singh and Ambrish started their partnership, they had to go into a corner. They had to protect their wickets with their lives. But here, you don't have enough time to necessarily do that. So if they give themselves around 3 overs to just work these 1s and 2s, just like this, they'll be in good standing. But it's the end of over number 40. India, 207 for 5. Bandile Mbata getting the breakthrough.
As more and more viewers join us, we are absolutely privileged to have you with us as we head into the final 10 overs of this Indian innings of the Youth ODI series here at Willamore Park in Benoni. Just have a look at that. South Africa won the toss, decided they will have a bowl. Aaron George gone for 5 early as Bahana Majola got the wicket. Van Schalkwyk with a good catch. And then a couple of 3 starts rather. Suryavanshi, big wicket falling to JJ Basson. Starts for Trivedi and Kundu. And in deep trouble at 67 for 4. India have pulled things back.
Paul James comes back into the attack. And I think even this would have been a better option in the previous over. You've seen Bandile Mbata. He's doing well with his medium pacers. Bring another medium pacer. Right now, you must put your ego aside. It's not about trying to get the wickets. It's about limiting the scoring from the Indian team. And so your off-cutters, your wide yorkers, those ugly, industrial, hard-working deliveries, those are the balls you need now. And let India make the mistake for themselves.
Change of action for Paul James, trying to work in on the angle. There's a short, fine leg in place and deep backward square. This is all too easy for India under 19. Just to really drop it and go. It seems effortless, really.
I also think at this point in time, South Africa would rather that than a bludgeoning of the ball that sends it all around the ground. It's scoring limitation. If you can allow 4 of those and no boundary, you have yourself a good stead. If you can even allow 5 of those without a boundary, you're in good stead. And so here are those wide deliveries. They are going to be stopped down in the deep.
Surely there's something to be said about a new batter coming to the crease, not really giving him ones and twos, squeeze him a little bit more? Or do you just say the stage of the game dictates that we are happy with ones, as you said, rather than boundaries?
Oi! Ball just needed to be a little bit closer to those stumps, and that off stump would have cartwheeled. Very close from Paul James. But it still remains 5 wicket down. I think my thought process with a new batter coming in is always to attack. To always put them under pressure. All the time. And I think it would have worked well here as well for South Africa. Now that he's going to be in strike, you put him under pressure. Look, he's on 4 from 4. It is a little bit easy, David. And so if you do apply that pressure just on him, keep him on strike. It's going to even put Havansh Singh on the other side a little bit under pressure to say, hey, when I come on to strike, I actually need to get the ball rolling. Maybe if he was on 4 from 12 deliveries, you just need to apply it a little bit more.
Well, even more so because of the type of bowler that you have. You're Paul James, not express pace, and so as a result, if he's going to look to hit over the top or look to attack, as we end 41 overs, 2-1-2 for 5, if he's going to look to attack a medium pacer, use that to your favor. And so the variation of delivery, slower balls, cutters, and so on, he then plays a stroke trying to force the issue, mistimes it, and an opportunity could present itself for a catch.
We've seen a couple of balls getting mistimed, actually. From Ares, Ambrish, and even Havansh Singh Pangalia. Whilst they were making their ways to their respective 50s, we saw some false strokes from Bandile Mbata's bowling. Seems to get the ball to just be slower than the others, gets grip off the surface. And so if he does bowl what you're saying, have a have a short cover in there, put in your mid wicket a little bit closer, apply that pressure. But right now it's a little bit too open, it's a little bit too easy. Long chase from Amar Manak. It's going to be 2 runs. They turn it into 3. It is way too easy.
And this is where the game could be tipped back into the favor of South Africa. Yes, 215, you would say at this point in a one-day game is not where you want it to be. The question that may be asked of the South African batters is particularly around some of those darker patches, not necessarily where he is standing, but rather, in and around the batter's arc. Because it's very different as a batter facing medium pacers versus skilled spinners that are able to use their skill to help bamboozle you as a batter in conditions that maybe traditionally wouldn't favor, but an opportunity could present itself here batting second.
But they need to limit that score. They need to try and keep it to around 260 from here. There's that short cover idea I'm speaking about. Ball popped up into the air. Short cover is in the game there, but ball's going to just run for a single. And so they need to limit it to around 260. It's not going to be easy, but if they do get the wicket of Havansh Singh, I feel like that might happen, and South Africa are in the game if they need to chase a score less than 280. Inside edge. It's going to miss the stumps. Pahla is not going to be able to retrieve it. Nor will JJ Passon. It's going to go for 4. Fortuitous, but it keeps the score ticking.
Yeah, it's frustrating as a bowler when that kind of thing does happen. Just get it right, and then the inside edge doesn't go onto the stumps. Valiant attempt by Pahla. He was never going to get it. Just wrong-footed by the delivery there. And, welcome boundary, and the misery piles on.
Can't really set a field for that boundary. I was just looking at the field, and you get a sense that South Africa are happy with giving away 1s and 2s. They are. But you must budget for things like that to happen. It's already 10 runs in the over. I don't know if our producers are teasing the idea of Ntando Soni, but it wouldn't be a bad one. Because this is a little bit too easy. They could have come back for 2, but not against Jorik, the way he's been fielding. Look at that good throw. End of over number 42, 223 for 5.
And that's also the end of Bandile Mbata's spell for today. 1 for 54. He's really toiled away and only managing to get that 1 wicket. And it was an important wicket to break a prolific partnership for India under 19. 8 overs remain, and now the calculations come into the head of Mohammad Bulbulia to decide who will be bowling and what fields you want to set for them. New man on strike, Kanishk Chauhan, 10 from 8. Very, very placid approach to the new man.
Paul James continues. I mean, it can work. It can definitely work, because with the old ball, the surface as well, the medium pacer will get assistance in that the ball will come off the surface slower and it's harder to hit for the batters. So I'm not mad at the idea of using Paul James at this stage of the innings. But from when I came into the stint, that's over number 35, it would be time to try and get Ntando Soni on here. Finish the overs off your pace bowlers, JJ Passon, Majola, and Soni. Maximize it fully. But I think Paul James hasn't been bad for the past 2 overs.
No, he's certainly been tidy. The question is, are you giving him the tools necessary for him to do the job for you? You've got a long on, long off back.
It's a good hit. It's a very good hit. Extraordinary hitting from Havansh Singh Pangalia. It was not the worst ball from Paul James, but those wrists and the placement between Passon and Manak goes for 4.
Yeah, this is where the question comes in. Should Paul James be bowling, at this stage of the game? He's overpitched there and been suitably punished. Passon, Majola, and Soni all have 3 overs left. And now, as a result, it's been an expensive 2 overs for South Africa under 19.
I feel like the extra over given to Jorik van Schalkwyk and this particular extra over, it's just a miscalculation a little bit from the South Africans. Because even every fast bowler wants to bowl their full quota of overs, and they have been good. Less than 4 runs and over for Passon and Soni. Less than 6 runs and over for Majola. They all have taken wickets. And so it becomes a thing of these guys can control the innings, and they also give you a chance of getting a wicket, because you always feel like you can go against the pace and hit the ball as well. I just feel like this was the time to get a Sony, a Basson, or a Majola back into the attack. Much better from Paul James. You want to bore the batters out of playing strokes if this is what you're going to be doing, bowling at the back end of the innings. But he ends. The over goes for 7 runs. There'll be a change in commentary. Slam Kota comes back to join David Midgley. It's 230 for 5. 230 for 5 after 43.
Yeah, the frustration as well when you have a medium pacer is if he's going to bowl this late in the game, you just have a look at those bowling figures. 1 for 27 for Basson. He's bowled very tidily. Majola, 1 for 40, a little bit on the expensive side. And then Ntando Soni, 1 for 27. Very lean stuff from him. But the important question that I'm going to ask Aslam as he takes a seat next to me is, when you have a medium pacer bowling so late in the game, is there an argument to say he's got to be bowling variations in terms of cutters and slow deliveries, and then the Yorkers as well, those wider Yorkers as well? Is that the plan that you should be hoping to achieve from a medium pacer late in the game?
I think the first answer would be that you generally have your death bowlers already listed at the back of your mind. So Sony's back in the attack.
Cut away, good stop there. Boy, oh boy, was it well timed, and a diving effort from Jason Rolls keeps it to a single.
He's done well there because he had to leave the field. He took a blow earlier to that left hand. So it's a very brave stop. Well done. So that's the first thing. And then Sonia, I had noticed in his previous spell, I think this is his 3rd spell now, I noticed, I made the note that he now has this ability to bowl the slower delivery, the slower bouncer, and then the cross seam delivery. So he's got all of that. And maybe that's why the captain maybe reluctantly just held him back towards, is this Majola bowling?
Yeah, it looks like Bayanda Majola bowling rather than Ntando Soni. And lanky South Africans. Long on and, fine leg and 3rd man in the ring. Long on, long off back. Tucked away for the single.
Yeah, so if it is Majola, then he's been pretty tidy. In his 7 overs, I made a note here, 1 maiden, and he went for just 30 runs. So we said earlier on in his early spell that he bowled unbroken for 7 overs, that he didn't look like the penetrative type. And I also said that it's the type of pitch that's actually made for him. So it's possibly a choice that they made long before the match even started, that he's going to be bowling towards the tail end of the innings. I found Sony to be the interesting one, the interesting matchup, because of he's got that variety and he's not afraid to use it.
Reaching for that one and immediately signaled by umpire Shezi as wide. He'll have to bowl that one once again.
Yeah, I want to watch Majola carefully to see if he is now just maybe bowling a few different kind of type of deliveries. Because as much as they intent on getting on with things.
Down the ground, spanks it away, 1 bounce 4. Looking to go after Majola there. And it was an effective shot.
Yeah, premeditated. When you commit yourself there, down the pitch already, he's picked up the length and went through with it. That's a very firm hit for 4 runs. He's been in fantastic form. His last 3 innings, 58, 6 and 99. And he's been impressive in the way he's crafted this innings. So now they're scoring at 5.5 with 6 overs after this remaining. So clearly even the likes of Kanishk Chauhan, a fine all-rounder, really going to need to get after the attack. And I think they'll wait for the last 5 to really get things going. They don't want a situation where You lose 2-3 quick wickets, and then you got tail-enders coming in, and they're now unable to hit the boundaries. That is magnificently played. Absolutely superb the way he's just gone about his batting. This is Harvansh Singh again.
I thought the way he got into his 90s was a brilliant shot, but boy, oh boy, has he just put icing upon that cake. He knew exactly where the fielder was, and like a laser carved that away, and all that Rolls could do was just feign a dive there, because he just did everything required for that stroke. Wonderful shot for 4.
Yeah, you think that if he went through with the stroke, if you watch this now, then he'd be playing it somewhere in front of square, but waits, plays late, and then just opens the blade. Marvelously placed.
Third man brought into the ring. Long on sent out. And that's exactly where it's going to go. They'll get the single for it. So intelligent batting. There's no need to be reckless. You've already got the runs required, you would suspect, at the duration of the over. That's very concerning for South Africa. Under 19, Majola just reaching behind his back. Hopefully it's nothing too serious. 44 overs have been completed. 242 for 5.
So I think the scoreboards are mixing us up, and we have to apologize, because what is showing on the main scoreboard there is Singh is on 83, 22 to the right-hander Chauhan, and he's the one that just unleashed that glorious stroke to the offside. So 242 for 5 is what is showing up on the main scoreboard at the stadium. They're going to need to adjust the scorecard just so that we don't get things wrong in the commentary box.
JJ Basson is brought back from the Ekurhuleni end. And he'll need some late wickets here. He got the all-important wicket earlier in the day of Vaibhav Suryavanshi. But now he's going to have to do a lot of work here to ensure that he keeps things neat and tidy. Basson deciding that third man should be in the ring. Long on, long off back. There's a deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. And a cover sweeper. Just nurdled away onto the onside for a bit of a cheeky single. They think about a second, and common sense prevails.
Yeah, I think they whispered to one another, look for number 2, and then decided one's enough.
This left-right hand combination keeps your umpires busy, getting their steps in. There's always a half moment when umpiring when you think, come on, should I really go all the way across? But at this level, it really makes a big difference. It's different when you're umpiring at lower levels in schoolboy games. It's well played. Well played. Just waited on it, and a good stop there, but I think he may have parried that away to the boundary for 4. He has. And it really deserved a little bit more. Good timing on that stroke, but it goes away to the boundary for 4.
This is a classy stroke. Played it late. The favorite word these days is overhit it. He looked for the placement. It was a great attempt there. Unfortunately, unable to gather it to stop it from going onto the boundary or into the boundary. So 247 for 5. I'm in fact keep not mention the score until we're quite sure which is the right score here.
It's full and driven away. But because of the protection down there in the deep, it's just a single.
Now, Harvansh Singh has been absolutely brilliant to watch. Well, that little dabble down the leg side, the timing was just so immaculate that even with the longest boundary, the fielder unable to get to that. And the fact that he just played it so late, it was a stand-up type of a sweep shot, if I can describe it that way. That's how well he played it.
Just opens the blade there and almost chips it out to the fielder down there in the deep for another single. So 7 runs from the first 4 balls. And the last 2 overs prior to this have been expensive, more than 10 runs apiece. And that is allowed Harvansh Singh to get to 88, almost a run a ball, 88 at the moment. And good support from Chauhan. Desperate to get a hand on it was Basson, but this was dead straight as he moves to 89. And the 250 coming up for India under 19.
Yeah, Chauhan, on the other hand, has played beautifully. 24-17. Remember the 1 boundary. There's confirmation. 250 up on the board. And I like the way he stepped the ball around and picked up the singles and has allowed Harvansh Singh to take the lead here in this partnership.
Oh dear, that is a dreadful delivery from JJ Basson. He'll want to quickly remove that from the mind. It is a wide, yes, but it's a waste of a delivery, really, because he's not even used the surface to get the wide.
I wonder if that's just slipped out of his hand. Possibly did. But he's been impressive throughout. This is his 3rd spell.
Easy one on the onside there for the single. And the end of Basson's 8th. And India under 19's 45th. 5 overs to go. 2-5-2 for 5.
Yeah, slower ball to end that over. And not allowing Chauhan to open up his shoulders. So he picks up the single. He'll have strike now at the beginning of the 46th over. They've had a look at this big scoreboard.
And the difference, Aslam, between South Africa under 19 and India under 19 in that World Cup semi-final could arguably be down to the economy rates. India were just cheaper with their bowling, and South Africa a little bit more expensive. South Africa in that game 244 for 7, India 248 for 8, so near to one another. But the ability to keep things quiet, not only at the front and back end of the game, but in that middle period, is such a crucial skill.
So Sony is into the attack now.
That was something truly to behold. He just leaned inside it, helped it on its way, and a boundary to begin the over. Sony will be desperately disappointed with that.
Well, I tell you what, had he looked to hit it somewhere in front of square, he would have been in trouble. So this was well judged. I think he's picked up the slower ball, played it late, helped himself to a boundary.
Sony looking to go after him with a bit of short pitch bowling, and he wasn't too perturbed by it. Oh, in the air, but it was straight over the head of Sony. Not able to get a hand to it. So they'll get the single. It was a half shout of catch it. Aslam, a concern for me in terms of captaincy here is that Mohamed Bobolia is out on the boundary. Now, this point of the game, not really a major red flag, but there's been instances where I felt he's almost been too far from the game. And particularly in the middle over, just having a look at that game, that was the game I was mentioning. The economy rate between the two bowling lineups was the difference. Not able to get that one away. Sometimes captains can distance themselves from the game, and then there's almost a disconnect, and not able to get the result that you want. Look at that. 2 half centuries on both sides. 3 wickets apiece for Mapaka, Lees, and Limbani. Mushir Khan 2 for 43. But it's the cheapness with which the rest of the bowlers bowled on that day.
Although Mapaka looks like his 3 for 20 was key for South Africa there.
Just butted away for that single.
But you make a good point there. I mean, it's so much about the bowling disciplines, especially if you're defending a score. Then you know that there's a target that the opposition are batting for, and then you need to know how to ring your bowlers around and what the type of disciplines that they need to implement. And when you're bowling first, of course, clearly you need to be as tight as possible. It's not always going to happen. They're human.
In the air, it was miscued, that stroke. So nearly could have been a leading edge straight down Swanee's throat, but it means another single and 7 from the over with 1 to come.
I'm keen to get a closer look at his grip, because I have a feeling these are all cross-seam deliveries, and that's why on that particular stroke, Chauhan didn't look in control. The previous one, he was happy to just dab it over the top of the bowler on his follow-through.
In the air, nearly taken. What a dive it was there from JJ Basson. It seemed to hang in the air for an age and a half. And one of the taller players on the field for South Africa just needed something more. Hopefully he's not done himself a misdeed. But as you said, the slower delivery is paying dividends.
And that's why it's gone in that direction. It's a good attempt. Dropped on 90. First real blemish in the innings, I reckon. He was looking to push it into the gap on the offside in front of square. It's taken the thick outside edge. It's looped to the fielder there. And he had to make some ground. Unfortunately, it's gone to ground. That's the end of the 46th. 260 for 5.
Now Basson has to make remedy with that drop catch, deciding that he wants a fine leg out, and the deep point is trundling in, or strolling rather, and there's almost no protection on the onside. And I wonder, with him coming over the wicket, as mid-wicket now has been selected to come in, square leg is going very square, so a lot of field changes here. Deep cover fielder, very offside field. Will he bowl it full and wide? He doesn't. It's flicked away down to fine leg. And so they'll get 1, and intelligent running means that they get the second. Smart cricket there from those two.
Yeah, they picked up the fact that Sodhi was ambling towards the ball, and the Harvansh Singh on the turn saw it, took the risk. I think they're also aware of the fact that it's a long boundary. So he completes 2 runs, takes him to 93.
Short spanked in the air is the chance for a catch. What a catch! What an unbelievable bit of fielding. After a number of drop catches, South Africa have their man. Harvansh Singh gone for 93, and a vital breakthrough means that South Africa have another wicket. What a catch by Jason Rolls.
Absolutely stunning. I felt for a moment this is just going to elude him, but he's timed this to absolute perfection, and then the dive, an eye on the ball, both hands clutching onto that. He's pulled off an absolute blinder, and it needed something special to end what has been an impressive innings. But what a catch. He's been a fine fielder throughout his junior days as well. He's known for being very quick, and here again he's proved that fact, that he's amongst the top fielders in the under-19 team. 262 for 6, and Singh's score of 93. I'm just looking to see how many deliveries was it. They've taken it off the screen.
Yeah, that 93 coming from 95 deliveries, 7 4s and 2 6s at a strike rate of 98. So nearly a run a ball. But JJ Basson, having dropped the catch in the previous over, said, I'd rather be bowling. You guys catch these opportunities. And what a catch it was from Jason Rolls. He has a tape on his right hand because he had a bit of a knock earlier. But that is a catch he will not soon forget.
Well, that's a quality catch. That's commitment all the way through. Superb to watch. Great wicket to get from a South African point of view. They've removed the danger men. Mohammad Inan has now come in to join Kanishk Chauhan with just 4 overs and 4 balls remaining in the innings.
Driven out square onto the offside. 1 run for him.
So he's noted down as the leg spinner. So South Africa clearly would be looking for 1 or 2 here to just make sure that they don't get anywhere near 280 at the least.
No mug with the bat is Inan. Scored 105 from 74 deliveries in the under-19 tri-series.
It's a proper all-rounder.
Just dabs this away, and nobody seemed like they wanted to go and collect the ball, and then suddenly 3 of them immediately pounced upon it. 4 runs from the over and a wicket. Yeah, you mentioned that he is a proper all-rounder. He also picked up 6 for 79 in the second innings in that youth test against Australia. Driven wonderfully. There is protection out there in the deep, but just looked so comfortable in playing that stroke. Embarrassment of riches. I think that's where you describe the Indian playing stocks.
Yes. I think the selectors have an equal amount of difficulty in picking the under-19 team as they have these days with the national side for the Indians.
Short. Pulled away. Onto the onside. Will he get under it? Yes, he does. A comfortable catch in the end. It hung in the air for an eternity. And a safe pair of hands means that South Africa get another wicket. It's 2 in the over from Basson. And he finishes his 9th over with 2 wickets and 5 runs. Boy, oh boy, was that an expensive one for India. 2 crucial wickets, 265 for 7.
Yeah, key period of play in this last 6-7 overs for the South Africans, picking up wickets inspired by that wonderful diving catch. And this one is so well judged. It is a pressure catch. It's on the boundary. You're not too sure how far the boundary is from you. But number 17, and that is Adnan Lahadin, takes a superb catch. So South Africa fighting back here in the back end of the Indian innings. And that sees the end of a very impressive innings from Chauhan, 32 of just 23 balls with 3 fours.
Number 63 comes to the crease for India. Kilan Patel, who goes to the Sri Ved School. Took 4 wickets in the 3rd Youth ODI against Australia. And represents Gujarat in domestic under-19 cricket. I think the key here as Ntando Soni begins his 9th over, the key for the Indian selectors, we were speaking about it, is that they've picked teams that represent a large portion of the Indian subcontinent and not necessarily going to one sort of region or type of player. Good variety in this squad. Soni from the eastern end. Bunted over the head of the umpire. Means that they'll get 1 for it.
Yeah, I think in the old days it used to be a problem. There used to be dominant states, as we may have seen in South Africa and Australia and other places as well. But now that the game has spread its footprint so far and wide in India, and the amount of competitions, the number of competitions that happen, that's why you get these fellows that come from, as I always like to describe it, as indistinct areas. You'd least expect players to arrive from here. I mean, Mohammad Shami is one of those examples as well.
There's a grunt there. That one is bunted away just over the head of the fielder there. Desperately tried to get his hands around that one. Not able to get the result that the South Africans would want. And I wonder if we're going to go off. Looks like the umpire has said, well, there's a concern of lightning in the area, and frustratingly for viewers and for broadcasters alike, it looks as though we're going to have an interruption in play as the players come off for presumably what is lightning. It's always frustrating when that happens, especially when you'll see on your screen there, it looks quite clear. There's, yes, a little bit of cloud coverage, but really it doesn't look too ominous. The problem is behind our viewpoint in the commentary box. That is where that is some concern. You'll see to the top left-hand corner of the screen, it's very dark there, and lightning on the high felt is a genuine concern.
And that's the area where the rain comes from, at this particular ground. I remember the World Cup in 2003, Bangladesh were playing here, and there was also a huge delay because of that. Those days, there wasn't too much of the lightning rule in place, but certainly here now, especially in South Africa on the Highveld, it's implemented with very strictly. So there's the update for now, 268 for 7 into the 48th over, and Havansh Singh, who looked well set for a century, was dropped on 90. Fortunately, it didn't cost the South Africans too much. A great catch resulted in his dismissal, giving Basson his second wicket, and then he picked up the third one when he removed Kanish Chauhan, who for 32. They were certainly in the middle of a very good partnership along with Ambrish and Singh. They put on the most important partnership for that fifth wicket, 137, and then Trivedi at the top of order contributed 21. As you can see there, the key bowler, the left-arm seamer, J.J. Basson, picked up wicket in his first session, and also in this last closing session, as far as he's concerned. In fact, he picked up the very important wicket in his first spell when Vaibhav Suryavanshi was caught behind. So he's taken the important wickets, and that's where we are right now. The umpires have taken the players off the field, and I think they also indicated to the ground staff that at the very minimum they should just cover the playing surface with a tarpaulin. That's the state of no play at the moment in Benoni.
Yeah, thanks so much for that, Aslam. We'll be back with you as soon as we know a little bit more about where this game will be heading. So don't go all that far, because we could get on to the park fairly shortly. Welcome back to Willamore Park in Benoni. After a short delay due to lightning, we're back at it and we haven't lost a single over. 47 overs have been bowled, 268 for 7. My name is David Midgley. Alongside me as we head towards the conclusion of this innings, Aslam Kota. And we're off the mark with the very first ball after the interval. It's always frustrating, Aslam, when we have interruptions for weather, but I suppose more so when you can't even see the weather that is interrupting the game. The lightning being behind our position, of course.
Yeah, correct. Good afternoon again, everyone. And that does make things difficult. And I know the guys who are in the worst position are the umpires. You know, there'll be a whole lot of arguments all over the show, but there are rules in place. They adhere to it to the letter. And fortunately, we haven't lost time or any of the overs.
This is pulled away onto the onside. They'll just consider a second. They won't get it. Who does breaks like these impact the most? Is it the batters? Is it the bowlers? Is it a balance of the two? Because batters, you know, you're in a momentum, you're in the rhythm. It's the final couple of overs, final few overs, and then you stop. And bowlers, you know, you grow cold.
Well, I can tell you that as a former batsman, I mean, these type of breaks are definitely not good. You need to find your rhythm all over again. And how often do you see that when play resumes, you see well-set batsmen actually get out? So I think it's most disadvantage to the batters. Bowlers may say the same. You know, they were in the rhythm. The second maybe spell was a lot better than the first. Things were coming right. The hand ball was leaving the hand very nicely, and suddenly there's a break. It can obviously be it can be impactful to the bowlers as well.
It's a lovely delivery there from Ntando Soni. On the back foot and just darts this away onto the offside to end the 9th Sony over. 48 overs have been bowled, 271 for 7. That last wicket was a crucial one for South Africa under 19. The other frustration, I suppose, that may creep up for both sides is that mental break almost requires you to switch on again, and to be able to switch on when you have had almost all of your overs completed, and then suddenly you've got to get back into that. It can be a stern task.
It is, and even in this case where 2 overs and 3 balls or 4 balls needed to be faced, but both Inan and Kilan Patel, having been there, they may have set themselves up for the last 3 overs or 4 overs. This is what we're looking to do. And then suddenly they called off and they have to come back here and almost start all over again. So it can't be easy for batsmen, and especially when you're playing at this level with so much at stake. Anyway, JJ Basson, his last over. Can he pick up a wicket or 2?
He begins with the wide, gives himself an opportunity to bowl it again and maybe get the wicket. He got 2 in his previous over. JJ Basson came back after just the 1 wicket in his first couple of spells, and really wanted to put the foot on the pedal, so to speak, on trying to wrap this innings up. Just 3 wickets away from this innings being wrapped up, but there is only 2 overs remaining. Pulled away onto the onside. That will go all the way. He's just leaned back and absolutely cracked that for 6 over the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, beautifully played. They're obviously waiting for the bad ball. That's the psychology right now. We're waiting for the overpitch delivery. Anything short, we're going to dispatch it. And he responded beautifully. JJ Basson said, here's one to hit. And he said, thank you very much. 6 all the way.
Such a confident stroke. We spoke about the mental break, but that didn't really look as though there was any break indeed. Third man into the ring now. Pulled away once again, this time along the ground onto the onside.
I'll just tell you that Sorry, David. During the break, I was downstairs and I was told that this pitch was used 3 days ago for those 650 runs that were scored. So I guess that it may be playing a little slower than we anticipate, because the number of pull shots and even that big hit that went so far in front of square tells me that if there's anything short, it's going to stand up for the batsman to choose the spot, and that particular stroke from Patel indicated that.
Fine leg in the ring. Deep mid wicket, long leg. Bowled him! He's cleaned him up. Massive swipe across the line there. Basson gets his 4th. And South Africa can celebrate. What a brilliant delivery.
Absolutely. After being dispatched for that big 6, the previous delivery was also up to the wicket, so they picked up the single. If you miss, I hit. That has to be the principle, especially towards the end of the innings, because the batsmen are looking to now heave-ho, play heave-ho. They're looking to strike as hard as possible. And on that occasion, Mohammad Inan played all over that Yorker length delivery, hitting the off stump. So good delivery, and I think good reward for Jason Basson, who's really performed well with the ball.
Well, this over has had everything: a wide, a 6, a 1, and a wicket. And we're only halfway through, Aslam. Well, we'll wait and see what more is in store for this over from JJ Basson. Very good spell thus far. 9.5 overs, 4 for 50. Right, new man at the crease, D. Devendran. He's got 3 balls to face from Basson. Pushed down the ground. Immediately looked for the first, but they weren't likely to achieve that proposed goal with the likes of Jorik van Schalkwyk down at long on.
So Kilan Patel with that big strike is the man that I'm sure the Indians will be hoping to do to take them to their score of 290 plus. Certainly looks very ominous at the top of that previous picture that we just saw. Weather coming over Benoni. Hopefully it stays wide and far from the cricket itself. I'm looking forward to watching the South African under-19 team bat.
Comes down the surface and just squeezes this away onto the offside. That's very well bowled by Basson. So tempting to try and look for that magic delivery. Just 1 ball remaining in his spell. A lot of conversations that were happening during the course of this over between Jorik van Schalkwyk and Mohamed Bulbulia, the leadership in the South African under-19 team, of where we're going to place the fielders and what lines and lengths he's looking to bowl. This should be full. That one skewed away. That's in the air. Coming under it. Oh, no. He bumps into the umpire and bundles the catch. It really should have been a fairly regulation catch. A couple of drop catches here. And he's just mentioning that he's a little bit frustrated, I think, James, that the umpire was in the way.
Well, I think the umpire should certainly have moved out of the way there. That's the rule. And unfortunately, Karen Cluster didn't move. She stayed rooted on the spot. And a 5th wicket gone a-begging for JJ Basson, who certainly deserved that. So Devendran gets away. He picks up 2 runs. And with the final over left, 283 for 8 is the score. Can they get it to 290, 295?
And you see that signal with Ntando Soni grabbing the ball from his captain, from Cluster, that this would be considered a power play. It's all about the management of time, and so that limits the number of fielders that South Africa under-19 are able to put outside the 30-yard circle. And so as a result, they've opted to bring square leg in. They've got a deep mid wicket out, long off, as well as a sweeper. And now long on is the other option that has been sent out. Final 6 balls in the India under-19 innings. Hammers this away to the onside. All they can do is sit and watch as it sails over the rope. It's a lovely shot for 6.
That's a magnificent slog sweep. In fact, the word slog is almost untidy in the way he lined this one up so beautifully, did Kilan Patel. A glorious hit for 6. His footwork was exceptional because he got across and had already premeditated this. So wherever it was going to go, wherever it was going to be pitched, he was in for it. So whether he was onto the front or back foot, but his response was exceptional. What a wonderful stroke.
As a result, it looks like we might need a new ball. That one landing in a place where the ball may not come back from.
Well, I'll tell you that it can't be too difficult to find a ball in the box that's 50 overs old.
No, certainly
5
not.
balls to go.
You just look at the way that he's played that stroke. It was almost bullish in the way that he set himself up for it. He knew exactly what he wanted, as you said, premeditated, got across, and absolutely crunched it away.
Went a long way, lost the ball. That was an almighty hit, I must say. And Sony has been the other one of the impressive bowlers. He's not picked up too many wickets, but he's been good to watch. There's good variety in his makeup, not afraid to use it.
Plays an awkwardly balanced stroke, and immediately the call was weight. Losing his feet a little bit there, trying to hit it through that vacant cover region.
Well, he was so committed, had he left it, it would have been a wide. So Sony obviously looking to bowl that wide, full-length Yorker to maybe even hit the popping crease. Do not allow the likes of Kilan Patel to get under it. I'm sure that's what he was attempting to do.
Oh dear, that was a wayward delivery, and as such it's been signalled as no ball, and there's everything happening here. There's a shy of a run out at the non-striker's end. Oh boy, this is a comedy of errors, Aslam.
It certainly is. And it's one thing when the batters are, there's miscommunication there. It's not too good when the fielding team's doing that. I did think that, who was it in the number 8, should have covered the area, and the ball should have actually been thrown straight to the fielder, and the stumps would have been easily broken. In the end, they've actually picked up another 2 no-ball runs. So was it signalled no ball?
It was signalled no ball from umpire Shezi at the square leg region because of the height over the hips, and then on top of it there were those free runs. So a free hit for Sony to try and navigate through. He goes to Devendran. Oh, he's absolutely hammered that away, and it's going to be a waste because it's going to be caught. And a bit of a lapse in concentration meant that he forgot that it was a free hit.
Well, it looks like he went for broke there. Good catch in the outfield. In the end, the free hit results in just a single. So 291 on the board now for India. I must say it's been a workmanlike performance by India. There was a stage when they were 67 for 4. You wondered what they'd be aiming at, and at the halfway mark they were 109 for 4 after 25 overs.
Creamed away. They lost the first ball and found it, and that one has been dispatched with disdain.
What I will say is that on any ground would have been a big 6, and that's gone over that roof once again. He clearly favours that area over mid-wicket. And boy, is he a powerful striker of the ball. Kilan Patel. So 298 now for India with 2 balls remaining.
Again, a bit of advice coming from Mohammad Bulbulia to his bowler. And now umpire Claster is just pulling the handbrake up. Maybe there's a foreign object on the surface. Maybe a stud that's come loose. Sony looks like he's at risk of running into the boundary with this lengthy run-up of his. Final 2 deliveries. Comes across again, hammers this down too long on. Bulbulia with the fielding. Immediately the call is yes, and he'll be run out at the striker's end. It was a good bit of awareness by Bulbulia to throw it to the wicket-keeper's end. The temptation would have been to throw to the nearest end to you. And South Africa have affected a run out here. And that's the eighth wicket falling.
Yeah, good awareness from the captain, because he was at such a distance, he would have obviously picked up that the batsman turning at the wicket-keeper's end was slow on the turn and made the right choice. And obviously that was quite a distance that he had to throw the ball in at. So in the end, a good bit of cricket sees the end of that particular partnership, which was worth 19. But it's taken to India to a very formidable 298 for 8. So Kilan Patel is in fact the batsman who's been dismissed. Run out for 25.
It's always a bit of fun when you, as a batter, have to come out to the middle and face the very last ball of the game. Some free license in order to see out the innings. The final ball, 299. Comes across, hoiks us onto the onside. There's a lot of work to do down there in the deep. He's done very well there to prevent the boundary. They're just going to keep running, and they will be run out. The signal is clear from umpire Shezi. Last ball, and there's a wicket from it. 299 for 9 is where they were prior to that delivery. We'll just get confirmation from the scorers where they do end up. But it was a wonderful batting performance from this Indian A side. And the 300 is a common occurrence on this surface, Aslam. If we'll just get the final confirmation, is that there were 300 all out.
And Patel being the batsman who was eventually run out. And yes, I mean, we just spoke about the previous match where the team chasing 340 odd was just 8 runs short. But there's the confirmation of the card of the Indian team, highlighted, of course, by that superb 93 from Harvansh Singh. And that came off just 95 balls, together with Amrish, the two of them sharing the partnership of 137. There were other contributions as well, but I must say Kilan Patel's 26 of 12 ensured that they got to that 300, and now they certainly have a score to bowl at.
17 extras in that South African under-19 rather, bowling effort, 12 wides, and that's something that they'll look to repair and tidy up in the remaining games in this series. This is game number 1 of a 3-match youth one-day international series. India under-19 touring South Africa ahead of the under-19 World Cup taking place in other southern African countries. A surprise that South Africa not included in that mix, but it's good that the game is able to grow through those opportunities for other countries to host. If we look at the bowling figures, JJ Basson 4 for 54, the highlight for the South African under-19 team. Bayana Majola 1 for 52. Sony and Mbata also picking up wickets. Very tidy stuff there from Jason Rolls with his 0 for 25 from his 5. So we'll be back with you very shortly as there is a quick changeover between the two sides. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with you after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chasing innings set to begin. From a lowly 66 for 4, India were able to fight their way back, and a fight it was. 301 was what they totally got to. A score that South Africa have only been able to reach once against the Indian under-19 team. They've never been able to score 300 except for that one instance. So they're going to have to score their second highest total against India under-19 here. And I must say that it might not be an easy task. Jorik van Schalkwyk alongside Adnan Lahadin. They'll be facing Dipesh Devendran for India. They normally open up with Henil Patel. But Dipesh Devendran, very much capable. And he'll be setting us off in the Ekurhuleni end. To Jorik van Schalkwyk. Pendulo Makubane is my name in commentary, joined by the legend himself, Mr. Aslam Kota.
Thank you very much. Score of 300 still remains, even in the modern game, a psychological factor. And as you mentioned, recovering from 67 for 4, 204 for 5, that at the halfway stage of their innings, India have done well to muster that 300. Jorik van Schalkwyk, 150 and 2 centuries, was the best of a double century.
The only player to get a 200 in an official youth ODI game. The other only player to get 200 is Abhigyan Kundu, but his wasn't official. His is 215 versus Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe rather, and it just came off from 164 versus Bangladesh prior to scoring that 215, and he scored that 164 on this very ground against Bangladesh. Same Bangladesh team with the bowling lineup that defeated India in the 2024 Asia Cup. So Jorik scored that 200 versus a very strong bowling lineup from Bangladesh. And so he should be able to have the skills to work himself close to that target for South Africa.
Well, I'd like to really see him do that. Scoring a double century in a youth international, that speaks volumes about the man's talent. So India have actually done very well. They played it well. I think they showed experience on how to really accumulate runs on a slowish pitch. As I said, I was under the impression that the pitch that's 4 pitches away to our left was the one that was used for that, almost 650, 660 runs scored just a few days ago. But apparently it's the very same one, and that's no wonder it had a bit of slow pace.
There's that shot from Jorik van Schalkwyk. Doesn't even have to run, doesn't even look at the ball, slaps it in front of square for 4.
Well, what a way to get the innings off the mark for van Schalkwyk and South Africa. Slightly short of a length, he's short of stature. So for him, slightly short of a length was an invitation to hit the pool, and boy did he thump that to the boundary for 4.
One of the couple of players in this under-19 setup with a contract with a professional setup, Jorik van Schalkwyk, applies his trade for the Momentum Multiply Titans. The Titans based in Supersport Park in Centurion. He even has a first-class half-century. Jorik van Schalkwyk did it in his second match. So a wild talent that South Africa have in their midst. And that 4 spoke volumes itself. After the first over, it's 4 for no loss. So here comes Henil Patel. Normally opens the bowling, and here he is. He'll be taking the ball. It's normally Kishan Kumar, the left arm seamer, who opens up with Henil Patel, but Kumar not playing in this particular fixture. That is certainly not Adnan Lahadin, and there's Adnan Lahadin. fresh from a century in the warm-up game. It's an unofficial youth ODI, so it doesn't count in his statistics, but he scored 135 about 4 days ago on this ground on the 31st of December during the warm-up game. Very good strike rate of 96. He can hit it hard, Adnan Lahadin. But here's Hanil Patel. Oh, he can hit it hard indeed. Poor ball from Patel to start off, short and wide, and intentionally hit by Lahadin for 4.
Excellent stroke. It was wide. It was there to be hit, and he fastened onto that magnificently. Yeah, he got 143 of 132 balls, and I watched that innings, and at most times in that 50 overs, he was more than a runner ball. So he's certainly a fine striker of the ball, and there was a fantastic example of it.
They put on a 120-run opening stand, these two, in that invitational warm-up game. Jorik went up to score 52 from 56. I thought he was going to go for his own century in that game. Jorik van Schalkwyk looking so good. So this is a very good partnership at the top of the order for South Africa. Hopefully they'll be able to capitalize fully.
Most good teams that post good results, have an opening set, opening pair that are set. They work well with each other. And if you find a solid one that gives you good starts, it's almost a start to a...
Gives that a good whack. You are saying it's going to be a good start? This is a great start from Adnan Lahadin. Not too good from Hanil Patel. Another wide delivery, another one that's short. The fans are getting a good show here from Adnan Lahadin.
Yeah, I was just going to say that a good set of openers, if they give you a good start in most competitions, it gives the team a lot of strength in competitions. This was a very good stroke. He opened the face of the bat on contact to make sure that it found that gap. Immediately, the Indian captain has dispensed with a second slip, and they've got 2 guys now at backward point and point.
It's much better from Patel. We can even draw a little bit of parallels to J.J. Basson's spell, because they are almost the same build. Nice tall bowlers with broad shoulders. J.J. Basson was hitting the deck, but he was very much tight on that 4th stump line. That was very wide, just allowing Adnan Lahadin a full flow of his arms. And a great shot from Lahadin. But he needs to be much closer to the batter. That previous ball was very good from Patel. And these last 2 deliveries need to follow the same pattern. Nice. This is it. But Lahadin mustn't get greedy now. He's already gotten 8. Good ball from Patel.
I was just going to say that the captain has reacted to the 2 bad balls. But that one, again, showed that it was slightly fuller of length. There was a bit of movement through off the pitch, which we didn't see the South African bowlers extract out of this particular surface. So I wonder if he's been wise to actually dispense with the second slip fielder there. Patel needs to know that he needs to straighten up. He can't have that kind of a start. And as soon as they've removed the slip, you've noticed his bowl's straighter now. So the last 3 balls have been pretty straight, and he's not allowed any space for the likes of Lahadin to get onto it. So it's something that needs to be discussed. I know that the young, almost 15-year-old captain will need to make sure that he's got all of that organized. But interesting to see also that even though they may have had 2 discussions, one during that short break just before for the lightning, and then after that, the 15 minutes, they must have chatted about the fact that this pitch is obviously not playing as quickly as they anticipated. They batted well on it. How do they go about with their bowling? So in his first over, Devendran did bowl with 2 slips in position. And now they've decided it's just going to be a single man alongside the wicket keeper.
works hard to go through the surface. Dipesh Devendran hits the deck hard. He has a very good short ball. It's quite effective once he gets it to work. But right now with the new ball, it is that discipline you speak of, Aslam, that needs to be at the top of the mark and at the top of the order here for the Indian bowlers. And that's good. That's where you want to be most of the times.
Yeah, I think the South Africans will have also discussed how the pitch is played. They saw how it played a few days ago. And here, with a very good Indian batting team, they got to 300. So they'll have an idea on how to go about. Thank you very much. There's the fact that there was no second slip in position. It's going to happen in the early part of the innings. And unfortunate for Devendran, there's actually run away for 4 runs.
I think, especially here for Dipesh, who's a little bit more accurate, having that second slip would have taken a little bit of a dive, but it still would have been a good option. And so that first slip is no longer at first slip. Vaibhav is moving a little bit wider, is now standing at second slip, basically. Cracked. Jorik van Schalkwyk is not going to let bad balls have a home here. It's been spanked over the point for 4.
Well, it looks like the likes of Devendran and also Patel still have a bit of stiffness in their bodies. 3 terrible deliveries wide outside the off stump and cashed in by the South African batsman. They need to just get this right. As you say, slip has now moved into a second slip position.
And that's much better. I think with the Indian team having played in Australia, they shouldn't be too foreign to pitches which are fast and have extra bounce. We actually saw with Majola, Bata, and with JJ Basson that even here there's a lot of bounce once you really bend your back and hit the surface hard. Patel and Devendran here should be able to get the same, but so often that just gets to a fast bowler's heads and they think that that's where they need to hit constantly. Just like that, and they get punished. There might be extra bounce, but it doesn't mean the short ball is the way to go. Jorik van Schalkwyk has pounced on Dipesh Devendran. 12 runs in the over. What an over and what a start. 28 for no loss after 3.
Another indication of the slight slowness in the pitch. Stood up there to be hit, and van Schalkwyk responding to 2 bad deliveries in this over with 4s. That's where the bowler was unlucky. And he should be thinking about this himself, that where should I be bowling? And where did most of the South Africans, when they did have success, where did they pitch the ball? So they will have studied all of that, and the bowlers would have been obviously drilled with that message that that's where you need to keep it.
Wonderful set of boundaries there from Jorik van Schalkwyk. I think after that first edge, which ran down for 4, Dipesh should have just continued in that area, not try to change it, because that's what cost him the 2 boundaries. Maybe he's going to learn. But here comes Henil Patel. Those are the areas from Patel. That's where he needs to hit over and over again. A lot of learnings for India. They have a lot of work here to do to defend that score. In-form players in Adnan Lahadin and Jorik van Schalkwyk, they've shown that form. Mohamed Bulbulia applies his trade for the Tuskers in Pietermaritzburg, and then it's going to be Jason Rolls, who's a wonderful batter in the top order. And it's not done because Paul James can give it an incredible hit. You still have Aman Manak, who's going to be in that top order as well. So it's a serious batting lineup here for South Africa under 19. but it all always needs a good platform at the top of the order so that those guys come in and the job is a little bit easier. They don't have to restart the innings.
Yeah, point well made. So the captain himself is at backward point. And the number 21 is the fellow in picture, and he's Vedant Trivedi, who happened to score 11 earlier today.
Wild flash. There's that extra bounce. Good work from Patel. Just mustn't move away from that. And it really is going to be a test for this team. There's no Ayush Matre, who's been their stand captain for the whole year in all their tours that they've taken. And also a wonderful batter, a great fielder, Ayush Matre. There's no Veyan Malhotra, who's also one of the senior statesmen in the team. So a lot of work is going to fall onto Aaron George, who's standing at mid-off, and also help guide Vaibhav Suryavanshi, who's still a very young captain. Ball just popping up. They steal a single. It's good running from Lahadin and Jorik. Going to need to do a lot more of that if the boundaries don't flow.
Yeah, you mentioned Matre as well as Malhotra. Both of them suffered injuries to their wrists, but they will be available for the World Cup. So they've been rested for this. I'm not sure if it's for all three matches. They are, in fact, they have been rested for all three so that they can be fit and raring to go for the World Cup, because they're going to be important cogs in that Indian lineup. I keep thinking of the young captain and wondering if it's not too much of a burden for a young man who you're expecting so much with a bat to be given the entrusted with the captaincy of the biggest cricketing nation on earth. Let's see how he performs. In the weeks to come.
Speaking to one of the Indian management who helped us translate down in the toss actually for Vaibhav, and he was speaking about how he was a little bit tentative, Vaibhav, on coming to speak. You know, it's a stage where he has to stand up now as a captain, and the Indian management let him know that this is what he has to deal with for the rest of his life actually.
Correct.
Because the whole world is watching. Everyone will want to know what he has to think. And I guess putting the weight of captaincy on him now is to accelerate that growth. Maybe could have tried someone like an Aaron George and help Vaibhav ease himself in, because he still has another 4 years in the team. So he still has another 2 World Cups after this. And it's the end of over number 4. So the young captain has going to have a lot to work and a lot to do. It's 25 for no loss.
Yeah, it's always an interesting discussion. It's good that you mentioned that they've been assisting him along. But after that sensational run-scoring spree that he had, suddenly he was the main talking point. He, in fact, relegated some of the better matches in the IPL at that stage with all of the interviews. So he was inundated, and I think that's when they realized that they needed to protect him as well. So, but this is a different stage. This is the world stage. You have to face up for your team, for your management, and of course for your nation.
Really want to run away from that wide delivery, Dipesh. It was not far away for Lahadin to latch onto it. When you actually look at how this innings is coming about for South Africa, and it should be a little worrying for the Indian bowlers, really, because of the boundary percentage that South Africa have. They have 6 fours. So 24 out of the 25 runs are purely out of boundaries. It's going to be an outside edge. Good stop in the deep. Very good work from Henil Patel. It's going to be 2 runs.
Yeah, a bit of a loose shot there from Adnan Lahadin. I was about to say that he's impressed me on the way he plays on the back foot. there, just lunging forward, gets the thick outside edge, runs away into that free area. Third man does a wonderful job to keep it in play. 27 for no, 4 balls to go in the 5th over. The Indians were 26 for 1 at a similar juncture.
Nice and straight. That's a very nice ball from Dipesh. But it gets the nice area of Adnan Lakhadin's bat and it flies away for 4 on the square leg boundary.
That is a high quality stroke from Lakhadin. Watched it all the way onto the bat and then just got it down, as you can see there, in an instant with a very short back lift. And the timing was impeccable. What a glorious stroke that is.
Was really going to target the stumps, Devendran. Hasn't done so in his spell. He's been doing that and been getting punished. That's why he's going for runs. That is not the ball you want to bowl here, Dipesh Devendran, especially not to an inform Adnan Lakhadin. Pounces with a beautiful stroke over the point for 4.
Yeah, he's come off a great 100 and showing you that he's continued with that form. And here's another example of his proficiency on the back foot. Gets into a wonderful position and then he punches this, gives it everything and gets 4.
Gets into position early, reads the line and length early. He understands the field. That's the largest out of the boundary. Taking it over the top, and the fielding change now comes from the Indians. They move away from the deep fine leg. They throw a fielder down at deep point. That's where Adnan Lakhadin has gotten 2 of his boundaries. So, a deep third man and a deep backward point. Too greedy. This might be the first wicket to fall. That extra bounce is the undoing of Adnan Lakhadin. Hits it into the air and Keelan Patel takes the catch at square leg. Number 1 falls for 35 runs.
Yeah, suck it into that pull shot because he's hitting the ball so well. Struck 2 powerful boundaries. He probably thought there's another one on offer. It was short. He'll say it was certainly there to be hit. But it's early in the innings. And in the end, you have to take your hat off for the bowler.
Brave bowling from Dipesh Devendran. Running backwards, Keelan Patel ends up getting into very nice positions and completes the catch. Adnan Lakhadin was not happy with himself. He knew that he had runs to get on the surface. Oh, it was coming on so nicely and it was sounding so good off the bat. But it brings the captain, and this is why. Going for that pull in front of square, the ball just got a little bit big on him and you can see he instantly know that he didn't get a good touch. Mohammad Bulbulia comes in at number 3.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at some of the recent stats, and it's not been in that prolific form that brought him into the public eye and elevated him to South African colours. But clearly the board over the last 2 years have supported him, have then entrusted him with the captaincy as well. So a lot to play for. And perhaps now with the mind focused solely on 50 overs, hopefully he'll be able to knuckle down an average of 48.55 with a top score of 130. So 2 slips for the new batsman. And Devendran, who's picked up the wicket, is in again.
Oozes in class. Mohammad Bulbulia, once he gets his flow going, averaging 48.5 and scoring those at a run per ball. Talk about impact and efficiency from the South African captain. Dipesh Devendran, though, he gets the first wicket. Adnan Lakhadin going for a strong pull stroke after scoring 2 boundaries in a row. 3 too many from Adnan Lakhadin. That was the first one. It was so nicely played, closing the face of the bat, running to the square leg. The next one was a little bit too wide. Smashes it over the point. Look at this for a shot. Then the next one, trying to go big, hits it up into the air and is dismissed. Such is the story.
Yeah, the previous 2 that were hit for boundaries were wide. This was a lot closer to the body.
the next set of batters for South Africa is something for India to really, really think about, because they all quality, all classy. Vintage batters, they don't do anything out of the box to create strokes. You've watched a lot of Aman Manak. You've watched now a lot of Mohamed Bulbulia as well. And even Jason Rolls in between. All of them are just so good in what they need to do. But the test here against this Indian side is going to be immense, needing to chase 300. That's number 3 for the Tuskers in first-class cricket, Mohamed Bulbulia. So leaving is not something that's away from him. And given that his under-19 strike rate is 101, Aslam, it tells us that he can easily catch up to the balls if he allows himself to get into the game.
They play so much of cricket from the age of 14, 15, 16. You expect that by now they've got some sort of an idea as to how they will go about their own batting. And it's an interesting point you make about the rest of the lineup, that there's nothing extraordinary out with a lot of them. They play good orthodox cricket.
Just look at how he punched that. It wasn't anything expansive from Bulbulia. It was on the up. Really using those wrists to activate the bat and hitting it over the covers for 4. Very nice stroke from the South African captain.
He is very wristy, especially on the leg side. That was really well picked up. It was slightly short of a length, wide outside the off stump. And just went through with the stroke. It's early on. There's only 2 fielders out in the deep, so it's worth taking the chances, and he's done well with that. So he's off the mark with a boundary.
To hit that in front of square is absolutely beautiful. Great batting from Bulbulia, means that he picked it up very early.
Much better length. Getting a bit of away movement as well. Hinal Patel, I think he's only been struck for 3 fours in the spell of his. So he's been pretty tidy, because his partner on the other side, Devendran, has gone for 26, but he's picked up the 1 wicket. Hinal Patel certainly looks a lot more in control. He knows where he wants to pitch the ball. He's got an idea when he turns at the top of his run-up. He remains nicely focused with that. So 1 wide slip in position for Bulbulia. 4 men in the inner circle saving 1.
Well, they also have the third option of pace in R.S. Ambrish. Tall fella. Can bowl it well. Alongside Dipesh Devendran. Like I said, Dipesh normally a first, second change bowler for India, with Kishan Kumar and Hinal Patel starting it off. But after this, they have R.S. Ambrish, who batted well, so hopefully that converts into good form with the ball. But then the rest of the bowlers are bringing you spin. Kilan Patel, extremely skilled. Kanishk Chauhan, another skilled fella. Mohammed Enan, he's also pretty good. So it's going to be on these 3 fellas to really use that new ball. And like you said, Patel is doing well, but his partner Devendran is struggling on the other side. After 6 overs, it's 41 for 1.
In the modern game, I think 300, as I said, is still a psychological mark. But we also know that in the makeup of the modern player, even the young modern player, if they bide their time and if they just organize themselves very nicely through their innings, 300 is gettable. So they need to remain calm. And there may be a spell where for 2-3 overs, maybe even 4, there are no boundaries, but that's part of the game. Bowlers find their rhythm. You play as well as you want to, but you're hitting straight to the fielders. All that comes into the equation.
It's also going to be important here for South Africa to not chase the game. They are chasing, but you don't chase it. You allow those mistaken deliveries from the bowlers to be where you capitalize. And where the partnership of Ambrish and Singh really started to hurt South Africa was when they started activating the ones and twos. They were on 1 on 20, 6 for 20 deliveries, both of them. Oh, beautiful from Dipesh Devendran into the block hole. We're speaking of partnerships, but they are breaking them apart. An absolute monstrous delivery from Dipesh Devendran, and the South African captain has been bamboozled by a great Yorker. 41 for 2.
Excellent delivery. The best ball of the morning for Devendran, no doubt. Angling in Yorker length and hits the bottom of the middle and off stump. No answer from Bulbulia. You can see from his reaction, very surprised. Beaten neck and crop, 41 for 1. Very well bowled.
Just played all around the ball. Didn't read the length well enough. The ball was right and full. You can even see he took a step forward thinking he could actually drive that back to the bowler. The ball was way more full than we had anticipated. Goes under his bat and bowls him.
Yeah, 41 for 2 to be exact. This was a classic delivery. This would have got most batsmen out. I can tell you, an angling Yorker length delivery from a right arm seamer seems to be running into some kind of rhythm and form. Yeah, that's the end of Bulbulia. And Jason Rolls comes in to join Yuri van Skalkwyk.
It's a good ball. I also just feel he played the wrong line. The ball was angling in. It was from a wider angle. It was very sharp. Played as if the ball was coming for his off stump. Got bowled. And now it brings Rolls. Another vintage batter. Left-hander. Very classical in his style of play. Mr. Work Ethic. Jason Rolls, he bats and bats forever. Was instrumental in South Africa's tour for England last year.
Yeah, lots expected of this youngster from a very young age. Winning awards, prolific run scorer. Took a great catch earlier today, worth adding into a highlights package. Yeah, much better from Devendran. He's gotten better as the spell has progressed into his 4th over.
Jason Rolls, part of a slew of players coming from St. David's, Mariston Under, representing the South African Under-19 team. He teammates with Arman Manak. Kamogelo Phiri was part of the Under-19 setup. Doesn't make the World Cup squad, but he too is from St. David's. Ball chips in. Inside edge. Passes the bat. They're going to run for 1. Jason Rolls. He gets his innings going. It's going to have to be a little bit of a boring work here between Jorik van Skalkwyk and Jason Rolls. Losing the wicket at the top of Adnan Lakhadin, who was on great fire, has just slowed down the run rate for a little bit. They need 259 from 260.
Yeah, they can't afford to lose another wicket, especially in these opening 10 overs, because then 300 looks a whole lot further and a lot more pressure on the other batsmen. So a start is really what it's all about, even though they haven't got it. But a good consolidating partnership with a number of boundaries in between, and they can get their innings back on track. We saw that in a fabulous partnership of 137 between Singh and Sukumar Ambrish. They played superbly to get their team out of deep trouble. That's in the end of Devendran's over. So it's a good one, just a single coming off it, but more importantly, he's picked up the 2nd wicket his second wicket as well. South Africa 42 for 2. So that's an important point, Mpo, that needs to be mentioned. You cannot lose wickets at regular intervals, especially when you're chasing a score, because now you have a target in mind. So the scoreboard pressure then comes into the whole equation. And batsmen start playing unconventionally. They look to do things a little differently. So they need, again, we'll use that word, just keep calm. Run rate is not an issue. They're on par right now at 6 runs and over. So it just means a bit of occupation, waiting for the bad balls. And we've seen that there have been a number of them already. But this pair of Patel and Devendran now have run into a good rhythm. Patel keeping things tight on his end, and Devendran picking up wickets with much better bowling from him.
Having to bowl to a left-hander now, Patel. No problem in adjusting his lines and lengths. That length has been the hard one for all this time. And you raise a point about being tight from Patel and being effective from Dipesh on the other side. It's that bowling partnership that's working very well for India as well. Dipesh goes into the wickets, a little bit more skiddier. Henel Patel hits the deck a little bit harder, extracts more bounce off the surface. So it's two different types of bowlers that these batters need to deal with. See that extra bounce, and Jason Rolls climbs on top of it because Henel Patel gave him too much width. It's cut away in front of square for 4. South Africa moves to 42.
And that's exactly what they need to remind one another. There is going to be the odd ball or two in the over. They got to cash in. The other thing, of course, is when you consolidating the innings to turn the pressure over again. There's the replay of the stroke. Heftily hit over the cover region for 4. That they need to rotate the strike. Not to allow bowlers to settle into a pattern against the batsman.
He's very stern on his setup. Jason Rolls always have to follow a process as a batter to wipe away anything from the previous ball. Amazing setup. The way he just expands his whole stroke. Pick it up over the infielders. See him bend his back to get that elevation. It's an incredible cricket shot.
Right royal thrash for 4. And generally bowlers, opening batsmen in the modern white ball game, they know that there's opportunities to exploit.
Oh, banger! That is massive from Jason Rolls. He may be composed, he may be classical, but boy, can he give it a hit. 50 runs up for South Africa under-19s.
Yeah, the one thing is when he throws his bat at it, it's a full thrash. And that's a beautiful pickup for 6. It's on a fuller length on that line of leg stump, not necessarily short, but in position. In fact, it's off the middle stump.
Just look at the flair that he played that ball with. He doesn't even put too much power on it. It just swivels around that back foot. It's the timing that makes the shot as big as it was, hitting the middle of the bat. It flies high into the sky. Might be even fighting against the wind. But when you hit it that purely, even the wind becomes on your favor. What a hit.
Yeah, you can see from that replay, you can actually pick up the fact that it wasn't that short because it was an upshot that he then managed to hit over Deep's backward square leg. There's another example of it. Because normally you'd actually throw your arms wide open to play the pull shot. But this was just a magnificently timed stroke. Beautiful pickup, gone all the way for 6. Patel suddenly under some kind of pressure. Because he's been the one that's kept things tight on the other side. And this is exactly what Van Schalkwyk and Rolls need to know. Be aware of. There will be the loose delivery, the odd one. So what we see now with that also is that their run rate is at 6.6. They need to be scoring at 6. It's 52 for 2, but they stay within the required run rate. They don't let the game get away from them, and that's the key. So 52 for 2 after 8 overs, and it's already been an eventful first 8 overs. 2 wickets have fallen. We've seen a number of boundaries already scored. Mpendelo Magubane makes way for David Midgley. So Dipesh Devendran, who's picked up the 2 wickets, will start his 5th over as he runs away from the commentary box end. Van Schalkwyk has become a spectator. I know Rolls has certainly shown his style of betting already. 2 big hits in that, and he's only on 11. So 12 innings, 284 runs. He's got 250s to his name. I'm sure a lot more is expected of him. Welcome, David.
Thank you, Aslam. It certainly has been an innings of pretty cricket. I think the way in which they've played their strokes has certainly been beholden to something worth watching. It's not been ugly cricket. It's not been something that you may describe as reckless or unnecessarily aggressive. The strokes that the South African batters have played, yes, I know that they've lost 2 wickets, have been pretty.
Absolutely. And it's all about, all of those were bad deliveries. They needed to be put away. They've done exactly that, and that's what you're saying. 8.2 overs, 54 for 2. India were 45 for 2 at the end of 10. So well ahead right now, the South Africans. Yorker length delivery. Full toss, hitting him full on the pad. The umpire says not out. It was angling in.
I think umpire Shezi there is saying that there was a bit of a sound of bat. That's what we've picked up from the stump mic. And
yeah, the indication there is that
that the man on strike is saying that he's hit it.
Goes through with a stroke, does Van Schalkwyk. Will get 4. It's a long boundary, but he's given it the full kitchen sink. And they will continue to play in this fashion because there are so many gaps on offer. And as I said earlier, just before you came on, that when you open the innings for long enough, you know how to set your stall for the opening 10 overs, for those power play overs. He's gone for the full length drive, not where he intended to hit that ball, but there was enough bet on it to take it away for 4. That's the longest boundary at the ground, and I can probably close to maybe about 75 meters.
Just highlighting the caliber of modern bats, Aslam. He's hit that probably from the toe end of the bat, and it's flown away to the boundary for 75 meters, as you've mentioned.
Yeah. Now I tell you what, I wonder what batting would have been like if, for people like myself, if the bats were manufactured like this with a very compressed woodwork, and that anything you touch, you can even snick a ball for 6 these days. We see that happening in the modern game. Good top edges carry so far. We see that in the international game, in all of this franchise cricket that's going on around the world. 58 for 2 after 9. So these two have now settled in quite nicely. Their partnership is worth just 17. But I think early blushes from the likes of Devendran and Patel may have just been settled. And I'm quite certain that we'll see a change in bowling. They may be tempted to bring in the spinners as well, given the fact that these two have thrown their bat at anything short and wide or anything over pitched. They've benefited, and so have the likes of Adnan Lagadin. He's 19, came off 15 balls that include 4 boundaries.
So it looks like Keelan Patel has been given the task to try and slow things down. As you mentioned, these two, in the most stereotypical fashion here, Aslam, when it comes to South African batters, love the bat on ball type stuff. They love the quicker paced bowling. And so India under 19 deciding that this is going to be the way in which they're going to try and turn the tide here. One over remaining in the power play, and they're going to go with the left arm spin of Patel through and around.
Yeah, slow left arm orthodox. Yasin Minak has been taking his twins across to India for the last 3 Decembers. This particular December, I think last year after they were done with the cricket weeks, they then went across to Madras. This is a beautifully picked up stroke. He knew exactly where he wanted to hit it, did Jason Rowles. Got down to it and measured up Keelan Patel immediately and has got the boundary to his name. And what I will just say very quickly is that what the point they made was the number of spinners that are involved in those clinics, that it's actually allowed the batsmen to improve their game, his sons to improve their game, because every match that you played, instead of, say, maybe facing 2 or 3 seamers. Now this is a miscue and it's gone. And the change of bowling has picked up the wicket. Keelan Patel makes the breakthrough after being hit for 4. I just got the feeling from the likes of Rowles is that he was too intent on batting the 20 over type of cricket, wanting to hit the colour out of every ball that was pitched up. This miscued off the edge of the bat, and he certainly will walk off rather very disappointed. And so he should be 62 for 3. We're in the 10th over.
It's really frustrating for Jason Rowles. He'll be disappointed with himself. Having just gotten the boundary, looked to go after the spinner. Didn't quite get the pace off the wicket. Miscued it, and a simple catch. That means India have their 3rd. And it'll bring the aforementioned Manak to the wicket. So now an opportunity for him to show off the skills that he has learned in Madras. Not always easy to face up to the skillful bowlers that come from India. And so now, well, Yasin is going to have to see if his money is paying off here, as you said.
It's been good so far. Finds himself in the South African 11 now. Batting at a very important number 4. It's come off a very good 100. So far in his youth ODI career, just 7 innings. Top score of 57. So wonderful opportunity in this match and the next 2 that follows to really establish himself and get himself mentally prepared for the World Cup.
Arman Manak, as you said, is in some decent form at the moment. He was awarded the Player of the Match award in the SA Schools SA Colts game at the end of Akai Majola. So we certainly know what he's capable of. But it's a stern test here, 62 for 3. India were in a similar position before that partnership of 137 really turned the tide.
So nothing special about Keelan Patel so far. I mean, he's just looked to hang it in the air, get it into the area for the batsman to play at it. Struck for 4 of the second ball, and then picks up the wicket of the 3rd. Looks a gentle orthodox bowler, very early on to call, obviously, but he may have a few other armories, a few other distinct qualities that I'm sure as the spell increases and progresses, we'll see more of that. There's the quicker delivery, the first real change up from Keelan Patel. And the end of a successful over. A wonderful bowling change there for the Indians. And South Africa 62 for 3, having lost the wicket of Jason Rowles, who looked so dangerous for his 16. 2 4s and a 6. I just got the feeling that he was playing I describe it as tight-handed cricket, where you're looking to hit every ball that's bowled at you. So it's a double change for India.
Yeah, it looks like it might be Ambrish who's got the ball in hand. And you've highlighted such an important thing, because I thought for a moment it may be the case that the decision to bring the spinner on for the final over of the power play may have been an error, and particularly when Jason Rolls, managed to send him to the boundary, and then just a mistimed stroke means that he's put under pressure. Oris Ambrish did well with the bat, and now he's got a task for him to keep things tidy with ball in hand. 10 wickets to his name thus far. Economy of 6.43. He's best of 4 for 80. So handy with both bat and ball in hand. As you said earlier, he was the joint highest wicket taker in the youth ODIs versus England. 8 wickets in 5 games.
Van Schalkwyk gets nicely on top of that, picks up his gentle single to the offside. They really need to consolidate this innings now. The likes of Van Schalkwyk, with his experience, Manak as well. They need to just play through at least the next period. Maybe, what's it now? We're into the 10th over. Beyond that, towards 15 and 18, settle themselves in. They can afford not to lose a wicket and not to. They're still scoring at 6.2 runs and over, so that's not a problem at all. They just need to hang in there and keep South Africa in the game. That was pretty quick, rising off a good length, and nicely steered in the end by the tall Arman Manak.
A question I have is maybe a rhetorical one, but when you are going at 6 to the over, just over 6, you need 6 to the over. You've already got the boundary in the over. Why play that stroke that Jason Rolls got out to? Because you've done the hard work. 2 singles and the job is done for the over. Why then try, as you said, the tight-handed cricket, trying to force things a little bit?
Well, I will say that this is under 19 cricket. I think as they get to bat with more senior players there to shepherd you through these type of periods, this is a beautiful stroke, marvelously timed, a sumptuous-looking drive on the up from Joeri van Schalkwyk, showing his talent there with possibly the shot of the morning, or the shot of the South African innings so far.
Well, there's been so many to choose from, but it wasn't one that left you breathless. You saw the pose held by there. It's every coach's dream. What a glorious stroke. And the key is there was no need for a risk in that stroke and in the innings thus far.
Well, Ambrish seems to have some pace because it's coming onto the bat very nicely. You can just tell from the way both Arman and Manak and Van Schalkwyk have faced these 4 deliveries so far. But just coming back to that point, I mean, as you get more experience and you play the situation, which is the key terminology these days, I've got my boundaries, I'm going to wait for the bad one. You can't take on a bowler who you haven't seen much of to try and get him out of the attack or spoil his length, as they say, and put the bowler under pressure. It's a little too early to do. It was a little too early to do that. And unfortunately, Jason Rolls has also succumbed to that rush of blood. 69 for 3. Another single picked up by Van Schalkwyk.
Something I want to highlight to those of you who are not able to see the remainder of the field. You've mentioned the pace with which Ambrish bowls. The third man is very straight, and so any thought of a ramp stroke is put out of the mind. Anything short, you try and lean out the way, maybe pop it over the keeper's head. If you misguide it, third man is going to be in the game. 11 gone, 69 for 3.
Yeah, the sun has come out at last after a long period with high cloud. The light's been fantastic all the way through. Short period when there was the threat of lightning. This is the power play. Lagadine really latching onto the short stuff and playing beautifully. Wonderful timing off his bat. And then there was a healthy edge that went through for 4 as well, and that was for Van Skalkwyk. And then he helped himself to a wide delivery outside the off stump and lifted it over the point area. And then the short delivery as well. He's actually played very well, very measured in the way he's gone about his innings. And then Lagadin, having played so well, this was a quick delivery outside the off stump, latched onto that, and then he received the short straighter one. It was up in the air, and Patel does very well to judge this catch, and that was the second wicket that fell, the first wicket that fell for the South Africans. And then we're back live, 69 for 3. Kilan Patel has started his new over with that single. Yeah, so lots of action in the first 10 overs. 3 wickets falling, a number of boundaries, a few sixes as well. One slip in position for Kilan Patel. Oh, that takes that thick outside edge of the bat. It's rolling away towards that vacant third man area. It will be hauled in. But Manak didn't seem too certain when he did get bat to ball.
He almost prodded at that one, as you said, unconvincing there from Arman Manak. Maybe not able to read the bounce off the surface, but he was safe in the end.
Need bit of footwork, but equally good footwork by the fielder in the deep. Moves across very nicely to deny a single.
Very excited to move his feet as Arman Manak. It's a skill that, when playing spin, is invaluable. Confidence in the ability to move to the pitch of the ball, move to try and upset length, as you mentioned.
Yeah, what he must watch is, if his intent is to actually get down to the pitch of the ball, is to watch that one that's hung outside the off stump above the eye line. You tend to go for it. Ball beats you. Wicketkeeper's happy to gobble it up. So he needs to be watchful. Having said that, Patel hasn't turned the ball much. So there is an element of safety for Manak if he does go down the track. Madon being pushed slightly deeper. There's the flighted delivery outside the off stump, just to see how the batsman does approach this, and he will have picked up something there, Will Patel. Continuing the power play, this was the end of Lagadin. After having played powerfully, 19 of just 15 deliveries with 4 fours to his name. That was the first wicket that fell. And then the captain got off the mark with a lofted cut, the uppercut that got him there, and then bowled with an absolute brilliant delivery by Devendran, produced a wonderful Yorker, and then more runs coming off the left-hander Jason Rowles. Loves to hit through the line, played powerfully, and then that pickup shot was possibly the highlight of that 10 overs. We back live. Amrish continues to bowl, and the South African pair will turn for 2 runs. 74 for 3. So Rowles was really into it and hitting the ball quite disdainfully. And that rush of blood continued, and unfortunately he fell to the wiles of Kilan Patel, who had just come on, bowled 3 balls, a dot ball, 4, and the next one he was outfoxed. Skalkwyk played well for his 31. And you can just tell that He's concentrating on the fact that he's waiting just for the bad ball and then turning the strike over with a new batsman in and waiting for the bad one. That's the key part. No risks at the moment for South Africa, because if they do that, it's going to get them into some hole, and then to recover from it may be difficult. It's a neat looking drive.
The key thing to note here, Aslam, is that the Indian fielding placements are slightly more aggressive or maybe more positive than the South Africans were, particularly with new batters at the wicket. It's a lot more of a constricted field. This time of the game, you want to look to knock the ball around and maybe get a 5-6 to the over.
Slower delivery. Van Schalkwyk picks that up very nicely. Doesn't go for the big hit. He just helps it along for a single. No, you're right. I mean, they've just got 4 fielders out in the deep. They could have 5. But I think they've realized that they've just arrested the scoring rate. They've picked up those wickets. So stay in there. And I always like this. Fielders in the inner ring saving one, making things tougher for the batsmen. They need to try and improvise. They need to go beyond themselves to try and pick up runs. And that's when batsmen are forced into making errors. So it's good cricket.
The thing to note as well is 5 and 6 to the over is not going to be good enough for India, because South Africa needs 6 to the over. And so if they allow the South Africans to just knock the ball around 4, 5, 6 to the over, it makes the task of chasing down this score almost a matter of fact, because these bowlers don't have the luxury of allowing the South Africans to just confidently tick the score along.
Yeah, so clearly for them, they need to pick up wickets. If they want to reverse the trend, they want to reverse the run rate, key for them is to break this partnership, to continue to just pick up wickets at regular intervals, to put the South Africans under pressure. And invariably what tends to happen, David, is batsmen then who follow up, who come through afterwards, look to force the pace. And before you know it, the innings is all closed up. They're out for 170, and it's a win by 130 runs. And you wonder how that happened. So it's key for India, for them to get into this game, to pick up the wickets, because the run rate is not an issue.
Good to see some support from the South African contingent here. There's no shortage of Indian fans as well as Patel begins a new over. It's always the case, isn't it, Aslam? Across the globe, doesn't matter where India is playing, there's always going to be some fans that will come out and show support.
Yeah, a lot of locals there. I must say that place was a lot fuller when I was there just before lunch or before the innings break. But I see people dotted around the grass embankment as well, not too far from the scoreboard. There's a family having their own braai. I was invited to that earlier. So you're right, it's good to see. And obviously with the Indians playing, I'm sure those here in the eastern regions of Johannesburg will come out and watch this team. And if they know that they're going to be on show again on when is it, on Monday and Wednesday, I'm sure they'll make their way to the ground.
I don't know anybody else, Aslam, who could find their way into a braai at a cricket game other than you. You just seem to be well known all around and well loved.
Well, there's a bit of turn and bounce. The first question is, are you okay with meals? Did you have halal? So I said, no. And I said, listen, it was fine. I had 2 pieces of fish, so I'm okay. But that's why you get the initial invitation. That if there's nothing there, please join us.
This is concerning stuff for South Africa. Patel, just the 2 from the over thus far, and having beaten the bat twice.
Now, we were saying earlier he wasn't giving it a rip, and now suddenly he's got good grip on the ball and good grip off the surface. So good that he's actually started like that, because if you haven't, as a batsman, if you haven't seen much of Kilan Patel, you'll start your innings, that's the end of the 14th over, 79 for 3, and you'll see that he's basically just a gentle left armer, orthodox left armer, and then in between he produces some of those really turning deliveries. And the previous one, there was good bounce as well, so it looked like it turned and hit the seam and bounced. And I'm sure that's going to be the talking point between the South African pair who are out there in the middle, 79 for 3.
14 overs have been bowled, and I'd love to put the coaching hat on here and say, what is the next passage for both sides? You don't, as I said, you don't want that game to just aimlessly tick along.
I think the point both of us made is maybe up there. From a batting point of view, just keep rotating the strike. Make sure that you stay, as you said earlier, within that run rate that's required, so you don't let it run away from you. For India, if they aren't picking up wickets, they need to make absolutely sure that they plug the gap so well inside of the inner circle that they then are able to put the pressure as far as the run rate is concerned. So they have much of it to play, the Indian bowling. Wide called. And the South Africans must realize it as well, that even though they're 3 down, they're still in the pound seats. Although the pound is dropping in some value. Not enough for us to make a quick trip to the UK, but nevertheless, the pound seats is what it's all about. If you can maintain that, if you can keep that control, which is the key word, and stretch the innings and this partnership, there's only one team that can win at the end. Oh boy, that's capped low, and it's come back appreciably. No appeal from the bowler. Was there a bat edge? No, umpire confirms it's a leg by.
Goodness gracious, it really looked an uncomfortable delivery off the surface, and a bit of gardening that follows up. Just jagged back, and an extra bit of bounce meant that Manak if his thigh guards weren't in the right place, he certainly will receive a bruise for that one. It's a good bit of awareness there to cut that one off. Let's have a look at that one. So rather not Manak, but Van Schalkwyk that will wear the bruise.
Yeah, he didn't know where the ball ended up. It did keep low, and I think that may have been the reason why he was beaten, but quite a bit of movement on that fuller length. Can Sukumar Amrish repeat that? Very neatly played by Arman Manak. Gets in line, that's the key point, and then looking to, if that is part of your makeup and you can play in that area, you can profit from a lot of runs, because in the one-day game, that's the one area, even in the early days, when it was 60 overs and then 55 and then 50, you saw more of the classy batsmen during the 70s and 80s, when one-day cricket was now really the in thing. Well, that's the area where you saw the classy batsmen pick up their singles and twos. So they continued to rotate the strike, not allowed the bowlers to get into any rhythm at all or any plan at all.
So Ambrish not yet conceding a boundary in this over. And it might get to a point where the South Africans, yes, we are there and thereabouts, but I wonder if it comes to a point where they say we need boundaries, because the temptation, unfortunately, with youngsters who play quite a lot of T20 cricket is that you just want boundaries. You almost hunger for it.
That was short, but the ball didn't actually come up to the height that Van Schalkwyk was expecting or anticipating. In the end, he does get bat to ball. He gets the single as well. That ends the 15th over, 84 for 3.
15 overs have been gone. Thank you, Aslam Kota. for your assistance. This was the first wicket to fall. Just a miscued stroke out into the onside and a regulation catch. Then Mohammad Bulbulia came to the wicket, and after getting off the mark with a 4, was absolutely bamboozled by a brilliant delivery. Then it was the turn of Jason Rolls, who after getting to a flyer, miscued a shot, and it was a stroke in error really, as South Africa lost their third. And we'll have a small interval here as we take the drinks break. We'll be back with you in just a few moments.
बोल रहा मैच 2 मिनट के लिए रुकाते हैं ताली मार के फिर जाते हैं स्टॉप मैच ड्यू टू हाई फाई
That thing is just for fools.
जॉय सर को
That's
मैच रुकाते 2
why
मिनट
in that last
अंपायर को 2
exercise,
मिनट
you go
टाइम
ahead,
मांगते
and then you
हैं
just sit there in the background.
बाहर से रहना
Welcome back to Willamore Park in Benoni. This is game number 1 of 3 of this Youth ODI series. South Africa under 19 hosting India under 19. We're in the South African innings, the second of the day. And Jorg van Skalkwyk is partnered with Arman Manak, 35 from 37, as you can see on that scorecard. 84 for 3 is the score. South Africa still need 218 from 209. Deciding to come around the wicket rather than through and around is Kilan Patel. He's got that wicket of Jason Rolls, who looked so good. And then really Mpendula just chucked it away. Oh, by the way, it's David Midgley alongside Mpendula Magabane. Took it as a foregone conclusion. You're still with us. Tries to cut that off the back foot, straight to the man in the cover region. Good afternoon and welcome back.
Thank you, David. Really did feel like threw the wickets away. Was looking fantastic, Jason Rolls. So decisive, so much conviction behind every shot that he was playing, so much power. And then he just went for a big one against the man who's currently bowling right now, and it should be known, you should know that he's the most dangerous of the spin bowlers, Kilan Patel. The stats speak it. Watching him speaks it. Every single time he captures these wickets, it's because the batters are looking to go big on him. That's exactly how he fell. So consistent, Kilan Patel, putting the pressure on the South Africans, but you feel like Jason Rolls still should have been there.
And a maiden to conclude the post-drinks over. 16 overs have been completed. 84 for 3. Score is unchanged. And why I'm just chuckling to myself is, in the context of the game, decision-making is everything. And the wickets, barring Mohamed Bulbulia's, are decision-making wickets that have fallen. Bulbulia, there's nothing he could have done with it. He played the right delivery. It just was an absolute peach. But the other two, I'm questioning the decision-making in the context of the game. If you're going to go after it, go after it. Great. I mean, why? There's no need to play that type of stroke. Looks like there's going to be a change in bowling. There's going to be some leg spin from Mohamed Inan. But that first wicket and that of Jason Rolls, it didn't feel like there was a need to play an attacking stroke in the context of the game.
Especially with Adnan Lakhadin, who had already gotten 10 runs in the over, went big. And so, Mohamed Inan, can he try and break this partnership that has grown from those wickets? 22 runs it is now. Handy figures from Mohamed Inan. Can he prove his call-up?
Well, if he turns the ball like that, then certainly he just has to straighten his line. Leg spinners are always going to turn more easily out the hand, but his lines have to be perfect. Much better. He's a lot straighter that time. I'd even venture to say that he should throw it out a little bit more towards that middle and leg line.
It's the trade-off between the two disciplines of spin bowling. With your wrist, you get more turn, more natural grip, but that control is so hard to come through. And now, at a young age, it's even harder. And so just making sure that you get the rhythm through to feel the good ball all the time. Just like that now, David, it gets to work. I don't know if that's the line that you're asking for, if you're saying that he must go a little bit wide.
No, I'm not looking for a middle and off line or even an off stump line. I'm looking for the inside half of middle and leg. Toss it up. You've got protection down at mid wicket. Ask them to attack you. If they're going to hit against the spin, make them do the work. The problem is when you give an opportunity like that, when it's short and wide, they pick up 2 without much fuss.
The largest out of the ground as well. And it's 2 gentlemen who don't mind occupying the crease and can do so for a long time and who run well between the wickets. And maybe by allowing that space, I really don't know why, maybe getting the slip activated, but it is giving away these 2 runs. And if they go aerial over the cover, it's a boundary for sure.
That's exactly where I'm looking for. If you're going to bowl that one that goes straight on, then absolutely, the middle stump line is the one that you need to go for. In addition to your comment about hitting, inside out over cover region, you're hitting with the spin as well, so there's even less risk. Too much width again. That's exactly what will happen. You bowl wide, you bowl full, and the ball turning away means that you're going to get hit to the boundary almost every single time. The end of Inan's first over. It's an expensive one. 8 from it. And South Africa 92 for 3.
Way overpitched, especially to a player like Arman Manak. Don't need to hit it over if the bowler gives you one that you can hit right through. Brilliant timing. It was a trying, ailing dive. Not good enough. And it's such small margins of error that get you the runs or get you the stop. As a leg spinner, you have to use the pitch. Just doesn't at that time, and it's very well punished from Arman Manak to skip through the fielder.
Patel continues. Much better line and length. Trying to force things off the back foot, Jorik van Schalkwyk. Just on an aside here, Mpendulo. We've got the stream up here and watching the comments. Immediately the call is yes. Then pickup needed to be clean, and it's a good bit of awareness from Manak to call him through for the quick single.
It's proving a difficult task here, Keelan Patel. Like I said from the beginning of the match, he's the player that they need to really watch out for. Kenoshk Chahan is also another one to look out for. Look at that. Very good ball from Patel. And maybe if this is the guy you are cautious against and allow him to not get your wickets, then make sure that you extract as much as possible with the small little errors he gives you. Something like that, can't even call that an error. But you extract these little pockets of ones and twos, and then with the rest of the bowling units, see Devendran is going at 6, Patel is going at 6, Ambrish is going at 5. You capitalize on those opportunities.
Yeah, the quicker one coming out the hand there from Patel. And they were up to the task a little bit slower this time, and lathers that away through the offside to the exact same region. And with the economy with which Patel is bowling, South Africa will have to look to try and extract as much as they can, and then on top of it look to kind of force things with the other bowler. So 4 from that over. Will they think of a second? No, sensibility has prevailed. So 4 from the Patel over, 1 for 14 from his 5, and after 18, South Africa on 96 for 3.
This is good handling of Patel. That's very well played between Manak and Van Schalkwyk. This is exactly what we saw from Havansh Singh and also RS Ambrish for India when they put on that 137-run partnership. It started like this, and then it started morphing into something that's very dangerous for the South African bowlers, allowing India to get to 300. And so right now, this partnership between Van Schalkwyk and Manak on 34 needs this required patience. And all of a sudden, after 30 overs, it's going to get South Africa into a very healthy position with the rest of the batting lineup, such as Paul James, Patlu Mahlara, and the rest of the gentlemen can come in and smash the ball.
A measured approach is exactly what is needed here in Pendulo. The key is to not panic, not let things get out of hand. Again, there's that short and wide delivery, and the South Africans will capitalize on it. You'll see as the overs tick on, they'll turn something like that type of stroke into 2 rather than just 1 at a time. Jorik van Schalkwyk key to that, but he's being ably supported here by Arman Manak. Lovely stroke down the ground there. They look like they'll go through for 2, and they get home comfortably without much of a fuss, and a good bit of fielding down there in the deep.
It's wonderful to watch. This is very good. This is what one-day international cricket is about after all. You have this period now outside of the power plays where it's pure accumulation of runs and manipulation of the bowling and the fielding, and these two are mastering it right now.
Short and absolutely hammered away. What a glorious stroke from Jorik van Schalkwyk to take him to the 40s. It was short, and the moment Inan missed out on his length, Van Schalkwyk was ready to pounce.
Incredible way to bring up the 100 for South Africa. Poor ball from Mohamed Inan. Into the roofs from Jorik van Schalkwyk. A poor ball plus a good shot equals a lot of runs. Even our cameraman can't get a glimpse of where the ball went from under the roof, and so our third umpire must come in with a new set of balls, such as the blow from Jorik van Schalkwyk.
The third umpire certainly earned her keep today with the amount of deliveries that disappeared over the yellow roof from where the camera was just showing us it's one that has taken a bit of a beating today, that yellow roof at the main grandstand. Let's have a look at this one again. Short, and he just leans back and absolutely crunches it. Welcome 6, most indeed, for South Africa under 19. And Jorik van Schalkwyk, who seemed a little bit more tentative, gets a bit of a release. And they found the ball, and there's celebration in the crowd. He's a hero among men.
Oh, these two teams have played together for quite a while, and Jorik van Schalkwyk with that 6 is trying to change the way things look for South Africa. They've played 26 times. India have prevailed 20 of those 26 times, a 75% win record. That is an enormous turnaround for the Indians. And so South Africa in their home turf on this actual turf, having won 2-2 each.
Lovely delivery. They are adamant, and umpire Shezi is not. Thought that they'd got him trapped on the back foot. Desperately appealing for a catch. Not interested, and a no sound was found by umpire Shezi.
Very good ball. Very good ball. Worth a shout if they heard something.
Could have been that he touched his pad off the back foot there. That's what you want from your leg spinner. That's also what you want from your leg spinner. That's exactly the delivery that I want. That. Copy, paste it, bowl it 6 out of 6. An expensive over, 9 from Inans over, 105 for 3 after 19. I'm not convinced. I'm not really convinced. Normally they look behind batters if they've nicked it. No interest there from Jorik van Schalkwyk.
Had to be a sound or nothing. Umpire Shezi. It's a good ball though from Enan. And it's just the thing that it's a ball, an odd delivery in the over that just throws off his entire economy. Because he bowls well. This is an absolute almighty leg spinner delivery. Even the last one in the over that was blocked away from Van Schalkwyk was very good. But then in between those, he gives you those boundary deliveries too. And it is expected, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt.
India deciding that they'll change their bowling options. Kanishk Chauhan will continue from what was the chalet end. And the problem here for the South Africans is there's no let up in terms of spin prowess. Guides this away backward of point for just the single.
You can't really rest. There's pressure coming from either side from the Indian attack. Left arm on the other side, Patel. Kanishk Chauhan now on this side. It's coming in that right off spin, which comes into the right-hander.
Immediate call of yes, please, from Van Schalkwyk. He knew the moment that the fielder had to move to his right, it was a foregone conclusion that he was going to be home safe for the single.
It's good fielding from Vedant Trivedi, standing at the mid-wicket, stopping that.
Carved away backward of point. There's a chase on here. He's going to collect it nicely. And just the single. And the fielding is applauded from his teammates, knowing that not only did he need to collect it, but the return needed to be on target.
It's a great stop from Havanch.
Moved across his stumps there, Van Schalkwyk. Yearning for that milestone.
Happy hunting ground for Jorik van Schalkwyk. Will remind you again when he broke South Africa's highest run scoring record, scoring 164 against Bangladesh. It was right here.
Just loves batting as this one is nurdled away onto the onside. The call was for 2. But the reality was slightly different. He moves to 48 with one remaining in the over.
Smart batting. Chauhan is in control of the ball. The only ball which was slightly loose was that first one, which was carved down to point, but everything is just on the money.
Again, happy to just punch this away, square the wicket on the offside. What it also means is that Manak will retain the strike and Van Schalkwyk will have to wait a little bit longer. 20 overs have been completed, 110 for 3.
Hustling and grinding batting here between Jorik van Schalkwyk and Arman Manak. Jason Rolls, like we said earlier on, was looking amazing. 16 from 13. He could have been well over 50 right now. But Manak has just come in. He's taken the bite away from what India were producing. Now finds himself on 21 from those 32 deliveries and is slowly starting to catch up to the amount of deliveries he's faced.
The leg spinner continues. A good bit of fielding means that he keeps that to the dot. Immediately the slip comes over and wants a bit of high five and a bit of love. Good bit of fielding. As you said, the control that is necessary for leg spin is one that if you get it right, it is absolutely devastating. If you get it wrong, for you as the bowler, it is devastating. Floated that one up, just punched out onto the offside. There is protection down there in the deep.
And it's proving useful having the ball spin away from the two batters, but still, without landing it in the correct areas, you don't really get the reward of having that matchup advantage. We saw a couple of deliveries from Anand that looked very good.
Plays this away off the back foot. Confident stroke. He was in position very early. And I think this might be an opportunity for South Africa to really continue growing as the partnership turns 50 from 67 deliveries. These two have come together at a time where South Africa were under tremendous pressure, 62 for 3. And now at 112. I've done a lot of work. Oh my goodness, there was a brilliant effort there. Outside edge. If he had taken that, I don't think we'd have stopped them from celebrating endlessly. It was a good stop though.
Great efforts from Vedant Trivedi. Diving to his right, I think overestimated how far the ball is going to be from his body. And he had to pull that arm back even to try and get to the ball. He overdived.
Slapped away behind backward of point. The call is immediately 2. They'll get there without much fuss.
Oh, that's a very handy reprieve for South Africa. They were going to be under heavy pressure if Manak had lost that wicket. Booming drive. Didn't even go through to the stroke. You can see how he dove so much. The ball was further than he thought it was, or closer than what he thought, rather.
The thing for me as well is looking at that delivery again. The length in which the ball was bowled. Manak should have been playing towards the cover region. Look where his bat is. His bat is coming dead straight through. So you know the ball is going to land and turn away from you if you've read it out the hand. That's always the trick is, have you read it out the hand of the leg spinner? Presuming you have read it out the hand, it's the leg spinner that's going to go away from you. The direction in which he's playing the bat is the wrong direction. He needs to be playing more towards cover region rather than straight back down the ground.
Did look bamboozled. Did look like found himself just wanting the ball to be somewhere where his bat is.
50 for Jorik van Schalkwyk. Touches down for the first and jogs back for the second. Well-crafted half-century in trying conditions. And he's leading from the front with his side in search of victory in this, the first Youth One-Day International.
He's really found his place with that green and gold of the under-19s. Scores his 55 deliveries. It started very slow. Had to work hard. And man, these 3 big innings, including this one for Jorik van Schalkwyk under the under-19 South African badge, all coming in the space of a couple of months. Add in turn that he also has that first-class 50 for the Titans, which is not easy to do. See a lot of the under-19 boys are struggling to assimilate to the higher level, and he's not one of them, Jorik van Schalkwyk.
A bit of a cheeky stroke there. Just gets on one knee and chips it round the corner. There's nobody home inside the ring, which means they'll come back without much bother for 2.
These runs are going to start hurting India. Really going to start hurting India because they're making use of even the decent deliveries from these spinners. And so over a course of 6 deliveries, getting 2 2s and getting 2 1s and getting 2 dot balls means that you already have 6 runs into the over, and that hurts. They already have 4.
This time deciding not to go for the run. To give you an idea of what the DLS power is saying at this point, never an exact science from our perspective, but it is mathematically where the game should be according to back with Lewis and Stern, as this is slapped out square of the wicket. They're loving these strokes square of the wicket, both leg and offside. 136 is where they expect the South African batters to be at this point. Not far from it, and at the moment they're not letting the game necessarily slip away from them. This works its way onto the onside. There is protection down there at fine leg, so they'll get through for 1. And at the end of 22 overs, it's 120 for 3. I'm going to make way for Aslam Kota.
They somehow extract 6 runs from that over from Kanishk Chauhan. It's milking cricket from the South African under-19 pair here. Their partnership has grown to 58 runs. They need 182 to win from the last 28 overs. So they need to bat at 6.5. Ooh, getting it right, Mohamed Enan. But the game doing him wrong. It's an inside edge, and it runs down to the fine leg boundary. It's going to be 4 more runs. Aslam Kota, he joins us in commentary. He's been watching eagerly. Sometimes he gets it right. Sometimes it's just not yours.
There are no experts in this game of cricket. Only, well, I'm trying to think of the rest of the, only varying degrees of ignorance. So it doesn't matter how long you've played this game at the highest level, and if you've commentated 200 test matches, the game keeps teaching you. And it was a point that was made by Ian Chappell many, many years ago. Yeah, when I was on air with David a short while ago, I was talking about the importance of the run rate from an Indian point of view. And if they're not picking up wickets, how important it was for them to stagnate the run rate, to try and arrest it in such a way that pressure would be put on them. So I'm hoping that the batsmen are not actually looking at the DLS spar that is just the par score that has been pointed out on the board. It reads 139, which means South Africa are 14 behind if we do happen to get a storm. I've also just heard that after the deluge at the Wanderers, the umpires had 2 inspections. Eventually they said 5 overs per side. And there's lightning and thunder again over the Wanderers. So that SA20 match may not go ahead at the Wanderers. We're very fortunate that we've got good weather here and there's some very good cricket on the go. Van Schalkwyk and Manak have batted beautifully. They've fashioned a partnership now that's worth, does it say 84? or 84. 64. It's 64. And they need 176 to win. And I must say, Arman Manak's 30 or 41 has come almost unnoticed.
And that's what you want from any of your top order batters. His 30 runs only consisting of 2 fours. And so the rest of the 22 has been him running up and down the wicket, which is very good, because one thing we do know about Arman Manak is that once he has settled and everything has been read, that ignition comes in a light, and then those gears change up a little bit, goes a little bit quicker, reaches his destination much faster. He's a quality player. Jorik van Schalkwyk, for those of you who do not know him, well, welcome to one of the finest in the under-19 scene right now. And he's hurting the Indian batter bowlers right now. Mohammad Enan, the one who's hurting the most, going at almost 6.5. Dipesh Devendran did well, getting those 2 wickets at the start. Adnan Lakhadin and Mohammad Bulbulia with a beautiful Yorker to the South African captain. Henil Patel rather, is also gone for a bit, but the real problem is Killen Patel, the man who got Jason Rolls. Stingy little bowler. 2.8 runs to the over, the only one who has a maiden over. And he truly is the pick of the Indian bowlers because it's such a threat. And overall, South Africa, as they stand after winning the toss, choosing to bowl first, find themselves needing 176 more runs to win. 162 balls in their quest that remains. It's a very good partnership, though, between Jorik van Schalkwyk and Arman Manak, currently at 64.
Just to make that point about the run rate, so it was at even sixes all the way through till I think about the last 8 or 10 overs. And then slowly, with the lack of boundaries, it's now 5.5 the rate achieved and 6.5 the rate required. If the Indians can continue this way and maybe force a wicket in between, it does make things a lot more, not difficult, but it certainly gives the rest of the batsmen something to think about. Jorik van Schalkwyk, you made a point about him, 54 of 62. I must say, very impressed with the way he's batted. He did come out with lots of intent early on in that partnership with Adnan Lakhadin. And then he saw 3 wickets falling, and now with Manak, they've put on a partnership of 64. But more importantly, he's been sort of the key, the head of that partnership. And that's what you want to see, that sense of responsibility at the top of the order, because you really want the team to then be playing around you. So he's done a fantastic job. Good head on his shoulders.
Kanishk Chauhan is just hurting a little bit here. He's leaking runs without him even noticing. It's as if he's carrying the tightest plastic bag, and someone just put a pin and put a little hole that just dropping water in little drops. He hasn't conceded a boundary. They haven't been able to hit him for any 4, any 6, but this is what they've been doing to him. He's been leaking so many ones. He's gone for 13 in the 14 deliveries that he's bowled, and it's amazing to watch how Arman Manak and Van Schalkwyk are doing.
Well, when you're bowling to a set field and you're getting hit only 4 runs, even if it's 6 singles in an over, it's a hell of a lot better than conceding boundaries. So I think he's doing the job. He's this quickish off spinner. Very interesting to watch. He's not hanging any. I haven't seen him done that. That may be the first one that he's actually tossed up. And on the type of pitches that they grow up on, almost clay type of surfaces. So you look to bowl this type of deliveries because the ball shoots through. There's a good covering of grass here in Benoni. And Arman Manak covers up very nicely. So there's a fantastic contest on the go here right now. India understand they need to do 2 things. One is to arrest the run rate. The other is to try and pick up a wicket. Now here's a cheeky shot that Arman Manak has played. He's just played this little lapse shot over the top of the keeper. Good throw that has gone in. But Arman Manak clearly well in, having sprinted down for the second run. So you can tell that they are obviously seeing the urgency in the fact that they need to just keep the strike rotating. And the pair have done that very well with those 2 runs taken. So 2 things, as I was saying, Bandelo, to keep the runs down, and then hopefully you force the batters to make an error and you pick up a wicket. So you're back in the game in a big way. But if you're not containing the run scoring, then it doesn't matter, because if the opposition are within neck and neck of the required run rate, then it means that the rest of the batsmen can continue in that fashion. So they'll be thinking about all of this. And the batters, obviously, they've, without a doubt, realized that the 2 of them need to shepherd this innings into safety, into safe waters, and then perhaps look to push on from there. 300 is still a formidable target. They need 171 to win.
Ball just peeking through Mohammed Enan. Was a good inventive shot from Arman Manak, but it was played because of the pressure that was starting to be presented by Chauhan.
Yeah, Manak's facing now.
So he really found it difficult after the slight adjustment in speed and length and even line from Chauhan. It was much more at the stumps. Became riskier to play him. And so he just premeditated that flip over the wicket-keeper, getting him 2 more runs. Still, that's 5 runs taken in the over. It's very wide, but not wide enough. Just under the bats of Arman Manak.
Yeah, I think he'll realize he's missed out on that one. Even for just a few runs in that square region, because the field is very deep. Anything past him, there's 2 on offer.
It's going to be very important here to still try find a way to rotate the strike. It seems as if Manak has just found geared down from what the Indian bowlers are producing. And he might search for an unnecessary boundary, which is dangerous. See, he's getting bogged down, and it's important that it doesn't get frustrated. His teammates on the other side is going on a good rhythm. And so he must just find a way to keep that strike rotation and not go for big shots, because that's what India wants.
Well, he was dropped at slip. Arman Manak of the bowling of Mohammed Enan. He's getting sharp turn. He's bowling the quicker delivery, and it's very effective because there's no contact. So an excellent over, just 1 run coming off it. And the total 132 for 3.
Captain speaking with his wicketkeeper. Captain Vaibhav Suryavanshi, wicketkeeper Abhigyan Kundu. And it's India now who just flipped the tables with these last couple of overs. They were going very well, Manak and Van Schalkwyk. But now, the more that they start getting overs which are way less than what they need to get around 7 runs to the overs, you can see. And if they keep on getting at 4, 3, that's a problem. But if they can keep it at around 5 and 6, at least you know later on in the innings, with a good platform, you can work to chase that down.
We saw there, between overs, the South Africans running on with a pair of gloves, and the umpires immediately reacted and asked the players to leave the field, the 12th and the 13th men. And I'm sure that there was a message inside of those gloves, which now has not reached the batsman. This is a beautiful stroke, magnificently struck, but just for a single. Down on his one knee and playing that square drive or a back cut. So the umpires reacted immediately.
What's also very smart here from the Indians that I like, which is containing the South African batters more, is that the ball is constantly being spun to the bigger side of the boundary. So here the ball is spinning into Arman Manak, and the smaller boundary is on his offside. And so India can just afford to put one fielder on that offside, knowing that it's going to be difficult for the ball to be hit. And they put the traps on the leg side, deep mid-wicket, the long on. Gonna flip it away again. There's your another deep field on the leg side. It's picked up from Dipesh Devendran, standing at deep fine leg. And so there's no room to go to the offside for Arman Manak, such as the bowling from India, which is where he's most likely to get a boundary.
Well, this brings me to the point, end of the over, 134 for 3, end of 26, is that what Arman Manak is doing now is showing exactly what the South Africans are concerned about. The DLS pass now showing 151. There's dark clouds that's looming over Benoni. We've just heard that the match at the Wanderers, which is some 60, 65, maybe 70 kilos away from here, has been called off. Not a ball's been bowled, match abandoned, so that the SA20 match at the Wanderers, unfortunately, for a sellout crowd, there's no fun. Nevertheless, apart from that, that run rate has now crept up to 7 runs and over, the required run rate, and that's forcing the likes of Arman Manak and Van Skalkwyk to try and improvise. And that's what we're seeing, and that's exactly what the Indians wanted to do. And this is the beauty of the 50-over game, that you can actually plan and play this into place and make it happen slowly. Change of bowling, Ambrish back in the attack. He was third seamer. This may be for the comfort of the two batsmen, preferring to play against the seam bowlers.
Starting to get hard against the spinners. Ambrish has gone for 15 runs in his 3 overs. Only 1 boundary in that, so it's still a lot of work for the batters. It's then running up and down, but maybe now with their partnership having lasted for this long, maybe let's look for 1 boundary per over, in addition to the running that we are doing. That's going to access more running. And then it's going to access more boundaries, which brings more runs. So maybe now, go for a little bit of an unconventional, ugly shot that's going to bring you a boundary. Head across the line if you have to. Just get 1 per over.
Well, I'm not sure if they've actually reached that point where they're panicking, but they're certainly thinking about it. And the key is that if you're going to continue to score at least 5 or 6 runs and over, in between you may get the bad ball that you dispatch for a boundary, and that's what they need to play for. So I must say that so far the captaincy has been very impressive from the young Indian captain.
Bang! Just smash it. Gets 1 for the over. That's what Arman Manak does. Stands and delivers. Gives it a whack over the captain of India for 4 runs at the long on boundary.
Yeah, the captain has got his field very well placed. That was a very good stroke. It was a bad ball, and that's exactly what this pair have to wait for. But the way he's got his field set is that all of those forcing shots have gone for 1, maybe 2 at a maximum. And that'll bring the third man fielder into the picture.
Oh, this is very smart cricket. This is good. Now they've gotten 7 runs in the over, and they still have 2 balls to go. This is what you want now. You get your boundary per over, and then you still work on your 1s and your 2s. That required run rate and run rate achieved was getting to a difference of 2. They needed 7 runs, and they were achieving a run rate of 5. So by doing this now, you start batting at 7s and 8s. It's an addition of just 2 runs to the over, but over the accumulation of the remaining overs, they're going to hurt. He opens up the face of the bat deliberately that time, Jorik van Schalkwyk. It's going to just be a single, and they get now 8 runs in the over. Arman Manak has moved himself to 40. For 3 to 4 overs, he really did look a little bit stuck from the bowling of Kanishk Chauhan. And Mohamed Enan was coming with his leg spin. And you did say it's maybe they'll get a little bit comfortable with the pace coming on from Ambrish. Wonderful running. Has to get home! He really has to get home! Arman Manak makes it home, says umpire Shezi. We have the perfect side view camera. Excellent running from Jorik van Schalkwyk. This is beautiful. 9 runs off the over. 143 for 3 after 27.
So after the ball's delivered, it's so important, and we've seen it from Jorik van Schalkwyk. He's just demonstrated that you keep thinking of where's the next run coming from. So he sees the block here, but he also realizes that there's lots of space to make the run, calls, and he knows he's going to the danger end, which means it forces the bowler on his follow through to throw at the bowler's end, and there's every chance that Manak was going to make it. He's obviously very tall, so his long strides gets him in quite nicely. But just showing that awareness and that level of concentration and how important it is.
Bang! That's the boundary for the over. This is amazing batting from Arman Manak. It's so good. Opens that front leg, smashes it over the cover, and it goes for 4 runs. South Africa moves to 147. He goes to 45.
It's a beautiful lofted drive. Slightly overpitched. Got his foot to the pitch of the ball and then just hit through the line. Super stroke.
Pedals it again. He's been pedaling it a lot. It's going to go to 46. And 5 runs out of the over now. The way they're playing has changed beautifully, and it's working.
They're playing so well. They've now hit the orthodox boundaries as well. So I'm just a bit nervous when he does that, because the top edge could go straight up, easy catch for the wicketkeeper, and suddenly an undeserved wicket falls into the hands of the Indians, and they'll be celebrating. He looks so good. There's the orthodox drive, and it's running away for 4. That's a superb stroke. No, it's not. It's been fielded. The fielder on the boundary sprinted to his right, and I thought he was going after the ball, but it was stopped in at covers.
Ooh. Communication needs to be clear. It's an excellent, excellent throw. Oh, Arman Manak can't make it home. That is out. Oh my goodness, that is going to hurt. Jorik van Schalkwyk called for the run. Manak could do the only thing, which is to trust his teammates. Running so hard, and you can see how despondent he is. Heartbreak for him. Heartbreak for Jorik van Schalkwyk. Heartbreak for South Africa under-19s. They lose their 4th in the most unfortunate of manners.
Yeah, what a way to go. Completely in control in this partnership that is worth 86 runs. So throws to the right end, ricochets. He does respond as Manak because he obviously heard the call, but a very good throw right over the top of the stumps with 1 bounce, and that brings the innings to a close. An unfortunate close on an innings that was almost unnoticed. That 46 runs was so beautifully compiled. Here again a replay. The throw goes to the non-striker's end. The ricochet goes into the path of 2 players that are actually going towards it, and I think that was the key that unfortunately Van Schalkwyk didn't anticipate or judge well, and that has resulted in the 4th wicket falling here. 148 for 4 after 27 overs.
Lightning is in the area, needs to evade the field, but I think what's painful the most with this one is that with the previous danger run, Van Schalkwyk was running to the danger, so he could call for the run. That time, Manak was in the danger end. You'll see the throw. Manak is completely out of it. He's done. There's two fielders running exactly to that danger area. Van Schalkwyk was always going to be safe. That time, it feels like he threw his teammates under the bus unintentionally because they were running so well and everything about their communication was crisp. But he can't help and shake that feeling. Heartbreak for South Africa. 46 from 59 deliveries. Lightning stops play. South Africa needing 154 from 23 overs.
Yeah, I was just saying earlier that there's a complete washout in Johannesburg. And the earlier break that we had, the light wasn't this bad. And there's a bigger covering of the grey cloud and also the threat of lightning in the distance. So the umpires immediately at the fall of that wicket have decided that it's safe to keep the players off the field. And unfortunately, after such an absorbing session that we witnessed, coming to an abrupt end in such in a manner that I'm sure both the batters out there will want to forget. But unfortunately, lightning has now ruled the stop to the proceedings. And it means that we're going to have to hang on to see if there's any possibility of the bad weather clearing. In the meantime, the South African 4 wickets that fell, the first, that of Lagadin, caught by Kilan Patel of Devendran for 19, the first to go. And then Mohamed Bulbulia, possibly the ball of the day, an angling Yorker hitting the bottom of the stumps that saw to him. And then Jason Riles, having played so well, having struck a boundary in that very same over, then gets caught. And then this is the run out that brought us to the close of the session. Arman Manak, as he runs through, responded to the call of the senior partner in this case, which he shouldn't have, noticing, of course, that two fielders were running towards the ball and they would be throwing towards his end. So miscalculated completely there by Jory van Schalkwyk, and the Indians very pleased to have broken that partnership.
Just see here. It was a very good throw. It should have ended right here. But then they wanted that extra run. Jorik van Schalkwyk it was either going to be Van Schalkwyk losing the wicket or it was going to be Manak losing the wicket. The moment that ball hit the stumps, Van Schalkwyk had ran halfway down the pitch. So if Manak said no, he throws a more established batter under the bus himself by rejecting the run. And so with that, there was going to be a wicket falling either way in that situation.
I think Jorik would have been safe because he made the call. He was running towards the two fielders who were approaching, so he was definitely making his ground. The fact that he asked Manak to come back was his fault. There's no doubt about it. And there was only one batsman that was going to be dismissed there, Bundelo, and that was Manak. So misjudgment from the call, and the fact that he didn't reject the run. Watch this again. Now he makes the call, and you'll see him run through. He's clearly in. Spread eagle, and so disappointed. I'm sure he is, because he wants to continue with that rich vein of form that he's been in, and wants to carry this into the World Cup as well. But there's still 2 more matches to go after this. There's still a match to win here. And 154 runs required to win, with 148 for 4 after 27 overs. I'm waiting for the match summary, and there it is. 301 all out. Harvish Singh, superb 93. And then Ambrish, he's 65, the key batsman in that score of the Indians. And then JJ Basson, very impressive, 4 for 54. He should have had a 5th in the last over of the innings. And then South Africa in reply, after being 63 for 2, a partnership has taken them to 148 with the fall of Arman Manak's wicket, out for 46. Van Schalkwyk still the key man there, 60 not out. Devendran has picked up 2, and there's been tidy bowling from the rest of the attack. 154 confirmed. More runs to win, but we can't be too optimistic about the weather overhead. Until later, it's goodbye from Benoni.